All right, man, they got one more fight going. I'm going to have another live stream going right now on the other side, a vertical live stream while having this one as well. So, yeah, having both live streams going on at the same time right now. Yeah, just trying to get as much views as I can out of it. So, here we go, man. All right, Alyssa Baumgartner is right up next right now. So, here we go, man. All right, Alyssa Baumgartner is right up next right now. He says it's already started, or is it 10 o'clock? Antonio Gonzalez said. The main event is about to start, yes, so you tuned in at the right time at the right spot, my man. Victory says Anderson is getting that good acai. A beautiful lead uppercut that had a lot of power on it, yes. He says dual live co-main event is about to start. That's right, man. That's right. I'm going to be honest with you, Marty, okay? I was sort of getting my butt whooped on the other live stream, so I figured I'd go on this one to kind of compensate, you know what I mean? So, one of them things. Okay, I was sort of getting my butt whooped on the other live stream, so I figured I'd go on this one to kind of compensate, you know what I mean? So here we are. All right, here we go. Just a little minor adjustment. He's like, good idea, man. The audio was tough on the other one. Right. So, you know, if the audio doesn't work too good on the other one, at least you can always hop on this one and, you know, kind of gives you a choice on one or the other. So, you know, if the audio doesn't work too good on the other one, at least. But either way, man, I was not about to, you know, look, the other fights are okay. You know what I mean? Like, the other fight's like, all right, you know what? If you want that fight to, you know, get ruined or whatever, I mean, it's whatever. But anyways, yeah, my face is gone on the other one right now. That's just audio. This right here is the real live stream right now, so come and tap in. Get ruined or whatever, I mean, it's whatever. But anyways, yeah, my face is... Hopefully, I just don't pick up any of the audio. Are you hearing the audio from Netflix right now? Let me know if you're hearing it from the background, and if so, how prominent or non-prominent are you hearing it? So he says, yeah, of course. I don't know anything about these female fighters. I have a limited amount of time that I've heard them. He says I can barely hear it. Okay, you can barely hear it. Okay. But this one you can hear. The vertical stream you can hear clearly, right? He says, yeah, I can barely hear the Netflix. Oh, okay, on the audio. Got it, okay, got it. Yeah, sometimes, look, communication between the chat versus, like, text or on the phone, you know, can be very different because, you know, when you're on live stream, you know, you're kind of, like, juggling a couple of different thoughts in your mind at the same time. So, you know, one of them type of things, you know, so... All right, so Alicia Baumgartner and Layla Bedouin. Layla Bedouin. So Layla is an Arabic name. Bedouin, obviously, is an Arabic tradition, right? Living in the Bedouin lands of the desert. You know, I tell you what, look, I really think that genetics plays a factor into who you are, right? Like, I often noticed... You know the whole expression when they say, oh, you know, that guy, he's a crazy white boy or this and that and the other. Well, the reason for that is because a lot of white Europeans, to be quite frank, a lot of them were explorers, right? So that's why they do crazy things. That's why it is the white boys that do crazy things when it comes to jumping out of buildings, jumping out of airplanes, bungee jumping, all of these things, right? Oh, that's crazy white boy-ish. But at the same time, you know, the Arabs are sort of like that too. You know, you look at the Prince of Dubai. This dude went and roped himself all the way up to the top of the Burj Khalifa and then jumped off. And oh my God, man, that's some crazy stuff. But yeah, he said Andre Ward talked about fighting the winner of his main event. You know what, man? Andrew Ward and Andre Ward. I'm calling him Andrew Ward. I'm thinking of Andrew Tate, which is tomorrow. Andre Ward has been wanting to fight Anthony Joshua for quite some time. You know, he's wanted to fight Anthony Joshua for quite some time. He really wanted to fight him for some time, right? And it seems that Jake Paul sort of stole that opportunity from him. Not necessarily steal, but, you know, he took that opportunity from him. He could have, you know, someone else could have had that, right? Which was Andre Ward. It was Andre Ward that wanted to have that fight. But Jake Paul stole the fight. So, Waruna says, are you Muslim? Yes, I am. I am Muslim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah barakatuh to you. Let me know what part of the world you are from. Waruna says, are you Muslim? Yes, I am. I am Muslim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah barakatuh. All right, so here's Alyssa Gardner right now walking out with a chain. Wow, okay, so Frazier's daughter and Ali's daughter actually fought. He says, I'm pulling for the Canadian. Why? What's, are you pulling for her because you know something about them in terms of, you know, something that, you know, is noticeable that, okay, you know what, this person is going to win because such and such, or do you just like that person for, you know, whatever reason? Says because she's white. Okay, well, that's quite honest of you right there. Okay, are you trying to replace Fresh right now? Okay, because he's obviously off to Syria right now, right, fighting ISIS. So you decided you're going to take his place as being the residential racist of the chat, right? Is this is it that was for Fresh? Got it. Okay. He would, you know what? He would pick somebody because they were white, though. You know, but although he does say, he is very consistent about saying that John Jones would beat Tom Aspinall's ass, right? But I think part of the reason why he says that is because, you know, even though John Jones is, you know, he's black, he's part of America, right? And it doesn't get any more American than John Jones. Hey, let me pull this out right here. America! F yeah! America! If you guys are not seeing me on the screen version, I got a Captain America action figure. What looks like is a Captain America action figure, right? But you know what this is? Check this out, right? This is a pen. See? This is a pen. You know what I use this pen for? I use this pen to order my hits. You know what I mean? So if I have to write down on a piece of paper, hey, listen, I want this guy handled, I'm going to do it with this pen. You want to know why I use a Captain America pen to write down all my hits and all my, you know, by the way, just so you guys know, I'm playing a character, okay, my assassinations. You want to know why I use Captain America? Because Captain America, for as old as he is, he's fast, he's strong, and he's got a lot of stamina, right? I could relate to that. I like that. He says, sure, 9 verse 5, kill the tell me. 9 verse 5. I don't, you're asking me to recite the Quran? Is that what you're asking me to do? He says, no, Rasis, tell me, Surah, verse 5, Quran, tell me, Google, guys. Okay. I don't understand what you are asking or what you are referring to, but okay. Alicia Baumgartner taking on Layla Bedouin right now. He says, I have to do something real quick. I'll try to get back. Okay, shout out to you. All right. All right, man. So we're literally up to the co-main event right now. He says, Sure Vice 5, Google Quran. No, we're not here to Google what you want me to Google because you're trying to make a point of the show or this and that or whatever. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that, my man. I'm sorry. Sorry to tell you that. I'm not gonna do that. No. This is not how we do it. This is not how we do it. He says blah 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 Salafist. Okay. Is that supposed to be a compliment? For what? Yeah, I don't understand what you're trying to accomplish with that. Okay, but let's do that. Okay, just so we can Quran, Surah. Quran verse 5 says, instruct the believers to fight the polytheists who break treaties after a sacred month has passed, but to spare those who repent and pray and pay zakat, and as Allah is forgiving. Okay, so there you have it. I don't understand what your point was of that. He says, yeah, commands Muslims to fight and slay polytheists in a sacred month. Yeah, I read the same thing that he's, that he was instructing me to read. Well, what do you want me to say to that, right? You must be from India, right? You must be polytheist Hindu, from my assumption. Let me know if you're from India, right? Is there a good chance that you, my man, are from India? Are you from India? You must let me know. I need to know. I need to know if you are from India, my friend. I do not know what your purpose is of asking. Rodzilla says, hey, what's up, bro? Shout out to you, my man. Shout out to you, Rodzilla. Rodzilla 617, man. I believe that is in reference to Dennis Rodman, I believe. Yeah, I believe that is a Dennis Rodman reference, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're trying to accomplish with us, like, basically, I don't know, like, you're spamming that for whatever reason, but, yeah, good luck to you, man. Good luck to you. You must not know much English, listen, I know I got international fans around the world, but, man, listen, you got to learn a little bit of some English. You know what I mean? Because I tell you what, if I'm going to pull up at a French podcast, you better believe I'm going to get my all of that. I would get all of that going on. Rodzilla says, because of what? Rodzilla says, yeah, he's my favorite athlete. Who you got? Joshua versus Paul. I'm going with Anthony Joshua, but my official prediction is something of a decision. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with a decision. How about that, man? Man, I don't know, man. Maybe I should just stream more often with my phone because for whatever reason, My phone right now, listen, this is almost embarrassing to say, but my phone right now is beating my my regular stream right now. It just beat it. It just beat it for more views right now. So there it is. He says the fight's on tonight. It's starting soon, bro. He says, yeah. You is a Taqiyya Salafist. Okay, I am whatever you want to say, bro. I don't know what you want me to tell you. You seem to have something against Muslims, right? So I don't know what you want me to tell you or what you want me to say, but yeah, good luck to you, buddy. You know? He says, guys, Google Taqiyya. We know what Taqiyya is, yes. It's a form of espionage. So what is your point, right? Don't you like spies? Like, you know, don't you watch James Bond films? He says, I thought you was going to have the play-by-play. Oh, yeah, I'm having the play-by-play. It's the co-main event is starting right now. Layla Bedouin is walking out, and as Alicia Bombmar is walking out as well. He will when they are fighting. Thank you, yes. Sure, 9 towards 5. Yeah, man, I don't know what you're obsessed with that one verse of the Quran. I mean, did you even read the verses before it or after it? I don't know. But man, Miller, I'm glad that I opened up another, you know, avenue here because, man, you know, these people are going crazy over here, bro. You know what I mean? Like, wow, yeah, both of them are even in views right now. Yup, there it is, looking to become Canada's second active champion. Victory says, I think people get confused when they tune into the other one and you're replaying stuff. Huh. Yeah, because, you know, there is no replaying with a vertical stream, right? And if there is, it's very prominent and, you know, ever knowing that that's exactly what I'm doing. With this one, it's sort of like, you know, here I am in front of you type of thing. But yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean, Marty. All right, Alicia Baumgartner. What did I call her earlier? Baumwarner or something? I don't know. But yeah, that's a very German name. Baumgartner is a very German name. So yeah, she definitely has German heritage from my assumption. So he says Google Taqiyya. Yeah, I don't need to Google Taqiyya. I know what it is. It's a form of espionage. It is something that people around the world have done to further their people into levels of position or levels of power. You know, I mean, I don't know what you really want me to say to that. Like, do Muslims lie about, let's say, you know, certain things to try and survive? Of course they do. Yes, Google annoying, and it's going to show some Jeep named Waruma. You probably own a 7-Eleven for sure, Waruma. Waruma, you own a 7-Eleven. And your all-time favorite, you know, FBI director is Kash Patel. As a matter of fact, you probably have Kash Patel's picture in your house. You know what I mean? Like in your living room somewhere. You know, there's a picture of Kash Patel right up there with his beady eyes looking up at you like. He says, very disappointed in you, bro. Why? What is the disappointment? He says, how are you liking this walkout? What music is she walking out to? Oh, okay, it's got some little violins. Nah, it's all right. You know, I mean, it's standard boxing walkouts. You know what I mean? That's really what it is. You know, but Rodzilla, tell me why I disappointed you, my man. I'm curious to know what is your reasoning behind why you said that. He says, yeah, true. They're always over the top. With boxing, yeah. That's why Dana White, you know, was very simplistic in the way that he sort of wanted the walkouts. You know, just simple. You know, we got a music going. That's it. We just got a DJ. We don't need a rapper up there. Just get a DJ for the whole entire arena, and that's it. Like, very simple mathematics on their part. But yeah. But yeah, Google annoying. Yeah, Google annoying. I mean, you know, he's a bloody cheat. You know these bloody cheats, yeah? They're bloody cheats, yeah? They're always annoying, yeah? These bloody cheats, yeah? They're always doing some spamming and all that, and some scam and all that. They're always doing all that. For what? He says, all right, man, I'm just gonna let you talk your stuff. You know, you're helping me with my engagement anyway. So yeah, you think views will beat the Tyson Paul fight? Hell no. Absolutely not, bro. Absolutely not. Uh Not even in England. Not even in England, okay? Because here's the thing, right? Yes, Anthony Joshua is a British fighter, but the Americans don't really tap in with AJ like that, right? Like, if you're American, like us, Marty, like, you are only tapped into Anthony Joshua because you're a hardcore fight fan. Like, that's the only reason why you're tapped into all this, right? But for the rest of the people in our country, they're not really up on it like that. He says, why you being so racist today? Because, bro, look at what this dude is doing. I mean, come on, bro. Look at what this dude is doing on my live chat right here. You know, this dude is over here, trying to, disrespect Muslims and this and that, trying to make a point without making a point. But then, he says, I've subbed for a long time. You always been nice. Yeah, thank you, my man. I don't mean it. Look, man, I'm sorry if I come across that way. He says, don't rise to one troll. You're right, my man. You're right about that. You're not wrong, right? I'm not going to badger you and say, oh, you're wrong. How dare you tell me that? No, because I'm not above correction, right? I am not above correction. That is one thing that I will say, right? But when you go after my people like that, that's just what it is, man. You know what I mean? Look, man, in the streets, bro, listen, there's people out there that are in black gangs that fight Mexican gangs, and there are people in Mexican gangs that fight black gangs, and sometimes they say things that are a little bit racially derogatory, but really, a lot of that comes from the place of gangbanging and tribal warfare rather than actual racism itself. So, yeah. He says, okay, Takia Salafis. All right, bro, I am whatever you say I am. Because I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, then why would I say I am? He says he was posting a Quran verse. He didn't say a single word. Yeah, bro, because he doesn't know how to speak English. But I know exactly what he is trying to say. I thought about that. I thought about blocking him, but I thought, you know what? Let's just keep this going. Why not? You know what I mean? Let's just keep this going. I'm sure it's, it's not the worst idea in the world to, keep it going and cracking with him. You know what I mean? I mean, he is helping with the engagement after all. I can't be too mad at that. But, yeah. All right, so here we go. Alicia Baumgartner and the Canadian about to get it on. But, yeah, man, shout out to Rodzilla, man. Thank you for being a long time follower and listener, and KFC is one of the official sponsors for this fight. Very interesting. All right, here we go. Round number 1. And now block me, Salafist Takia, fake Muslim. See, this is what I mean. He says Baumgartner is originally from Ohio. Yeah, you see, this is what I mean, Rodzilla. This is why, I went after him and said what I said. That's why I called him, what I called him. You know what I mean? Is because of that. You know, but on any regard, Waruma, Waruma, Bottega, Aruba, the nigga, come, He says, Born, why you bringing down your own religion? He's not Muslim, bro. He's a Hindu. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Waterman. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's a Hindu, bro. This dude is a Hindu. You know, I can tell he's Indian, so you know, there it is, man. I'm not gonna say any more other than that. You know what I mean? So, and this is contested in 3 minutes. Each of these rounds, by the way. So we're in for like a 12-round fight. So, you know, we're gonna be waiting a while before Joshua and Joshua and Jake Paul walk out. So. He says, this man is a warrior. You want him as your neighbor. Thank you, Rodzilla, man. Shout outs to you on that, my man. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I wish you guys were my neighbors as well. You know, we would probably be here right now hanging out together, like on camera and this and that. Like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, yo, this fight is awesome. This is great. You know, like hanging out with the boys type of thing, you know? So, yeah, man. Shout out to all of you, man. But yeah, man, good observation on that, Marty. Yes, she is from Ohio. You know, once again, Ohio producing some of the most talented athletes out there. He says, if I was your neighbor, I'd be trying to train with you, man. Yes, and that's another thing too. Yes, the training would obviously be much available to us, me and you training together. Yes, that would also be another, you know, advantage, you know, which is why Uriah, when I first moved to Sacramento, right, he had like all rows of houses of like fighters living there. Till this day, he still has that going on, right? Uriah has this like college dorm manager, alumni of that college vibe going on. You know what I mean? Like, you know, those guys that are like alumni of a college, right? And then they run like the dorms. They're like the managers of the dorms. Yet they were also former alumni of that college. Kind of like that Mike guy from Saved by the Bell, the college years, right? Mike was this character in the Saved by the Bell college years where he was like a former football player. He was like, you know, the man's man. He was like everybody's, you know, guy's guy. You know what I mean? Like the former athlete. That's who Uriah Faber is in a nutshell, right? You know, that's who Uriah is. He's like that guy, right? He's got a house full, a row of houses with his fighters living in it. Of course, some of them, you know, end up moving when they start, you know, developing their own businesses, their own careers and whatnot. But for the majority of the international fighters and the people that he recruits around the world, you know, a lot of them are hanging out in, you know, in that house. So, yeah, Buster Douglas is giving Jake Paul a lot of chance here of winning. Man, Buster Douglas is still alive. All right, man, that's awesome. Yeah, 36-year-old Anthony Joshua, to be exact, to kind of give you guys context, you know, of you know, the kind of Anthony Joshua that is, you know, that we're dealing with here. You know, Warum says haram. Well, you're haram. What's haram? What is haram that you're talking about? He says, Ronaldo just made a good point. Paul couldn't knock out a 60-year-old Tyson. That's the exhibition. Now, how is he going to knock out Joshua? Because that's an exhibition, right? And this is a real fight. And let's be honest about this, right? Mike Tyson and Jake Paul are mates. You know what I mean? Like, they're mates. They're mates. They're homeboys. So I saw Jake pull back on that fight a little bit. I saw him pull back a little bit, right? I saw Jake trying to develop some footwork movement in that fight. And I think the reason he was doing that was because he wanted to hone down on his new skills of footwork, okay, rather than going in there and basically trying to kill Mike Tyson, which isn't what he was trying to do. Yeah, bro, they're mates, bro. They're homeboys. You know, they're homeboys for real. And Anthony Joshua doesn't really have that same relationship with Jake Paul. It's not the same type of relationship. You know what I mean? Like, they're total strangers to each other. Mike is not, right? Like, I've heard Jake call Mike Tyson Uncle Mike a few times, right? You know, I'm sure you guys have had uncles. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but for me, the most I'll ever do with an uncle of mine is spar them. And if I'm going to spar them, I would happen to be better than them if that was the case, I would pull back a little bit. I wouldn't be out trying to maim them or trying to, you know, take them out or anything like that. I would be very careful about what I'm doing with them out there, not for myself, but for them. Right? That's kind of what Jake Paul, you know, did in a nutshell. So he says, yeah, well, Mike is a legend. Anyone worth a damn should have our respect for the man. For sure, but you could say that about Holyfield as well. But how did that work out with Vitor Belfort? He's like, man, I'm knocking you out in front of Donald Trump, bro. Donald Trump is commentating on my fight. I'm knocking you out right here. And there's not a lot of respect there. And that was an exhibition. Right, so I don't even know how Vitor got paid for that one, right? Because if you knock somebody out during an exhibition, oh, there's Michael Irvin right there, man. There's Michael Irvin right there with, I don't know, with some white girl. I mean, you know, these black athletes are always with white girls. I mean, what do you expect, right? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's Bert. Is that Bert Kreischer? His little cuck ass. Little Bert Kreischer right there next to Michael Irvin. He says, I'm not a cowboy, I'm a Bronco, I'm an underdog. That's good. He says NFL game day. He says, if I ever met a girl and found out she used to be that type, I would never talk to her again. What type do you mean? You mean like, oh, yeah, just being all out. Yeah. Yeah, that's, you know, it's kind of weird, isn't it? You know, those red pill guys are kind of right about a lot of things. I mean, look, they say it in a very harsh way, which I can see why they get canceled for it, but a lot of things that they say are right. Like, a lot of these women that are like in their 20s, what do? They go out and you know, basically do F shit, this, that, and the other, right? You know, meet with athletes, this, that, and the other. And most of the time, you know, you're really just a throwaway for a lot of these athletes, right? So, you know, once you become a throwaway, like, you expect yourself to be like, I think having that experience, oh, now I was with an athlete or whatever, even though you were being used and abused in that whole entire dynamic, you somehow think that you're better than the next guy that you get at. And so that is the reason why they end up in, you know, a lot of lonely relationships later down the road. You know what I mean? So for all those out there, you know, who are in your early 20s or so, you know, just always remember, you know, self-preserve yourself the best way you know how, because that's the only way a man will respect you. You know, at least if you want a man that's worthwhile anything, or a man that's righteous or has, you know, an understanding of these things. So that's that, man. All right, so Baumgartner is landing a whole lot more than Bedouin right now, which is not a surprise. Speaking of which, how about that Travis Hunter guy? I believe he was Deion Sanders' son. I mean, people warned him about that girl, and look what happened. So, oh, I don't know. I don't know if she did or not, Marty. That that small detail, I couldn't tell you, but yeah. Oh, there's what's that dude's name? Jack something. Jack Dorothy, the social media influencer. And then there's Dave Portnoy. There's Bert Kreischer, the talentless idiot that no one cares about. For whatever reason, Luke Thomas seems to hate this guy. He says he's like a fat, hairy 9-year-old. Bert is such a tool. You know what, bro? Listen. He says, oh, that one he just had a baby with. Yes, yes. Gotcha. Yeah, Bert is an example of a guy that is popular because he got put on. You know what I mean? He got put on by Joe Rogan. That's really all there is to it. If he didn't have any of the powerful friends that he had going on, he wouldn't be worth anything. Just like Papa Schaub. Yeah, man. No, facts, man. Schaub is definitely in that same category. Yeah, no doubt, bro. I absolutely put Schaub in that category. You got to watch the podcast, Cringe's latest video on Schaub. Which one is that exactly? Yeah, you got to let me know which one that is. Is it the latest episode where they talk about Anthony Joshua? Or, yeah, you got to let me know which one that is. I'll probably go check it out after these fights right here. You gotta watch the podcast, Cringe's latest video on Sean. Which one is that exactly? There's a channel called Podcast. Okay, he just released a video about Schaub's. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, so it's a podcast that is not Brendan Schaub. It's obviously commentating on Brendan Schaub. Got it. Okay. Yeah, it explains everything I've been trying to tell you about Schaub and why I don't like him. Yeah, naturally, he's a person that is, just somebody that is naturally unlikable, right? It's just really the classic predisposition that you can, see out of Schaub. He's just, he's not a very likable person. You know what I mean? Like, he's a spoiled kid. I think he's really selfish, right? I think there's a lot of things to not like about Brendan Schaub. He's a typical infidel. You know what I mean? He's kind of a typical rich kid. Yeah. I think I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, that is a very good point. That's a very good point. All right, so there's Derek James right there. Yes, spoiled, extremely selfish, narcissistic, constantly lies to make himself look good, etc. Yeah, yeah, Brendan Schaub in a nutshell. All right, man. So, yeah, man, this is hands down Alicia Baumgartner's, win right here. This is, yeah, an easy win for her, straight up. Easy win. Yeah, it's good hooks right here. Man, a lot of clinching going on right here, pushing her up against the ropes. What is the reason for so many rounds in boxing? Well, back in the days, they had like 100 rounds, but they were like a minute each. So also, I think that's feasible to do that, considering that in boxing, it's a little bit more of an aerobic sport rather than an anaerobic sport. You know what I mean? So they, with MMA, they got to have like a 25-minute limit because, by the end of the day, that's really what it comes down to. You know what I mean? It's anaerobic, right? So, the aspect of getting tired is going to be a lot more prevalent than, let's say, that of boxing. So, yeah, man, the eyes of Bedouin right here is getting messed up, man. Her eyes getting busted up. Good. He says, wouldn't there be more action if they did 5 to 8 minutes? Guys won't have to pace themselves as much. Well, I tell you what, how about this, right? Anthony Joshua, we're going to see a sprint out of him in this fight. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because you are going to see a sprint out of Anthony Joshua out of this one, right? This is not usually the type of fight that he sprints at, right? Not at a 12-round fight, but at an 8-round fight, yeah. He says, because let's be honest, a bunch of boxing matches end up being a clinch test and dudes laying on each other. Sometimes it depends. Depends on the fighter and the style that they have going on. With this particular women's fight, there seems to be a lot of that going on as well. But then there's also a lot of range fighting. Like right now, there's another clinch right there, especially when they get into close range. They don't know how to, prevent themselves from clinching in that position, right, or backing away. They just are natural to, that type of predisposition. So okay, so there it is. Now, now back into the clinch position again. I see what you mean, man. It looks frustrating. All right, so that's the end of another round right there. Another clinch fest that they had going on there. And yeah, I didn't expect less on this round right here. So yeah, just clinching after clinching after clinching, I suppose. There's Anthony Joshua warming up right there. He says, so would you be a fan of 1 round, no time limit on MMA? 1 round, no time. Yeah, that's called valet judo. They still have fights like that going on in Brazil, or a 10-minute first round like Pride. Yeah, they have very similar, similar fighting organizations like that in Brazil. Look up Valet Judo Hero, right? That's an organization down in Brazil where they, have bare knuckle fights, basically valet judo fights, right? That still exists in today's environment. So, I know, but I'm asking if you think that's how it should be in the UFC. No. The reason why I say no, Marty, I know that a lot of people have these innovative ideas of what they want to see with rules being implemented in MMA or in particular in the UFC. The reason why I say no is because the UFC is already an established business, and to gear off and steer away from it, I think would harm the product. I think it would harm the product in a way where the familiarity of what they were trying to build and the vision that Dana White has of that familiarity, I think would be destroyed. Believe it or not, listen, familiarity is a very marketable thing. MMA Guru, believe it or not, is very good at that. Familiarity. Look at the fonts that he has on his text, right? On the thumbnails. If you notice, I use the same thing. That's familiarity, right? The black and the white colors, right? That's familiarity to you guys. The consistency of being on at a certain time, right? The simplicity of just having a microphone. And yeah, so yes, she absolutely dropped her right there. Um, I'd advise to hold off a little bit on some, results because remember we're dealing with Netflix, right? So, our time is going to be different, right? Like I don't know what it is. Some people's feed is faster than others, and then some is slower than others. But yeah. All right. Yeah, that was a good drop though, man, by Alicia Gardner there. Baumgardner to be exact. All right, so about a minute and 45 in the eighth round right now. Man, I can't believe it, man. Jake and Anthony Joshua are going to be on very shortly. This is going to be insane. I can't wait, guys. All right, so once again, more clinching going on, as Marty had mentioned earlier, right? You know, just constant clinching after clinching. I think a lot of this is just indicative of the fact that, you know what, they're not very skilled fighters. You know what I mean? Like, man, listen, women are not skilled fighters. Can we be honest about this, right? You know, at the highest level, he says, what if Jake knocks him out? Bro, I hope my neighbors don't call the cops on me is all I'm going to say, because, you know, I'm probably going to be yelling very loud, you know, as a result of that. So I'm probably going to be very excited if that was to happen. He says, will that be the biggest upset ever? Bro, the biggest upset in sports, not just in fighting, right? Because obviously in fighting, Buster Douglas has that title. Holly Holmes has that title. That was like 10 years ago. Now 10 years later, here we are, right? 10 years ago, we didn't even know what an Anthony Joshua was, to be quite honest with you. What is this? This, okay, how poetic, right? Netflix is marketing this this story about a man like climbing a skyscraper, and it kind of goes into the theme of all of this, right? The biggest upset ever, right? A tall mountain to climb, a tall skyscraper to climb, and that is Anthony Joshua for Jake Paul. And we're just minutes away from witnessing that, right? Just a couple of rounds away. You know, so yeah, you know what a great opportunity Jake Paul has in front of him right now. Very insane opportunity for Jake Paul to pull off what is, you know, probably deemed the impossible for a lot of people here. Yeah, Layla Ali is saying that she's a technical fighter. Yeah, biggest upset in sports, Marty. Not just in fighting, you know, because I want you to think of it like this, right? I want you to imagine this. 5 years ago, I started getting into soccer, right? And this is kind of strange, considering that I should have probably been coming around it. I have a lot of you know, family members that are pro soccer players, right? Like professional ones, and you know, real famous ones too. That, you know, I'm. Let me just say that I'm not in liberty to mention. Okay, let's just put it like that. But with that in mind, understand this. I started playing soccer, just not like professionally, obviously, like pickup games, you know, with a bunch of Somali kids here and there, right? But take, for example, 5 years ago, I got into soccer, and now I'm a champion in the Premier League. I'm outscoring Erling Haaland, right? Like, that is what Jake Paul would be the equivalent to if he was to pull this upset off tonight. So, you know, there's a lot on the line for Anthony Joshua. And that moment could absolutely midget the living heck out of Anthony Joshua. It could absolutely midget him. Like, think about that. What is that symbol right there? The YA symbol. What the? It says yeah, he has to be feeling some pressure, but maybe that's just him making it even better. Yeah. Yeah, he might just come out in straight Terminator mode. You know what? Anthony Joshua is looking to kill Jake Paul. I believe him. Right? Conor McGregor says, you know what, man? You know, I seen Anthony Joshua live, yeah? You know, he's a nice man. He's a good man, yeah? But there's a little bit of anger inside Anthony Joshua. You know, I remember him saying that, man. Yeah, that was great, man. That was great promo Conor cut for Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul here. He even gave Jake Paul a lot of respect. He says, man, I give you a lot of respect in the world to get in there and do this. So, yeah. All right, man. So, heading into round number 10 of Baumgardner and Bedouin. All right, 1-2 shot right there by Bedouin, just trying to walk her down. And we have Andrew Tate fighting tomorrow. That's always good. He says, what round and time are you at? I am at round number 10, 120, 119, 118, 117. It says I'm at round 10:55 seconds. Oh, wow. Okay, so you're a little ahead. You're a little ahead. Just a little bit. You know, and I am like at my livest portion right now on the screen. So... yeah, 2 more rounds. That's right. Yep. 2 more rounds of this, man. It's almost like, hey, listen, we're going to put on a boring women's championship fight. And with that, we're going to make sure that it's so boring that once we get to the main event, you are going to be so stoked and excited for it. And here we are. But by the very least, you guys got to let me go and take a break on getting a coffee right after this fight, okay? I need to have coffee for this fight, guys. You know, I've been having a very busy week, this and that. I just want nothing better than to have a nice cup of coffee and perhaps seeing Jake Paul make history or get knocked the F out, right? It says Nunes and Harrison is the first female fight I cared about in a while. Facts. Facts. He says, how do you like your coffee? Black. No, not all the time. I like creamer. You know, I like creamer. I used to just only drink black. You know what? During Ramadan, I drink only black, right? And it's not because it's haram to drink, you know, cream during Ramadan or haram to drink cream at all, but because I just want to physically test myself, right? So in other words, no pleasure of any kind. Like, you know, in Ramadan, I get really skinny in Ramadan because I consume literally 0 sugar. Like that includes processed sugar or any, I mean, yeah, not even brown sugar, to be quite honest with you. I consume none of it, right? No sugar or anything like that. He says, I love creamer. I go back and forth between creamer and black with sativa. Yeah, that's what it is, man. That's what it is. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's weird with guys that don't like coffee with creamer. I kind of get it, though. I get it if, let's say, you are like, you know, a real fat ass, right? And you really got to, like, you know, lose, you know, weight or whatever. Like, that's okay. I get that. But if you're a normal shaped guy or you're a decently in shape guy, I don't see what's wrong with having, you know, a good creamer here and there, right? You know, and then also, you got to understand, right? Listen, man, I'm a 40-year-old man, right? You know, yeah, I could keep up with the YNs in the gym and this, that, and the other, but my body is still 40 years old, which means that I have acid reactions, right? So I got to take Tums when I drink coffee. I'm going to have to probably take a couple of Tums, you know, while drinking coffee because, you know, you don't want your stomach to, like, you know, rumble the wrong way, right? You know, or, you know, or have upset stomach or, you know, anything like that. So, but yeah, there's a lot of acid in black coffee, right? A lot of acid that could, yeah, that could, you know, hurt your stomach. I mean, not hurt it like, permanently, but, you know, temporarily. He says, yeah, Bedwing is showing a lot of heart. Yeah, she is, right? That's only what you can do when you are taking on a highly proficient operator like Alicia Baumgartner, right? That's all that you can really do is just display heart, right? That's what Brian Ortega did against Volkanovski. That's what John Jones did against Alexander Gustafsson, even though we all vehemently know that Alexander Gustafsson had lost that fight, or I'm sorry, had won that fight. It was John Jones that lost that fight, but you know what? It showed us the heart of John Jones. But by the end of the day, he still won, and I think that his heart is, I think, what won it for the judges, in my humble opinion. So, yeah. Yeah, Derek James, the trainer of Alicia Baumgartner and also the trainer of Errol Spence, also trained with Anthony Joshua as well. I wonder what Anthony Joshua did, or what did Derek James do for them to separate. But Anthony Joshua now trains with Alexander Usyk. This is so wonderful. Look, do you know how dangerous? So here's another thing, right? Anthony Joshua is training with a guy that beat him twice, the guy that made him box the best fight that he ever had to box. And now whatever it is that they did in the ring twice in 24 rounds, they're now doing that with each other, okay, in the gym. And not only is Anthony Joshua sparring with Alexander Usyk, he's also doing the conditionings with Alexander Usyk. So now you're learning the conditioning of Alexander Usyk, the Eastern European style of conditioning. Daniel Hamid, you guys remember him, right? I've had conversations with him behind the scenes. I've talked to Daniel Hamid behind the scenes. And, you know, even though we get into online spats and banter and this and that, you know how British guys are. You know, they're always into this, oh, banter, banter. Yeah, you know what, I'll make fun of your mom. I'll make fun of this and that. But by the end of the day, it's banter. It's banter. You know, meanwhile, with American street guys, it's no such thing, right? You know, you call me a bitch ass ninja or whatever, this and that. You know, I'm ready to slide off and ride on you. You know, that's how we get down in America. And they get down like that too. They also have their own gangster culture. But for the most part, the average person is okay with banter in the UK. Oh, I'm going to make fun of your mom. Yeah, I'm going to make fun of your dad. Oh, ha, ha. It's just a joke. It's just banter. You know, but yes, behind all that, you know, we do have serious conversations, me and Daniel Hamid. And one of the things that I told him, because he said that he wants to go box out of the white collar scene and into the amateur scene of Great Britain, because he wants some of his fights to count. When you're doing white collar boxing matches, they don't count, right? So I told Daniel Hamid, I said to him, brother, what you need to do if you want to box in the amateurs, in the ABAs of the UK, by the way, that's their amateur system, right? The ABA, that's where Anthony Joshua and Dylan White first fought, was under the ABA sanctioning body. So I told him, if you're going to compete in the ABA, you need to work on your conditioning. Because I notice a lot of British boxers are not really that heavy into their conditioning, at least not the way that Americans are and not the way that Russian boxers or other Russian athletes are. So for Daniel Hamid needs to learn to box first, LOL. Yes, yes, believe me, we've had that conversation as well. Okay, we've had that conversation as well. So Ezek Delgado says, hey, Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer, bad news. Ozzy Osbourne passed away on July 22nd. Yes, I remember that. Yes. You're very late on the news there, man. Were you, Delgado, answer me this question, right? This is not in any way to be degrading or anything like that. This is honestly a very thoughtful and serious question, right? Are you a fisherman? Are you in the military? Are you in some sort of job that put you under a rock for a couple of months to where now you are figuring this out? Because look, I'll give you an example, right? Marine Corps Boot Camp 2004, right? I went in there, didn't hear music. And, you know, at that time and even till now, you know, I was a big hip hop head, right? So I heard no music or anything like that. One day, while I had to go to the chow hall or whatever, you know, this was one of those weeks during boot camp where we were like on, what do you call this? Like, where we had like mess hall, duty, or, yeah, you know, just helping out with general labor stuff, or just general, you know, oh, go here, pick this up, or this and that, you know, or clean this, you know, one of those things, right? One of those down weeks we had, for, Marine Corps Boot Camp. And I remember hearing a song, right? Not hearing the song for the first time. It was the first time I remember it. Keisha Coles with the song, I Changed My Mind. It was a big song that she did back in 2004, right? And the first time that I heard it was on the radio. I didn't even know who she was, right? I just know that there was a remix on it. It was Shine that was on the remix, the one that P. Diddy got locked up. But anyways, yeah. So didn't hear music for a while, and that was the first music that I heard in like 3 months, and it was like out and I didn't even know about it, right? What else was out at that time that I didn't know about? New York by Ja Rule? No, that was probably 05. But anyways, Victory says, how do they allow a fight like this with weight and experience differences? Why would the commission allow it? Well, here it is, man. It's Florida, brother. That's what it is. It's Florida. Okay? Any state that is conservative will allow this fight. Texas was going to allow this fight. However, Texas saw Gervonta Davis with the type of rap sheet that he had. They're like, no, we're not going to be in business with this guy. And Netflix didn't want to be in business with Gervonta Davis because the charges, the domestic charges at that point was so heavily pronounced. All right, so let's hear what the unanimous decision winner is of this one. Alicia Baumgartner. That's no, yeah. Listen, this is one of those fights where you knew that's what was going to happen. You knew Anderson Silva was going to beat Tyron Woodley, right? That's what I told you guys, right? A lot of these fights are very predictable. Now, let's get to the fight that we think is predictable, but also is very unpredictable, and that is the main event of the evening. So this is going to be a decision according to you. Yes, that's what I'm going with right there. I'm going official decision with Anthony Joshua. Zeke says, hey, Kyrie Abu El-Kheer, I went to the weekend concert, was May 30th this year, my hometown, Chicago, Illinois. Soldier in the... Oh, okay, so you do serve. Okay, so are you currently active right now? And while you were in the concert, were you on leave, and then you went back, and once you go back to the field, then yeah, you don't know what's going on, you know what I mean? So I think that's what's going on, right? Because yeah, it's very strange. Like, look, when you told me that, when you said, oh yeah, Ozzy passed July 22nd, yo, listen, this really reminds me of a lot of guys that I know that are like right now, if you know a lot of military guys in the field, right, and you also follow MMA, they'll say something to the extent like, oh man, Uncle Liev, beat up, Alex Pereira, right? Uncle Liev beat up Alex Pereira. Well, that was months ago, and now Alex Pereira came back to beat him up, right? It's like one of those things, right? Like they were outside in the civilian world while they were watching Uncle Liev beat the shit out of Alex Pereira, and only to go back out into the field, come back into the real world again to find out that Uncle Liev already got beat while they were out in the field. So yeah, think about that. Something to think about. But very interesting that you shared that with me. So I have enough insights to kind of see that, like, okay, you know what? I kind of understand why this man is telling me this news, because most people that you work with on a normal daily basis, when you guys have that water cooler conversation at the break room at the office, they're not going to tell you about Ozzy Osbourne dying in July 22nd. I mean, not even in the mid 90s or 2000s or mid 2000s they did anything like that. Once it was old news, it's like, but yeah, very interesting though, very interesting. So you went to his concert in May, you said, right? Is that right? So you went to his concert in May, from what I understand, and that was in Chicago. Okay, that's awesome, man. Let me see if I can pull up footage of Ozzy Osbourne performing in Chicago, is it? He says, who are these yentas at the desk? So Layla Ali, that's the daughter of Muhammad Ali. Okay, you got to put some respect on her name. Oh, London. Okay, my hometown is Chicago. Okay, but you saw the concert in London, and you're serving as a soldier. Is that right? Let me know. He says, yes, I didn't know that. Yeah, there you go, man. Put some respect in her name, man. You know what I mean? That's Muhammad Ali's daughter right there, But yeah, Muhammad Ali's daughter. So yeah, that's Layla Ali. I don't know who the other one is. She's just there as we'll pair you up with Layla Ali because you're a DEI hire. But Layla Ali is like nepotism at its best, right? Like, I don't think we would put Layla Ali on the desk if she wasn't, the greatest of all times ever daughter, right? Like, I don't think we would really care. You know what I mean? She would just be like any other, Yeah, he's like, yeah, that was for you, Fresh. Yeah, oh man, Liz. Oh man. You know, I had a Libyan buddy of mine, right? You know, he watches my channel too. You know, he doesn't comment or anything like that, right? I told him, yeah, listen, man, come in on the comments sometime, right? You know, there's a lot of people out there that watch my stuff, but, you know, don't comment. So this is what he said to me, you know, behind closed doors, right? He's a Sacramento guy, right? This is what he said to me in person. He says, dude, I noticed you're gaining a lot of, you know, right-wing conservative fans. And I said, why is that? I explained to him, you really want to know why I'm gaining this kind of fan base? Let me explain something to you. What is going on in the Middle East right now? He says, okay, what about? Well, that's a strong indication of why people are coming around my side of things, right? Because, you know, there's a common enemy. You know what I mean? There's a common enemy there. I can't put my finger to it. Na 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 na. Who's ready for their bar mitzvah? Okay, yeah. There's a demand for people to speak up against those people, the small hats. There it is. So that's what I explained to him. I said, listen, bro, you understand. And here's another thing too. Here's another thing too. You know what Nick Fuentes said about the German painter, right? You know what he said about the German painter? You remember that, right? He was speaking about the German painter or the Austrian painter, whatever he was. That some say he was German, some say he was Austrian, some even say he was Jewish. Okay? He says, hey, Kyrie Abu El-Kheer, your favorite The Weeknd songs. Hey, Kyrie Abu El-Kheer, your favorite The Weeknd songs. Which Weeknd songs are you talking about, or is that the name of the title that you are talking about? But yeah, man, a lot of people are really angry at those, at the boys. Myron always plays these, you know, little sounds, you know, every time he talks about them boys. You know what I mean? It's so hilarious. But here's the thing, right? That's the reason why you see a lot of unusual type of alliances. That's really what it is. Oh, what is this? Patty Pimlet in Battlefield? Wow, man, they got Patty Pimlet in Battlefield as a character. Battlefield 6. Wow, Patty Pimlet in Battlefield 6. Yeah, man. You know, looks like they really set Patty up for that one. Wow. They really set up Patty for that one. All right, guys, listen. Be right back with some coffee, okay? Okay, he said less than 0 from the Weekend Back song in March 2022. Okay. Okay. All right, yeah, that makes sense. He says this is crazy. Yeah, it is. This is crazy. Excuse me. Ooh, that coffee's too good, bro. Joshua won the gold medal at 22. 2012. Yeah. He won not. Oh. They said they shouldn't even be in the same atmosphere. Bro, listen, man, it's so undeniable. He was 22 years old. Yep. Oh, okay, 22 years old. Yes. Yeah, there's Layla Ali right there with Andre Ward. So Andre Ward wants the winner, huh? Wow, man. Andre Ward wants the winner. He had a chance to fight Anthony Joshua. He'd been calling out Anthony Joshua. Yeah, Jake started his career in 2020. He did. But what does that tell you? That tells you, dude, never underestimate the ability of a wrestler. He says, hey, Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer, Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua main event right now. Yup, that's right. That's right, Delgado. But what does that tell you? That tells you, dude, never underestimate the ability of a wrestler. He says, hey, Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer, Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua main event right now. Yup, that's right. That's right, Delgado. He says, Ghostbuster, if Jake wins, something is shady. Nah, not necessarily, man. You know what I mean? Oh my god, man, this coffee's making me... Be right back. All right. I gotta tell you guys, it is such an advantage. Well, let me just say that if you're an MMA streamer, you better have a restroom near your studio. If you're a streamer, period. I don't know how dudes stream. Well, okay, stream MMA in particular, right? Like MMA Guru does all these long hour streams and never goes to the bathroom, right? Like I do streams that are as equally long, but there's a rhyme and reason, you know, as to how I extend it. You know what I mean? Like with him, he just sits there like, I don't know, dude. Have you ever been on a long flight with people who literally sat in their seat the whole entire flight, never went to the bathroom, never got up? Like, I don't know how I could be any of those people, to be quite honest with you. You know, as to how I extend it. You know what I mean? Like, with him, he just sits there like, I don't know, dude. Have you ever been on a long flight with people who literally sat in their seat the whole entire flight, never went to the bathroom, never got... But yeah, man, we're just awaiting the main event. He says, okay, let's see here. So Jake started his at 2020. Hey, I agree with Lennox Lewis. Victory says, Jake ain't ready for the heavyweight power. Okay. It's going to be insane if he even lasts the whole fight. Ghostbusters. Victory says, what if they botch a fix? Like a missed punch, knockout, or something. No, bro. Listen. Cash Patel, all right, will be all over it. I'm surprised Cash Patel did not fly over to Miami with his girlfriend in front row to be sitting and watching the fight like this. You know Cash Patel with his, like, you know, super wide eyes. Like, he has one of those eyes that, like, looks hyper-focused. Like... You know what I mean? There better not be any fixing here. You know, like that. Like, I'm surprised he's not doing that. Bro, look, you can't fix fights in 2025. I think if ever, to fix fights, it would not be in 2025 because Cash Patel, guess what, is a fight bro like the rest of us. He just happens to be the director of the FBI. You know, now, if I was the director of the FBI, would I do the same thing? I couldn't answer that question for you because I would have never really had any ambitions on being law enforcement. I know there's a lot of military guys out there that are, like, really big into trying, what do you call it? They're really big into getting into law enforcement or getting into DEA or getting into sheriffs, law enforcement field. This is like the natural thing that a lot of military guys do, right? It's just, it wasn't my thing. It's just like, man, you know, you lived your whole entire teenage years, the last of your teenage years to be given orders, and now you're just going to be given orders for the rest of your adult life, and then giving normal civilians orders, you know, with the potential of them harming you. It's just, yeah, I don't know, man, but that's why, man, law enforcement is not an easy job. You know, what they do is not easy, so, you know, credit to them. You know, because not all cops are bad. You know what I mean? That's really what it is. Not all cops are bad people. But, yeah. He says, I know I'm saying what if. Then yeah. Hey, Kyrie, DJ music. What do you mean DJ music? You want me to... Okay, you know what? I'll do music that is not copyrighted, so we'll go with this. A little bit of a nice summer vibe, you know what I mean? This is like that summer vibe in the beaches of San Diego, in the beaches of Santa Monica, in the beaches of Mexico, across the borders. Oh, and oh, look, as you're looking across the borders, there's the border guards. And as the border guards are, oh my goodness, are they over there committing an act of like, are they committing some sort of crime against humanity? Because these people are trying to cross over. And in the way that others are seeing it, what am I doing, man? I was supposed to make this into like some sort of like beach promo. Bump, bump. But yeah, good vibe nonetheless. Let's give it up for Jake Paul. Come on, a little louder of applause for Jake Paul. Let's hear it for Jake Paul one more time. All right, back to the music. The pre-fight music. He said boo. All right, you know what? Andrew Tate is also fighting tomorrow, so man, not a bad week, huh? Not a bad week for fights. Not a bad week for fights where we don't have UFC. You know what I mean? Said Jake Paul is going to be closing into action. You know what? David Haye used to play pre-fight music like this. At least like in his fights where there was like all these events, he would like put it on YouTube. He says, I always liked Ronaldo. Some find him annoying. Yeah, man, he's a very knowledgeable combat sports journalist, right? Obviously, he does it all. Oh, there's Dave Portnoy. Boo! Boo! Fuck Dave Portnoy. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, that slipped. Somebody's gonna clip that one day and be like, oh, your guy says he never curses. And then here's, you know, him saying the F word. I caught you cursing. You're not a real Muslim. Oh, man. Yo, listen, when I first moved to Stockton, right, I had a few homies that would watch me fast for Ramadan, right? They would watch me fast for Ramadan. I swear to you, there was a few times where I thought about quitting. I'm like, man, listen, I don't know if I want to. They're like, listen, if you don't fast, homie, we gonna have you DP'd by the Muslim police. That's what they would say to me. And for those that know what a DP is, you know what a DP is. If you know, you know. If you don't, that's not for you to know. But yeah, he says, whatever, man, you're real. Yeah, you're right. That's what it is, right? Just being real. Yeah, you know, obviously it's not a norm that I curse. In fact, I don't think I even really curse at all. Other than what you know, you just heard me say, and now I can't edit that because this is a live stream, and you know, anyone around the world could literally just clip what I'm saying right now. Like, hey, you know what? Let's go clip what he's saying right now. Let's go set up this Muslim kid, right? Let's set him up, you know, and make sure he goes to Guantanamo Bay. Is Guantanamo Bay even still active right now? Probably not. Probably not. It's probably out of commission right now. It's probably now overran by the Cubans, you know? Wow, man. And still more commercials for Jake and Anthony Joshua. Still more commercials for Anthony and Jake. And yeah. I'm going to tell you why I like that Cameron was the host, right? This is what I've been wanting to tell you guys before the feed was cutting off in the original stream, right? This is what I wanted to tell you about the Cameron interview. I liked it And I liked that it was Cameron for this reason alone, right? The reason why I liked it because it was Cameron is because Cameron used to have a fighting league, I believe, right? Let's see here. Cameron, let me look this up right here. Cameron, Joel Santana, MMA, right? They had an MMA fight back in the days. They used to host an MMA fight. It was on BET. Let me see if they have they had a fight club, but it was MMA, right? This was like even way before the 2005. So we're talking about like pre Forrest Griffin and Stephen Bonner. Okay, let's see what that is right here. I could look this up on Wells, Santana. Oh, okay. He says, hey, Kyrie El-Kheer, bad news. Selena's dad passed away last Saturday night. Dang, bro. Dang. When was this, man? This is like such lost footage, man. Yeah, this was fought at a boxing ring, too. MMA at a boxing ring. He says, yeah, R.I.P. Abraham, Selena's dad. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't show this, but yeah, in BET they had MMA fights on BET back in the days. I don't know why they don't have this, huh? It looks like they scrubbed it out of the internet. Huh, weird. Anyways, yeah, there's Bert Kreischer again showing his fat ass that we don't need to be seeing. Juan Soto has no idea who that is. All right, so we got the national anthems playing for the two countries right now. Sky Bishop, huh? Who's this? Is it America first or Britain first? All right, so we got the national anthems playing for the two countries right now. Okay, so it's God Save the King. So it is going to be the British, national anthem first. Is it America first or Britain first? To all my British. Okay, so it's God Save the King. So it is shout outs to Zane. Shout out to all my homies in the UK. You're kind of nervous for who, though? For your Ohio guy or Anthony Joshua, a guy that has given us a lot of great fights and a lot of great nights. Who are you nervous for? Hey Kyrie, a El-Kheer UK song. Yes. And now for our national anthem. Just to see what's going to happen. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. So it's not the person. It's not necessarily the person or who you're going for that's getting you nervous. It's more about the overall outcome. Just to see what's going to happen. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. So it's not the person. It's not necessarily the person or who you're going for that's getting you nervous. It's more about when they say that the pen is mightier than the sword. Okay, this right here is my death wish hit list signature right here. I want this guy whacked. Boom. When they say that the pen is mightier than the sword. Okay, this right here is my death wish hit list signature right here. I want this guy whacked. Boom. That's right. USA. USA. Yeah, man. Judo. Shout out to you, Judo. Hi. Shout out to you, my man. Victory says, what was that emblem on Joshua's necklace he wore all week? Just saw someone else in the crowd. I'll have it. Was it a Dipset chain, maybe, from Cameron? I don't know. Pepper. Okay. Yeah, you got what was that emblem on Joshua's neck? USA versus UK, Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua. Yes, thank you, Delgado, for stating the obvious. Captain Obvious. Yes, they are going to fight in the ring. Yes, they are fighting in boxing. Yes, they are going to throw punches at each other. Yes, thank you, Captain Obvious. Yes, thank you, Delgado, for stating the obvious. Captain Obvious. Yes, they are going to fight in the ring. Yes, they are fighting in boxing. Yes, they are going to throw punches. All right, man. 6'1", 216, 76-inch reach. Anthony Joshua, 6'6", 243, 36 years old. How old is Jake now? 29? Right? What is the age of Jake Paul right now? Okay, here's Anthony Joshua walking out first. Anthony Joshua looks nervous, right? Says 29. Okay. Oh, wow. There's all the highlights of Anthony Joshua banging up people right now. Ooh, there's Povetkin. Ooh, there's the famous Klitschko uppercut. A lot of pressure on him. Dude, look at his face, dude. 28, you say, Akijodo? Who's right between you two? Maybe Jake just turned 29, perhaps. Maybe that's the case. He says he's gonna break his soulmate. He's gonna break your soulmate. He says no one wants the meme of freaking Jake Paul knocking you out. No, man, you don't want that. Look at Anthony Joshua. No, I noticed no white robe. He's usually in a white robe. Oh, he is 28. Okay, so all right. I'll take your I'll take that over 29 then. Yeah. Yeah, notice Anthony Joshua is not in his usual white robe. Notice that? He's usually in his white robe. If you've watched enough Anthony Joshua fights, it's usually in a white robe, right? Very similar to Ali. This one, he's got like some kind of greenish color. He says, is Conor McGregor there? No, he is not. It's probably better for McGregor to stay away from Miami right now, right? You know what I mean? Like, if he's going to train for the White House card, you need to keep Conor away from LA, away from Miami. You need to keep him away from New York. Heck, you even need to keep him away from Dublin. You know what I mean? And have him train like either in Abu Dhabi or Russia. I think LA is good for Conor McGregor. You know what, man? Conor McGregor, one of his most epic workout scenes is in California. You guys know what I'm talking about? The Conor McGregor workout sessions where he's in Venice Beach. He says, how many punches you think Jake throws in one round? In this one, I think that he's going to, have less volume. All right, so now we got Jake Paul with his TV promo right now. How many punches in round one? I'm going to go with not a lot. I think he's going to look for the heavy shots. What he really needs to do is be a volume puncher, right? But yeah, he says, we'll start if Conor goes to LA. We'll start if Conor goes to LA. What do you mean, we'll start what? Doing coke again if he's in LA? No, I think LA was a great training camp for Conor McGregor. He would go to every random gym, like just any random gym, and just get a spar with different dudes. You know how dangerous that is to do? You know, considering the weight class discrepancy that you may have to deal with. Also, the fact that people actually do want to get at you. But I think it made him sharper. You know, he's had a few good scraps down in some LA gyms from what I heard. Gambling, you mean. Okay, so let's... Gambling, I mean. Okay, we'll start if Conor goes to LA. What do you mean? Like he'll start gambling? If you know, you guys have enough space to write a longer sentences for me to kind of understand. This is the reason why when I talk or when I express things, it's very elaborative, right? And very long, because I don't want you to miss any details. I want you to reciprocate the same type of communication with me so we can have, you know, a much more coherent conversation. He says these walkouts are GAY. They're UFC style walkouts. Would you agree with that, Marty? You as, you know, a very observant, you know, follower of the UFC, would you say that this is very UFC-like? Says Victor, he says, well, it's hard to write a lot sometimes because I'm often doing things while I'm watching. No, not you, bro. I'm talking about Aki Jodo. Like, I understand everything that you're saying. It's very coherent. You're doing enough, right? So even if you're doing, very little to write, or you're doing a lot of writing, you are communicating enough. I was talking about Aki Judo in the live chat. He's just saying these things like, gambling, I mean, I'm just saying that he needs to be a little more elaborative. He says, hey, Kyrie El-Kheer, Anthony Joshua to beat Jake Paul. Yes. Yes, I go with that. Yes. Yeah, so not you, Marty. You're good. You know, whether you're expressing it, you know, in a small emoji with gang signs, you know what I mean, or you're saying yes or no answers. You're using the right context of frame to communicate with me, and I was just asking Aki Jodo to do the same so that I could have a more coherent conversation with him. You know, so yeah, man. This is why. Look, when people say, why do you talk like that, right? And then you have all these friends that are like hoodlums or, gang members or this and that. How is this possible, right? Well, here it is, right? I grew up in different parts of the world, right? Growing rough and growing tough and growing rough and tough is a universal language. Everyone understands that. But I had to talk like the way that I did so that people can understand what I'm saying, right? Dealing with multiple cultures, dealing with multiple languages, dealing with multiple internationalities. All of these things, right? You have to have the right communication pattern to be understood at a higher rate than those that either are limited in their language expression or have none at all. But that's also speaking from, quite honestly, a privileged position because, these types of communications were often done in English speaking countries or countries that have a good following of English, let's say, right? The Arab world, believe it or not, is not one of them. Like, you can't just go to any parts of the Arab world and expect people to speak English. The world in Germany and other parts of Western Europe, they're not English centric. In France, very anti-English. But if you go to the Philippines, you go to India, you go to some parts of Asia, mostly the Philippines, they are very coherent in their English. In fact, Israel Adesanya official. This is not the official Israel Adesanya, is it? No, it's not. You have like no subscribers. You can't be the real Adesanya. But either way, I appreciate you being here. Thumbs up to you as well, my man. But yeah, if you grew up around different parts of the world, you had to be understood. You know what I mean? And I know that a lot of you in here are also foreigners that come in here and talk because, in reality, I'm a foreign guy who happens to also be American. You know what I mean? So, but it is an English speaking podcast by the end of the day, and that's just how we're going to communicate to have the best coherent conversation. Jake is getting booed. Victory says yes, he is, man. Yeah, it is surprising that Jake Paul is getting booed, though. Wow, man. The moment of truth. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the moment of truth. All right, fight hard, fight clean, touch them up. Wow. Okay, here we go, guys. Round number 1 is about to commence. You heard? Round number 1 is about to commence. And I couldn't be happier, you know, enjoying this with all of you right now. So thank you. Thank you to everyone. He says, yeah, no touch of the gloves, huh? Like, yeah, there's going to be none of that. All right, round 1. There's Jake Paul. What did I tell you? He's going to run around circle. Did I not say that this is exactly what he was going to do? Look at what he's doing, right? Really using the length. Remember, this is a 22 by 22 ring. Much bigger, right? I remember when I was a kid, I remember one of my classmates said that he hated watching WCW, and I said, why? Why do you hate watching WCW? He says, bro, they have a small ring. Whereas with the WWE, you know, they had the big ring, right? Especially for the pay-per-views. I had noticed that a lot of the pay-per-views, you know, were, listen, Marty, listen, you got to understand you're a little ahead of me, okay? So what you got to do is, you know, just, yeah. You know, remember, you are a couple of seconds ahead of me. So right now I am at 157, 156, 155. Yeah. You know, so just wait around that time. Oh, didn't say who. Yes, I saw that, though. I saw that. See, there's another hook attempt by Anthony Joshua. He misses 140, 139, 137, 136 of the first round. Wow, look at this. Jake Paul trying to go for a double leg here. Listen, guys, I'm going to tell you, Jake Paul is looking really good right now. But you know what? A lot of people look really good early on, right? Just like Amir Khan. When he fought Canelo, he looked pretty good early on. He looked very good early on. And then we saw what happened at the demise of Amir Khan. Wow, so Jake is the one who landed. Wow. He's making Anthony Joshua think. I imagine that. Like, Anthony Joshua is just swinging for the fences right now, and it's not doing him any good. Oh, what is that? Oh! Oh! Yeah, Jake Paul is taking a risk right here, like putting his hands down like that. He says, see, I feel like he's just being patient and wearing him out. Jake can't keep that movement up. I think he can. I think he can. I think he can keep up this movement. He says he'll be dead by the third. We'll see. But I think he can keep up this type of pace, my man. Look, there's a lot of things that go into conditioning, right? I really think that Jake has been doing his conditioning. You're right. We'll see. We'll see. But remember, I told you Amir Khan looked like this very early on against Canelo Alvarez. And then we saw what happened to the demise of Amir Khan after Terrence Crawford laid him out the way that he did. All right, man. Here's round number 2. Wow, man. It is so strange seeing Anthony Joshua with non-British and non-American cornermen, right? He's got nothing but Ukrainians on his team, which, by the way, you would think is probably going to make him a lot more deadlier. See, didn't I tell you guys that this is exactly what Jake Paul was going to do? Did I not say this on the preview show? He says conditioning is one thing. Having a 250-pound dude trying to kill you increases the heart rate. You're right. You're right. But it's different when the ring is bigger because remember, this is all strategic. This was all by Jake Paul's advantage that he created for himself. Look at the size of this ring. Look at the way that he's using the size of this ring, right? It was all deliberate. And as a result of that, this is the reason why we are seeing the type of fight that we are seeing right now. And just as I predicted, he was going to circle around and constantly circle around towards Anthony Joshua. And then I said maybe a few times he'll run like Alistair Overeem, but we have yet to see that. An Alistair Overeem type of run that Alistair Overeem did against Stipe Miocic, if you guys remember. So it's safe to say, just by watching this fight right now, I would have given the Jake Paul fight to Jake Paul versus Gervonta Davis. Now look at Anthony Joshua. He's not connecting at anything towards Jake Paul. Jake Paul is looking like Floyd Mayweather right now. Do you know what Jake is making this look like right now? He's making this look like Mayweather versus Sugar Shane Mosley. Okay, he's doing a very good job of circling around. He even had a few. Joshua is getting frustrated. Exactly, that's the point. That's the point. And look at this great clinching on the part of Jake Paul. He's like, listen, you know what? I heard you've been training wrestling lately. Guess what, bro? I wrestled since I was in high school. Okay? I wrestled since I was in middle school, actually. You know, I'm an Ohio State wrestler. Well, not Ohio State, the college. But, dude, I should have... Listen, I should have bet on this fight, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Zayn right now. Look at this, walking him down. You know, with the clinch right there. Okay, a little less clinching in comparison to the women's fight earlier, right? A little less clinching, I would say. Yeah, fans are frustrated because, guys, you got to understand, this is how you have to fight that fight. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Just stand there and let Anthony Joshua hit you? Remember, Usyk already wrote the blueprint on how to fight Anthony Joshua. And Anthony Joshua, who went to the team that figured out the blueprint against him, right now is not helping him. I'm giving this 2-0 Jake Paul right now. This is 2-0 Jake Paul. Yeah, man, credit to the corner of Jake Paul. I told you guys, he's got a very good corner with him, right? He trains with Jalen Love. Ooh, look at the way that he made Anthony Joshua miss right there. What are people talking about? He's not there looking to win. Like, why are they already in the biased side of Anthony Joshua? I don't understand that. Like, yo, I think Jake Paul is winning this fight. I don't know about you guys, right? Like, tell me, am I blind? Please tell me right now, right? Give me a reason as to why Anthony Joshua is winning this fight right now. Give me a freaking reason why Anthony Joshua is winning this fight right now. He's not. It is Jake Paul that is winning this fight right now in the third round. And then there it is. He caught him with a check hook coming in right there. Yeah, Jake is super close if he isn't. Hey, Kyrie. I'm sorry, cats. No pets allowed. Okay, very weird and, you know, random comment you have. But okay, Delgado. Oh, wow. Nice right uppercut by Jake Paul right there. Yeah, you're right, man. Yeah, Anthony Joshua is getting frustrated right there. There it is, man. Marty's been calling that, you know, since earlier. Whoa, what is that? What is Morrow talking about? You know, some football game. Ain't nobody give a damn about no football game. This is the Super Bowl of boxing right now. I don't care what none of you'll say. Ain't talking about no titles, no WBC. Oh, we're going to go strip Terrence Crawford from the WBC. And then, yeah, none of that, right? Ain't no need for no titles. This right here is a Super Bowl of boxing. Two big names of boxing going at it, risking it all. I mean, both of them are literally risking it all. Let's be honest. You risk every fight that you have. But this right here is the biggest risk for both of them. And you're seeing why right now, right? You're seeing why on the perspective of Jake Paul, because going in here, we thought that he was going to be in here with a dangerous animal. Anthony Joshua is still a dangerous animal. That's what makes this very compelling. But at the same time, it is Jake Paul that is actually winning this fight. I don't think there is no argument to that. Jake is starting to fatigue a bit. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that he can maintain this kind of movement. Okay, you're right. Oh, okay, hold on. I see what you're saying. I'm like 15 seconds left. But you know what it is? I think what he's doing is shedding off in the last few seconds, right? He's using the last seconds to rest, I think. Johnny says he's going to get tired. I disagree with you guys. I don't think that he's going to get tired. I think that he can maintain this. There's Logan Paul with his slut-ass wife right there. Yep, Monday Night Raw airs right there on Netflix. Good little, what do you call it, promotion that they had right there. He's tired already. Dude, I don't think so. It's a little too premature. You know what? Wait till the 5th round to determine that. Let's wait till the 5th round to determine that, huh? All right, so the corner is telling him, turn. Ooh, that's a good jab. Just stepped right in there like, bah, like, bah. You know, and just went into Joshua's face like. AJ gets frustrated because as soon as AJ's trying to come in, guess what Jake does? It's like as if he's shooting in for wrestling. He says he's definitely getting tired. All right, let's see if he continues this circling. Oh, ooh, there's a stiff jab right there by Joshua. That is the stiff jab that David Hay was talking about right there. There's Jake shooting in for a takedown. Look at this. He is shooting in for a takedown. He's sort of showing that he's scared. Look at this. So total for Jake Paul and Joshua right now, 27 out of 30. So 27-30 on the side of Anthony Joshua. Oh, look at this, man. Good job on Jake Paul. Pizza Head says Jake is losing tonight. I don't know about that, man. Oh, wow, look at this. As he's taking him down, he's pushing Jake's head as like, listen, you're my son, bro. Like trying to big brother him like Greg Paul did. Oh, wow, okay. Is he fading right now? Jake is getting smoked tonight, Johnny says. Man, let's see, man. Hey, keep them comments coming, man. Let's see if what you are saying is correct later on. Yeah, well, back to the clinching again. I'll tell you, one of the biggest frustrations that Jarrell Miller could have done to Anthony Joshua was the clinching. And here's Jake Paul with, you know, a decent amount of wrestling experience growing up in America. He's implying that on Anthony Joshua right now. Pizza Head says this is Jake's first real fight. Oh, that's a slip. That's a slip. This is Jake's first real fight. Tommy Fury was sort of a fight. But you know what? Jake, he is such a unique boxer that he can literally go with anybody, right? Like, he obviously didn't look like this in a Tommy Fury fight. Tommy Fury had the best of him. Oh! There's a right uppercut right there. Now Anthony Joshua saw him get hurt by that. Was Jake really hurt by that? Or maybe he just walked through it. He did say that he wanted to see how he would take these punches. Oh, there's another slip right there. Okay, maybe they're calling for a point deduction there. He says, almost, okay, Paul says he's tired. Sorry, brother, I don't celebrate Christmas, but thank you. Appreciate the positive sentiments either way. Yeah, Jake can't afford to missed any points. Or no, what was that? Did he hit him in the nuts? Okay, I think that's what happened here. Okay, so they're going to give him 5 minutes. So guess what? What is Jake going to do in these 5 minutes? You know what he's going to do? He's going to use this as an opportunity to rest. He says, no, he faked it. Wait till you see the replay. Oh, it's a knee. It's a knee. He literally like Derek Chauvin and George Floyd, the white boy on that one. He says, this is so stupid. He keeps going for double legs. Well, listen. He grew up in the same section as you. You know what I'm saying? That's all y'all know over there is double legs. Wow, man. Yeah, the referee is clearly biased towards Jake. Wow, man. The referee is so biased. Yeah, dude, he keeps shooting takedowns. Bro, Jake is drunk. Oh, man. Listen, Jake, you got to continue the circling around, man. You know, you got to, there it is, man. Wow. Very compelling matchup. So, did I not tell you guys that this was going to a decision? We're going into the 5th round. Next thing you know, it's the 6th round. Next thing you know, it's going to be the 7th round. And in the 8th round, and everything that I said is going to come to fruition because I was right. He says it's over already. AJ will win. So the corner of Jake Paul is telling him the time, and he says that fight with Mike Tyson was fake. Okay. It's an exhibition. He says, look at Jake out there. He can't even stand and fight. It looks like he's doing it right now here in the 5th round. 255, 254, 252 in the 5th round. Referee breaks up the clinch. Losing this round badly. They never show they never show the end corner. Are you talking about the Joshua corner? Yeah. I'm curious to hear what they're talking about. Maybe they don't have Ukrainian Oh! He took it. Okay, that's a slip. Okay, the referee is going to rule that a slip. Oh, wow, man. Here's Anthony Joshua circling right around him. Looks like Anthony Joshua did a little bit of a Muay Thai knee right there. Look at this, man. It looks like Jake Paul's trying to fight, you know, with his shield, man. Dude, now we found out a lot about Jake Paul, guys. We found out that he could take a shot, right, in ways that Ngannou can't. I'm not going to look at the comment section right now because if you guys are ahead of me, I'm not going to look at it until... Oh, stanky leg! Stanky leg! He got the stanky leg. Oh! He continues to go... Oh, knockdown. It's finally a knockdown in the 5th round. Oh, my goodness, man. Oh, my goodness. Jake, come on, Jake. Yeah, this is where I now start to agree with you guys. He's starting to look drunk right now. He's starting to look drunk right now. All right, 105, 104, 103, 102, 101, 59. Jake once again with a single leg. Wow, 45 seconds left, man. That is crazy. Yeah, he's after the next round. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, man, the 6th round. Yeah, he's dying and scared. Yeah, man. Now, oh, wow, this is where the boxing pedigree of Anthony Joshua's come in. And I told you guys, Amir Khan and Canelo Alvarez. Amir Khan was out boxing Canelo Alvarez. In fact, he was even circling him around the same way that Jake is doing right now. And then next thing you know, the boxing professional prowess of Canelo Alvarez came to light. So for those of you that are wondering why Anthony Joshua was giving this guy so much respect, this is why. He says, I think Jake Paul's legs are cramping right now. You think, huh? You think that's what's going on? His legs are cramping? Yeah. I would have to agree with you on that, Johnny Gap. Yeah, shout out to Johnny Gap, man. Thank you for the comments here. I agree. I agree. I think, yeah, making him fall down, yeah. Man, he really has to get with it in the 6th round. He says Jake is not a real fighter. On the contrary, I think that he is proven to be a real fighter. Now, look, is it good that he's over here shooting single and double legs in a boxing match, knowing that he's got, you know, wow, man, he hit him with an overhand right there. So he could knock down Anthony Joshua as well. He's a dangerous puncher. He says he's not going to let himself get knocked out. He's quitting. Okay, let's see. So 6th round right now. Round number 6. 245, 243, 242. Oh, wow, he's off balance right now. Look at this. Down Paul goes again, and I think that... Wow, a 3rd knockdown already. Wow, Paul wants to continue. Yeah, he's showing his toughness right now. He says something is wrong with Jake. Yeah, there is. There's something very much wrong with Jake. And he's now just walked into that punch right now. Oh, now Anthony Joshua is going Vladimir Klitschko 2017 on him. In that, what Anthony Joshua did to Vladimir Klitschko. Hey, Kyrie, Jake Paul is acting like a kid. Down goes Jake Paul. Is Jake Paul going to get up? Oh, man, that is it, man. Jake Paul has had it, man, in the 6th round. Wow, in the 6th round. Knockout. Wow. Wow. That is, wow, man. There it is, man. That's what it's all about. By the end of the day, his brother and his family are there, you know, to console him. His team is right there with him. And he won in life. You know, he went in there and tried to fight Anthony Joshua to the best of his ability, and he was right. He said that he was here not to, he was here not to be a fan, but to compete, and compete he did. For those of you that are in the first stream, I'm going to end that stream right now and continue on over to my vertical stream that I'm doing right here, okay? The one where you see my face. The one that you don't see my face, where you just see the background of Miami in a boxing ring. I'm signing off on that one. So I will see you guys in the next one, inshallah. And we will continue right here. I just ended that live stream right now. We will continue from here. So he said as soon as Jake actually tried to fight, he was too tired to do it and got faded. Yup. Yup.
I'm an intellectual giant. Shout out to you, sir. But Kyrie does have a phenomenal YouTube channel, really good creator.
He says Joshua threw one real punch at the end. Yeah, he did. He did. We got to see the replay of that.
Another person who has reasonable, well thought out takes. Frankly, I said something.
Joshua's going for the knockout from the first round. He got frustrated. He was actually playing into Jake Paul's game plan. But sooner or later.
All right, man. And that is a wrap, y'all. Oh, sorry about that. That is a wrap, y'all. That is a wrap for that one. We will stay and continue on with this one. So, wow. Yeah, Joshua was carrying him. I don't know about that, man. I think that Jake did a very good job of really trying to offset him, trying to mitigate any danger away from Anthony Joshua. And eventually, you know, he got caught, man. He got caught, and that's just what it came down to. You know? Ooh. Yeah, that was that right hand, that straight right hand that dropped Jake Paul. Boom. He says, yeah, Jake looked like an amateur. No, I wouldn't say all that, man. I think you guys are giving Jake a little too harsh of a criticism, in my opinion, right? Like, yeah, I wouldn't say all of that. I think Jake, you know, did the best that he could. He says, yeah, it would have been better if he got flatlined. He did, and well, not flatlined, but look, you can't really flatline a guy like Jake. Jake has a great chin. That's just what it is. He says, I mean, he just ran well and avoided the fight at the beginning. He says, Fresh Melon Juice says, there he is, Fresh Melon Juice. Jake saying he's the boxer running and an overhand right. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, man. That's about it. All right, man. Listen, we're in for a bonus stream. I will be right back, okay? We're in for a bonus stream, guys. We're going to keep going. Keep the chats going, okay? I will be right back. We're going to continue on with the bonus stream. He says half the fight. Half the fight, what? He was running? Yeah, he was on his knees. Yup. Okay, I'll be right back. He says, good man Kyrie just keeps leaving to eat. No, I don't think that's the reason why I leave. I mean, there are times where I do it for that reason, but most times it's not, my man. He says, he was rooting for Jake. I was. The knee feint versus Woodley was nice. All right, good sportsmanship on the part of Anthony Joshua. He knows he was in for a hard fight, so... Yeah, that was awesome. It was. It was. Let me pause that. All right.
And I can't wait to roll into 2026. And if Tyson Fury is as serious as he thinks he is, and he wants to put down his Twitter fingers and put on some gloves and come and fight, one of the realest fighters out there that will take on any challenge, step in the ring with me next if you're a real bad boy. Don't go without talking.
All right, that's a good call out. Hey, I saw Logan Paul get in to Anthony Joshua's face there for a little bit.
And we'll get to what's next in a moment. I do want to ask, are you disappointed you didn't put him away earlier? Well, I see Eddie saying, get him now, get him now. But as I said, I need to give this guy...
This is what one of my homeboys, that's a Muay Thai fighter, you know, world-class WBC ranked Muay Thai fighter said right here. He says, the only reason why we're all about to watch this is to see if it's an actual fight. Man, Jake's overhand right didn't even phase Anthony Joshua at all. Yeah, dude, man, Anthony Joshua, you know, looks like he's built out of a rock, man. It's very difficult to knock out somebody like Anthony Joshua. Only Andy Ruiz was able to do it, and even he didn't really finish him like that. He says he just ate them and countered. Yeah, facts. Straight facts he did, man. Yeah, that's a good point that he said, right? In basketball, they score points, I score points, they get hit, I get hit. That's what it is.
You were very calm going into this fight, but you did say you were doing this for boxing. Do you feel like a weight has been lifted off your shoulders? Because had you slipped on a banana peel...
He says every time Jake threw one and gassed even more. Yeah, Club 33, butt boy Jake. Hey, Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer, your boy Anthony Joshua. Is he ordering a hit or what? Maybe. Kyrie loves famous YouTubers. I do, of course, man. Of course I do, man.
This is what I do. I'm going to do until I can't no more. And whatever happens on this journey, all we can do is give our best. And that's what I'm going to keep doing until I can't throw another punch. Amen. Let me bring in Jake Paul. Jake, congratulations on a valiant effort. You succeeded way more than a lot of people had predicted going into this.
Yeah, man, he definitely succeeded way more than other people predicted.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. That was fun. I love this sport. I gave it my all. It's fucking crazy. I had a blast, and thank you to all the fans and everyone. I'm just blessed by God to be able to put on performances like this and big shows with Netflix. Thank you to all my fans and everyone at home. Anthony's...
Damn, man, in the 6th round.
I got my ass beat, but that's what this sport's about. I'm gonna come back and keep on winning.
I like that attitude, man. Jake said, you know what, I got my ass beat, but that's what this sport is about. I'm going to come back and keep on winning.
Why aren't you disappointed right now?
Man, I've already won, and
He says, I'm not disappointed because I've won in every single way in life.
This sport has helped me so much in my life. I think my jaw is broken, by the way, so yeah, it's definitely broke. But man, that was good. Nice little ass whooping from one of the best to ever do it. So I love this shit. I'm gonna come back and get.
I love that, man. What a great attitude. He says, yeah, that would have destroyed the heavyweight division. Yeah, had to feel it out. Last thing he wanted was a meme of getting knocked out by Jake Paul. Yup. Hey, Kyrie, who is the next fight? Well, I would like to see Jake Paul fight Vidal Riley. Do you guys know who that is? He's a top 10 cruiserweight right now. So if you look at the cruiserweight division, he says, yeah, Jake gets more credit from this outcome, honestly. Correct. No fake fights here, okay? Let's take a look at, wait, let's hear. Okay, he wants to take a break. Okay, well, if I'm Jake's manager, okay? If I'm Jake's manager, okay, and we can play, let's say, matchmaking, right? Cruiserweight boxing, top 10. Okay, let's take a look at the top 10 of boxing, right? And there's a name here that I want Jake Paul to fight, okay? There's a name here that I want Jake Paul to fight, and I'm going to show you, okay? So he says, got his jaw broken. I know, man, yeah. And, okay, so when we look at the cruiserweight division right now, this is who we got on top of the list, right? Jai Apataya right now, okay? The ring cruiserweight champion. Okay, that's the, I believe you could say he's the undisputed champion right now. Right? I guess he's the undisputed champion. Ramirez is right underneath that. Zordo Ramirez. Okay, 48-1. Billum Smith is number 2. High up in the rankings. Chizklak. Rotchki. And then there's Badu Jack. And then an Argentinian that nobody knows about. A German that nobody knows about. And then there's Vidal Riley. Okay? Now, let me tell you what's significant about Vidal Riley. He says Jake should fight Darren Till. Yeah, I think Darren Till is, you know what? Darren Till is actually a pretty good boxer, okay? But Vidal Riley has more name to his credit, okay? Vidal Riley was the coach of KSI, right? And then because of this, he gained a YouTube following, right? Which obviously propelled his career where he needs to be, because look at this. Look at this crazy guy. Vidal Riley has the notoriety, right? A lot of people don't really like to promote themselves going into fights. He says Riley would destroy Jake. Okay, so let's see it. If you think Riley could destroy Jake, then I want to see it. Because you know what? I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree Riley could destroy Jake. But I also think Jake can beat Riley. That's a winnable fight for him. How do you think Riley would do in there against Anthony Joshua today? Was thinking the same thing, Fresh. What were you thinking, Victory? Were you thinking that Riley would destroy Jake and you agree with us? Or would you say that Jake, should fight Darren Till? Let me know what you mean. Toxic Gameplays, my man. Shout outs to you, man. One of my boxing correspondents out in Atlanta, man. Shout out to you. He says Jake got spared. I agree. Man, haven't seen you here in a while, man. Welcome back. It's always an honor for you to grace our presence. Shout out to Toxic Gameplays. Jake had a great movement, but he does throw a long jab, big overhand, and a check hook. Yes. Bro, I'm convinced Tyson Fury will destroy AJ. I think so too, right? With a little bit of that movement that he does, I think that he could actually get that done. He says, I think Jake should fight Darren Till. Okay. Jake is a lot more advanced than Darren Till, to your surprise, maybe. I don't know if that's a surprise to you or, Man, Jake really showed me a lot tonight, man. He says Jake could survive this fight because he was smaller and could move around Riley and would hunt him down fast. And I think Fury beats AJ. Okay, so just like what I did in the last live stream, right? I'm going to show you a video about Vidal Riley. Okay, how good is Vidal Riley? Okay, because this right here is going to give you guys a sort of a perspective of what I mean, okay? So shout out to Thomas Gamble, right? He made this.
Very high amateur pedigree. He's technically always. He's got a high guard. He controls the distance fantastically. You never see him overcommit. Doesn't get excited going for the knockout. Right.
He says he didn't try to box Joshua. He tried to avoid the fight until he couldn't. Yeah, man. And what's up with the double legs? What did he show? That he could run good movements and grab a double leg. Yep. I think Fury beats AJ. Yeah.
At the opposition, trying to get them out of there. He doesn't get kind of happy when he sees someone get wobbled. He sticks to the game plan, stays composed, stays calm, goes through the gears. If the knockout comes, it comes. But the beauty of it is, it's not something he relies on. We saw against Jeff Clark, who needed the knockout. He will.
By the way, check out the fight with Vidal Riley and Chef Clark. Man, listen, that's what really convinced me that Vidal Riley is the future of the cruiserweight division.
And go for it. With Vidal going to stay back, he'll trade if he needs to, and then that's something that pocket. But he's happy just doing his thing, boxing around, cruising his way to a wide points decision victory. And that's the thing. It's not a close points decision victory. It's a wide points decision victory. He's happy to do his thing, not overcommit, control the distance, use his experience, and rely on that to get him to where he needs to be. His footwork.
Everything that he just said about Vidal Riley right now is the reason why that would be a very interesting fight for him and Jake. It would be a 50-50 fight, by the way. Speaking of which. Wow, man. Landed 48. Wow, Jake didn't even throw a lot. But, man, credits to Jake, man. He was right up there with the percentage with Anthony Joshua, man. All right, back to Vidal Riley.
His timing, his fight IQ, with the high guard, distance control, it's formidable. And I'm gonna say this again. A lot of people say ring IQ. A lot of people say, like, he's got really high ring. What is ring IQ? I don't know.
I'll tell you what ring IQ is. What Anthony Joshua displayed right now and what Jake was displaying early in the fight was ring IQ. So what he displayed tonight was ring IQ, and what Vidal Riley...
Ring IQ, it means ring IQ. I don't fight.
Vidal Riley can express that as well. He says Riley versus Jake Paul next fight. I agree, yes.
IQ is fight IQ is being able to control that distance, being able to have a close round, and then in the last 30 seconds just nick it, and that's what he can do. Have the high guard, the ring generalship, the experience. That's what fight IQ is. I don't know what ring IQ is, but Vidal's got fight IQ in abundance. It's, like I say, formidable. The footwork, he's got his timing, the way he punches people at the perfect time with the counter shots, just as the guard is slipping, putting them out with the feint. It's brilliant to watch, especially somebody at cruiserweight. He's not a brawler at all.
Do you notice Anthony Joshua did a lot of those traits tonight, right? He displayed a lot of those traits tonight. All right, but let's continue on with Vidal Riley.
He's got patience. He breaks you down. He saves his energy. I'm not going to compare him to Usyk, but I might compare him to someone like Bivol. Someone like Bivol who doesn't rely on his power.
My man said he compares him to Bivol. I see what you mean by that, right? He uses his footwork to move around his straight shots.
At all. He will just break you down, use his knowledge of boxing, his fight IQ, to systematically control everything. Control the distance, the timing, all of it, and just break you down. Break you down, work you out, figure you out, and make you do things in his favour. Like we see Bivol do. He makes you fight in a way that he wants to fight. He won't brawl with you. He'll be patient. He'll save his energy, and then he'll get to work. It's brilliant. And the thing is, he's got backing now. He's got draw. Vidal's got this YouTube presence which brings back.
And what he means by that is that he was a former trainer of KSI. All right. And that right there is important. You know, it is important because, you know, it gives him stage presence. Okay. It gives him a little bit of notoriety. It gives him a little bit of backing for people to know who he is. And by the way, could potentially expedite a Jake Paul fight. I mean, there's always beef with KSI and Jake Paul, right? But Jake Paul cannot fight KSI. He can't fight him. It would not be worth it. The reason why is because KSI is no longer on his level. You see, there was a point where they were just, oh, everybody's a YouTube boxer. We're just getting in this game. You know, we're just starting out, this, that, and the third. But the reality is Jake Paul has become so advanced that he does need to fight somebody like Vidal Riley. That's what I think. All right, but let's continue on with Vidal Riley.
Not a lot of people have. You know, he's composed. He won't trash talk. It's all business. And that's something a lot of fighters could learn from. All business, no trash talk, staying composed, getting the job done. But still, going about getting a following in the right way, with a social media presence, documenting things, creating a personal feel with the athlete rather than just a professional relationship. Fans feel like they almost personally know him. It's super, super clever. And make no mistake, his division is absolutely stacked. His division is full of killers. You've got...
I've named those names already, right? Jai Apataya, Chris Billum-Smith, Badu Jack is somewhere there, right? I mean, the list and the names go on, you know? So, yeah, that's going to be a very difficult division to compete in. But if there's anybody that could handle that division, I would say it's Vidal Riley. All right, continue on.
At the top, obviously, Opataya, levels above the rest. Breeders is retired now, but Breeders would have been absolutely in the mix. For me, he was the second best heavyweight. Cruiserweight rather. Breeders is so unlucky. He's competing in a era with Usyk and then Opataya. Otherwise, he would have cleaned up. Outside of that, you've got Billum-Smith. Ramirez is now up there. You know, you've got, I mean, you could say Badu Jack, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. Even on the domestic scene, again, Chev Clark. You've got Isaac Chamberlain. You've got people that are coming up on the domestic scene. It's stacked. It is pretty stacked. But he's proving he is right at the top of the mix. That's what he's showing everybody. He's announced himself with that Chev.
So far, what I'm showing you guys, you guys understand why I truly believe in Vidal Riley, right? There's a good reason to believe in Vidal Riley, and I'm showing you guys that reason, right? The reason to believe in him, he has the technicality, he has the skills, he has the pedigree, he was, you know, Team GB for all that's worth, right? And that's worth a lot, but yeah. Okay.
That Clark performance, that he is right up there. And I have no doubt that Jai Opataya will move up soon. He's going to collect the belts and he'll move up soon. He has to. He's at that age now. And he can collect the belts. And once he collected them, there's nothing else for him to do. Then he can move up. And you look at the heavyweight division, which really is full of killers, and you're chucking Jai Opataya in there, who could probably do a lot of damage up there. And see, you know, we're seeing that suddenly then there's a void in that cruiserweight division that needs filling. And I've got a feeling, I know somebody who thinks he can do just that. only concern with Vidal Riley, and I mean my only concern with Vidal Riley, is he's got a seeming lack of punch power. And the reason why that's a concern, I don't necessarily need to go and see you knocking people out left and right all the time. That's not what I'm asking to see. But what I do think is you need to have a level of punch power that makes your opponent respect you. You need to have...
You know what? He's absolutely right about that. You do need to have a certain level of punch power for your opponents to respect you. Jake Paul has that. Now, this is why him and Vidal Riley would make a really good fight. Vidal Riley is technical enough, but at the same time, Jake Paul has the equalizer, right? He can knock out anybody anytime. Man, he hurt Joshua tonight. For all that's worth, he hurt him bad enough for Joshua to respect his power.
Have punch powers. When you hit someone, they don't think, oh, whatever, I'm just going to walk through that and just walk you down. We've seen it with Usyk up at heavyweight. Usyk's not a power puncher, but what he has got is enough power that makes you respect him, so that when he does hit you, you're like, okay, I can't.
So that's really what it comes down to, right? You just got to have enough power for people to respect you, right? He says, hey, man, I watched the fight. Hey, what do you think? What do you think? We're doing a little bit of a preview on it. So, yeah, let me know what you think, you know, as I flex my guns and my veins right here. Okay, he says, yeah, he hurt Joshua. What the F are you on about? He didn't hurt him. He connected, okay. I think he tried to hurt Joshua, okay, but... You know, it wasn't enough, obviously.
I can't just walk you down. That's why the Chisora blueprint doesn't work. Because you try and walk him down and you're going to get caught. What happened with Dubois? I'm not seeing that with Vidal. I'm not seeing Vidal have that power where... It doesn't need to just render someone unconscious like Opataya. That's serious power. But the power where you just got the respect. You just don't want to walk in because you know it can hurt you. And it's not necessarily that it'll knock you out, but it'll buzz you and then it'll just jump on you like he did with Fury. That's what I'm seeing.
And that is
missing, and that's why I wonder.
That's literally what Joshua did tonight, right? He says, "Hey, Kyrie El-Kheer, Canelo versus Anthony Joshua next fight in May." Nah, you know what? Canelo wouldn't take that smoke. Canelo is not like Jake Paul. Jake Paul is a risk taker. Look, you got to give credit to the risk takers of the game, right? Conor McGregor is a risk taker. Jake Paul is a risk taker. This is a reason why they are at the position where they're at. And I'm not talking about their financial well-being outside of business, but they are where they're at in the game of fighting. Kyrie, you know Guru wanted Jake to win as well. You guys are like brothers. I don't understand what makes somebody like brothers or have something in common just because we wanted the same person to win or this and that. I never predicted Jake Paul to win, right? I told you guys that the fight was going to go exactly as how it did, except for Anthony Joshua on the scorecards. Now, I just didn't expect that Jake was going to hold off the way that he did for so long. Or I thought that he might have, you know, held on longer, but that's not the case. So, by the end of the day, man, you know, Jake Paul did better than what we would have expected, so...
Look, he's got a skill that will carry him for a cruiserweight, but if he does want to go out to the big money division, up at heavyweight, you do need that. Otherwise, they will. Someone like Italma, someone like Leo Tang, who will be big names when he steps up, if and when he steps up, will just walk through the firepower. They'll just take it, high guard, and then they'll start hitting you with what they've got.
Archangel says, if I see Jake in the ring again, oh, I swear. Well, you know, we're already talking about matching him up with this guy named Vidal Riley, so...
And that's my only concern. But people know your thoughts on all that in the...
Yeah, so, yeah, we're already trying to match him up with this guy named Vidal Riley, but yeah. Yeah, man, that's what it is. He deserves to fight somebody like Vidal Riley. So, Vidal Riley's a dangerous next opponent. Ooh, what is this? Okay, I think they may be talking about... Who are they talking about with this one
Vidal
right here?
Riley has come out and stated that Alois Jr. should be the next fight for him, ideally on the Eubank Jr. versus Ben rematch card. Who is Alois Jr.? Why is Vidal spoken about this fighter in particular, and not an opponent with a higher reward factor like Chris Billum-Smith, for example, who is already beaten in the amateurs and is ranked higher than Vidal? Before I answer those questions, please make sure to subscribe to the channel for more combat sports coverage. Quality discussion videos about boxing, MMA, posted all the time. I'd love for you to be a part of the journey. Anyway, Alois Jr. recently knocked out David Jameson on a recent Queensberry show, and the kid is only 22 years old. Fuck, I sound like Dana White calling someone 3 years younger than me a kid, but here we are. I assumed that Alois Jr. was supposed to look good against someone like David Jameson, and that the latter was a journeyman. Obviously, Jameson isn't the best boxer in the world. He got stopped in the third round by Alois Jr. after all. Is very young, and promoters would typically avoid a fight with someone like Vidal until Alois spills up his record by knocking out cans. But what's the point? I mean, he's already suffered a loss before in his pro debut. Why not send him into the deep end?
Yeah, look,
Vidal and Alois.
Look, honestly, I don't think any of these guys can beat Vidal Riley. I think Vidal Riley is, you know, the best cruiserweight in the world right now. There's no doubt about that. Wait, let's go see if there's a press conference going on right now. Let's see if we can react to a press conference of this fight going on right now. Let's see here. Okay, so they do have a press conference going on.
I had a crazy idea.
Okay, live stream coverage. Is that a live? Okay, no, that's a live stream coverage by MMA Weekly. No, that's not it. Let's go with.
Chasing legitimacy.
Okay. Let's see here. Press conference. Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua. He says, yeah, he gets most of his takes from Guru. Makes sense. I get most of my takes from Guru? How? Explain how I get my takes from MMA Guru. I'm trying to understand that one. All right, what do we got here? Okay, so I guess we're just waiting on either Anthony Joshua or Jake Paul. Okay, so we're going to wait for the press conference. He says, got him. Haha. All right, so we're going to wait for the press conference. In the meantime, we're going to go to the virtual world of Miami. So let's see here. He says, LOL. That's like playing Resident Evil for the first time in hardcore mode. Jake needs to stop trying to be like his brother. Okay, Buckman on Boxing says, thank God it's over with. Jake better be happy he didn't get Jai Apataya. Well, I tell you what do you think, Buckman? What do you think about Jake versus Vidal Riley? Right? Let me know what you think about that. Delgado says, hey, Kyrie, talk about WWE Elimination Chamber next year in Chicago, Illinois, next Friday, February 20th, United Center. Yeah, I don't know. Brother, unfortunately, I haven't followed wrestling enough for a long time to really give you a comprehensive, expression behind it. So... Okay, we got Caroline Dubois up on the press conference right now.
Yeah,
Let's go to the location of where the fight took place in the actual video game. This is actually Miami, by the way. Buckman says, Jake can't compete with cruiserweights. I think he should fight Darren Till. You know what? There's people in here that are actually saying that. They are actually saying that, Buckman. They are actually calling for Darren Till to fight Jake Paul. So, yeah, you're right about that, right? There are people calling for that fight. Is this GTA? It's halal. You live in Miami? No, this is the crew, right? It's a map of the whole entire United States. Check this out. This is how big the map is, right? It's literally the whole entire United States. But because this fight is in Miami, guess where we are? Right? I'm obviously going to bring it back to Miami. So, yeah. Is this GTA and it's halal? Yeah, brother, would Jake Paul fight? It was interesting. I have a different viewpoint. He says, dang, that's cool. Thanks, Archangel. What happened with the press conference here?
If you're a producer who hates AI,
Kyrie just invented Twitch streaming. How so,
this
man?
plugin might change your mind. This is reimagining co-producer.
He says,
You can take
why
any
buy a
sample you
lowrider
find
when
and
you
flip it into
can have a
infinite
drone in the
one-of-a-kind
game?
variations that are
LOL.
unique to you. Here's how it works. Just open up your DAW and drop in the co-producer plugin from Output.
That's where the arena was fought tonight. Jake went out on his shield. He definitely did. Yeah, he definitely did go out on his shield, though. I think Jake said his jaw was broken. It was. He says, can you walk in? No.
I know Michael gave the old-fashioned kind of yelling hello, but we have WBC lightweight champion Caroline Dubois, who won tonight, unanimous decision, and the undisputed bantamweight champion, the first undisputed champion from the great country of Australia, Sugar Neeks Johnson. So let's open up. Oh, I'm sorry. One bit of housekeeping.
He says Kyrie is really on his bandwagon. Jake and Guru are Muslims now. Jake. Yeah, that would be awesome if Jake became Muslim, though. That would be hilarious. A lot of people would be so mad if Jake Paul became Muslim. right? He already has the beard going on. He kind of has like the Dagestani beard going on anyway.
With the split decision boxing. My first question is for Caroline Dubois. Caroline, you know, 99.90 on all 3 cards. You know, talk to me about this performance.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say thank you to Miami, thank you to MVP, thank you to Jake Paul and Nikisa for getting me on the card on such short notice.
Basically has the beard. Yeah, he says go to Philadelphia. I love Philadelphia, man. You know, a lot of Muslims out there. Jake came out. He says Jake came out to our local mosque when he had a flood. Oh, okay, 2018. I remember that, Ali Khan. Okay, he helped out. Still remember because there was flooded roads. People couldn't get out on the flooded homes, and he helped out. Yeah, man. Big ups to Jake Paul on that one, huh? Big ups to him on that one. GTA 5. Yes, we're going to do that in a second, actually. I'm going to show you the mansion that I bought in the GTA 5 game. But first, we're going to fly out of Miami.
Opportunity to showcase my skills and to be able to level up once again.
Caroline, I'm Travis with weighing in with Travis Hartman. I'm a former fighter myself, and coming here and watching the fights here at the Casais Center, what type of an atmosphere was that like for you to have your first fight with MVP, to fight here in America?
He says, I did not see that fresh. This is your haram loophole. He says, yeah, did you guys talk about Trump saying he's not a Christian, that he's a Jewish president? You don't have to limit your critique to Israel. Now you can say, wow, okay. Yeah, they had a J party. Okay. Why are you throwing out the haram word? I don't know why he would throw out the haram word. I mean, that's... Carolyn Dubois says she was happy to get that out of the way. He says, what's wrong with what brother Kyrie is streaming? Why? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know why. I mean, they seem to, have a problem with anything, I suppose.
To keep our customers safe, PG&E's power lines have enhanced safety settings that automatically turn off power.
100+ kilo, dangerous puncher like AJ coming down for me. I'm not surprised that he had the tactics that he did. I think a lot of people were surprised.
Hey Kyrie, I miss Mexico City. Are you from Mexico City? Okay. He says Kyrie said he bought a mansion on Miami. No, I said the mansion on GTA. Because they have these mansion updates on GTA. That's what I meant. I'm going to play the GTA mansion thing. I'm going to show you in a second.
Somewhat crazy for wanting to jump in the ring with AJ, with going the distance and putting up performance. Yeah, he did good.
Congratulations on all your success. Question for you. So, when you won an Olympic youth gold medal, did you ever imagine just watching Netflix, watching Stranger Things, saying, hey, I'm going to be on that one day?
Never in my life.
They're asking Caroline Dubois if watching Stranger Things growing up that she ever thought she would be on Netflix. You know what else is on Netflix? Do you know Homeland? Right? I believe Homeland was a Showtime show, and now Netflix has it. So he says he bought a man. Yeah, you're word playing here. He says, man, I don't know how you do it, Kyrie. Make the constant, maybe the constant hate of religious guilt, shame I guess, if you know what I mean. What do you mean? How do I do it? Explain what you mean by that, Ali Khan. Explain what you mean by that. You have to elaborate for me on that a little bit. Yeah, please elaborate on that for me a little bit if you can, please.
Controversy in terms of like, somewhat A side thinks they're gonna win and B side thinks they're gonna win. And when you have that against two elite fighters where no one can decide, and it's 50-50, that's big fights. That's big money.
You can.
I think MVP are on the right path with already provided.
He says, hey, Kyrie, Wonderland, Pierman, and Dog to Christmas. I don't understand what you mean by that.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some great fights to happen within the division and within the stable of MVP fighters.
Well, when you're streaming, how do you navigate through the hate, or when people start to say you're doing haram, etc.? You just have to have a bit of some. You got to have a bit of some security of knowing yourself, right? Knowing what it is that you do and what you don't do. Just knowing yourself, period, I think is the best way to really answer that. You know, it's part of the game, I suppose, you know? He says, yeah, I said man and dog Wonderland Pier. Okay, I don't know what you mean by that.
But just kind of talk about the overall experience, and if you're ready to come back to the States and make it.
Who is Shere Khan, Fresh Melon Juice? Who is that?
Branching out and connecting to the American fans is awesome. And I think, you know, you guys have just such a large population. I feel like if I can connect with that on some level, I think it's great for my profile, great for my brand.
Yeah, so Caroline Dubois is saying that if she can connect with the American audience, that would increase her profile. Yeah, just like what Anthony Joshua did after he fought Ruiz, or during the time that he fought Ruiz, that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to build his profile in America. Prior to that, he already made a name for himself, winning in stadium fights in the UK. And now, yeah, you know, he just had to come in here and, you know, make a new name for himself. So he says Ocean City, Wonderland, Pierman, and Dog, New Jersey. Yeah, I don't understand what you mean, bro. I really don't understand what you mean. You have very incoherent English, and you know, to be quite honest with you, I get a headache reading your question.
Let's give it up for both champions.
Like, I hope you're not offended by what I'm saying, but I'm just being honest. You know, like, you need to work on your grammar. All right, so that is the end of Caroline Dubois' press conference. We're now just awaiting Jake and Anthony Joshua. He says, no, I said grammar. No one said anything about no grandma Fresh. You know, that's that weird white boy shit you be on, bro. You know what I mean? Talking about grandma. Ain't nobody talking about no one grandma, bro. Like I said, grammar. You know, weirdo. Kyrie is going to ask you to elaborate on that. No, ain't no elaborating anything. I know exactly what Fresh is talking about. You know what I mean? This is like, you know, real American to American conversation that we're having. We both speak and understand the same language. There ain't no miscommunicating with me and this guy. Let me tell you. He says, oh, he got it. LOL. Yeah, because I don't understand all this other stuff Delgado be on talking about, like, Ocean City, Wonderland, Pierman, and Dog, New Jersey. Man, you know what? You know what I'm starting to feel like? I'm starting to feel like, Delgado, you a fed, bro. You know, because you're naming all these names, all these places. Like, okay, I'm not even going to speak on it, bro, but I think you're a fed. He said, grandmore, not grandma. I said grammar. Grammar, okay? Man, I have the most coherent English in the world. Do you understand? I am the most coherent English speaker in the English speaking world. Okay, I literally speak the King's English. Okay, I said grammar. I never said anything about no grandma or this and that or grandmama, aka Larry Johnson, the NBA star in the 90s. Ain't nobody talking about none of that. Yeah, this part of the game makes me want to get Flight Simulator. Anybody play Flight Simulator out there? All right, so they got someone coming up right now in the press conference room. We got another one coming. Let's see who it is. We're going to react to all the press conference, by the way. And then do it all over again tomorrow with the Andrew Tate fight. How about that? He says, where do you buy a Misfits card? That's a good question. Okay, so I guess you are referring to the Andrew Tate fight tomorrow. How about this? Check this out. Right, tomorrow, it's not a DAZN card. Usually, most DAZN cards are... Oh, someone's clapping there. Someone's walking in here. Oh, it's Jake. Is it Jake Paul? No, okay. It's Alicia Baumgartner. Okay. Yeah, it's not going to be under DAZN because DAZN did not want to do business with Andrew Tate. You heard what I said? Andrew Tate, DAZN does not want to do business with Andrew Tate, so therefore the fight tomorrow is going to be taking place at some random card. You probably have to go buy it at like some, I don't know, like some offshoot, maybe just your cable company. Yeah, it ain't going to be off an app though.
It's been an unbelievable...
I remember when DAZN first came out, a lot of people were so, like, reprehensive towards it, right? Just very defensive and, I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't F with no app. You know, we just would rather buy through pay-per-view, just press a button on our TV, right? It's, you know, it's a much more complicated world of combat sports consumption that we live in today.
This fight was made, and Jake transitioned from preparing for a 135-pound opponent to a giant of a man, Anthony Joshua. I could not be happier with the fact that Jake is safe, and more so than show his heart. I don't know if you guys were looking on Twitter, but until about 20 minutes ago, the #1 trending thing on Twitter wasn't Jake Paul getting knocked out, wasn't Jake Paul, wasn't Anthony Joshua. It literally was the phrase, respect for Jake Paul. And I can tell you guys, I have so much respect for that young man. Alicia Baumgartner, 12 threes, the knockdown that was almost a knockout, came near the end of the 3rd minute. And that speaks to our focus of allowing these athletes to have the opportunity to choose to compete on the same playing field as the men. Alicia, do you want to say a few words before we open it up?
Yes.
That's right, man. You know, that's the first time I think women have fought in a 3-minute round.
Keep highlighting the things that they are doing and having game changers like myself be on the front of everything just to showcase what women have already known to do. And that's to be a winner, that's to be a warrior, that's to stand tall, and that's to stand on business and to say, hey, we can't do 12 rounds in 3 minutes.
Questions? I'm sure you're saying ESPN, Alicia, congratulations. We talked earlier this week, you said you've been searching for that knockout. I know you wanted it, but you showed some wrinkles in the game. You worked in the body well, your footwork is improved. Talk about what you've gotten under Derek James and how much you've been able to showcase that tonight.
Yes, as mentioned before, I was able to spend more time with Derek. We were able to work on a lot of things. You know, when it comes to doing 3 minutes strategic, you have to set things up. It's not a 2-minute just fight. You know, I wanted to showcase the skills that I have, and you saw that with the jab. You saw that me going to the body, you know, feints, you know, using the ring, utilizing the ring, and I'm so proud of myself because I was able to be in there and do what I love love to do, and that's the fight, that's the box, that's the punch, that's the move. And
Yeah.
Derek and I are continuing to work on this dynamic to really showcase.
To answer your question, Victory, more than likely, yes. Okay, because more than likely, the next goal is to look for the next victim, and that's kind of where the trajectory lies with that. So, yeah.
What more there is.
Now, we all know about the right hand, and all of your opponents, they scout that right hand very well, but they finally broke through. How bad did you think you had her hurt? Did you think you were close to a finish?
Yeah, no, Layla was hurt pretty bad. You know, I could tell I was reading her energy throughout those rounds, and again, my corner was just saying, be patient. You know, the 2-minute mentality was kicking in. I'm like, oh, chill out. You know, you still got another minute, but I knew she was hurt, and again, I was taking my time and making it look good.
Hello, this is Elias Blanco with Split Decision Boxing. Alicia, you know, first 12 threes, and, you know, in this fight, it looked like you were implementing Derek James's game plan to a T. You know, you were jabbing a lot, you were landing a lot around her guard. You know, was that something you were focusing on going into the fight?
Yeah, they did, bro, because you know what? The Nelk boys are up on people like that. They understand that world. You know what I mean? Like, you and I, Marty, we understand, like, we know, right? We know, but they understand. That's the difference. Like, meaning that we know it, but we're not living, you know, that kind of life to, like, really, you know, understand and know these type of people to that extent, right? In particular, Georgina, right? We don't know people like that, but they know people like that. And they see people like that on a consistent basis, always trying to, you know, find a come up towards them, right? And yeah, man, he says, I wonder if things were already bad. That's why Ilya got so pissed. Yeah, they're experienced it. I tell you what, when he became double champion, that's when it probably got worse. Because I've seen people like that, right? Where they just hate when you do good, right? And sometimes even people that are, you know, really closest to you that, you know, share that kind of attitude, which is the even scarier part of it all.
Yeah, absolutely. It was important that when we stepped up to this challenge to do 3 minutes, that the world was going to see a dynamic fighter, a complete fighter. I think it's important that people know that women like myself can fight, can box, can actually utilize the ring. When we think about boxing, we think about the sweet science and having it look good and setting up punches up and, you know, setting up that knockout. So yeah, I listened to my corner and we looked dominant in there for sure.
Absolutely. And, you know, this fight you dedicated to your father. You said you were going to tear up, you know, after the fight. Did you get that, you know, chance to let the emotions out and, you know, feel everything?
Man, they're still bottled up, and I'm still, like, releasing them little by little. But, you know, just to make it through, you know, the transition and to make it for another month in camp and to be in this moment, I'm just happy to be here. And sometimes you just have to continue to see it through. And
we're landing in the same city that I live in, but in a video game.
And my last question is for Nikisa.
So we're about to land in the city that I live in, the city that I'm currently at, but in a video game. Sacramento, California, here we come.
Nikisa, you know, 2025 was a big year for Most Valuable Promotions. You know, you signed a lot of major world-class talent. You know, you had monthly events, 2 Netflix cards, you know, the first ever fight night back in August. When you think about the growth of the promotion this year, what do you reflect on it?
I think it just speaks to...
How did he call him out? Did he call out, did Buckley call out Shafkat through social media, or did he do it through a video, or did he do it while he was at an event somewhere? Let me know.
The ability to disrupt the sport, led by Jake Paul at the forefront, for a company that started in August of 2021, so a little bit less than 4 years ago. And I'm excited about what our prospects are going into 2026 in terms of boxing, in terms of women's boxing, in terms of going international, and in terms of getting into different business lines as well. We've shown we can put on the biggest events in the world with the biggest distributor in the world. And having their support and their confidence and their belief in what Jake and I do and the rest of the team is invaluable.
All right.
For MMA Junkie, for Nikisa.
Oops.
You talked pre-fight and you mentioned how initially you were a big concern for Jake and those concerns kind of went away over time. But can you, now that the fight's over, how concerned were you when Jake stepped in the ring with AJ? And is there a sense of relief now that in the grand scheme of things, obviously he's a bit injured, but all in all, he's all right?
interesting. Every time I spoke about this is a dangerous fight or put out a tweet that says no matter what happens, he's already won, it turned into you don't even believe in your man. But at the flip side was the event is rigged. Jake's gonna win or he's not gonna knock
All right,
him out.
there we go. Back at it right here.
Powers that be in
He
boxing
says, yeah, he made a video in the most notable part, him talking about black oppression and somehow figured out how to weave that in there. Wow. Dang.
And ultimately, that's what happened. And ultimately, Jake Paul lasted a lot longer than anyone said he was going to. And I haven't seen the official scorecards. I don't know if anyone else has. But I think he might have won a round or two or even three. He was doing tremendously well in there against a person who is vastly more skilled, vastly larger, vastly more powerful. And he did it on 4 weeks preparation.
Man, he says, what are you playing? I was playing the Crew 2. It's the Crew 2. It's basically a map of the whole entire United States and now going into GTA Online right here.
And then think about when he's going to fight next. You know, we talked about June, July time frame. He loves this.
I'm on GTA. Well, I do have the Mansion DLC. I do have that, so I don't know what that's considered. If you have the Mansion DLC, is that considered GTA rich? I assume maybe.
It's a lot of money, but we want to put on the best brand for these fighters to show the world what boxing is about.
Just one last question, Alicia. You made history, three-minute round. Have you thought about that just for a second? Obviously, the win is great and all that, but have you thought about the history that you made for women's boxing?
You know, I'm still soaking in this win, and like I said, when Nikisa mentioned, hey, 3 minutes, 12 rounds, what do you think? I said, let's do it. And to be able to say that I did it, I made history. I'm the best woman fighter there is in the game right now. My skills are a 10 out of 10, and I'm only getting better, and that's the thing. You guys see just glimpses of who Alicia Baumgartner is, and this.
You know what? It's interesting you said that, Marty. Okay, I'm going to tell you why it's interesting you said that. This is why, even though I love both, right? Even though I love Khabib, even though I've had, conversations with his dad before, this is why I will say that I would probably be a lot relatable to Khamzat than Khabib. And I've mentioned this over and over again before. I mean, not even before you, discovered my channel. I've said this in multiple videos regarding Khamzat Chimaev and how I mentioned that he is Western raised, right? But also understands the fundamentalism of Islam. What people don't understand from Khabib's village, and I've met people like Khabib from his village, right? I've met people like that. I've met people like that in Egypt, per se, right? In Egypt, right? I've met people like that, and they grew up in villages, in places that don't understand that video games can actually enhance your brain, right? It can actually enhance your sense of perfection, your sense of problem solving, right? So even though the Dagestanis are great at both religion and MMA, it doesn't mean that they know everything. And even the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, had said, there are things that he didn't know. Like, for example, certain military conquest strategies, right? There were certain things that he didn't know. He would ask his generals, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about doing this in, in this maneuver versus doing it in this maneuver? What do you think about door kicking this way rather than doing it that way, right? What do you think about raiding in this particular matter as opposed to this strategy? He was very open, and understanding. And this is not me to try and liberalize the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in any way. This is just, the true God, honest truth, right? But you also got to understand, even though Khabib's team is probably the closest thing to what the Sahaba or what the companions of the Prophet Muhammad were, I don't think they are the end-all, be-all. I'm talking about Khabib's team. I don't think they are the end-all, be-all in understanding everything, and that also includes Islamic, religious jurisprudence studies, right? I can tell you that there's probably a lot of things that Khabib and his team don't know about. Like, for example, right? I wonder if Khabib has a good understanding of, let's say, the part of the hadith that talks about the Antichrist or the Dajjal or this and that. And this is not a knock on them in any kind of way. What I am saying is that there is certain religious doctrines and certain religious texts or certain religious parts of Islam that may be left out in very oppressive states, right? You would imagine in Russia, being that they have been in war with the Dagestanis and the Chechens for, a good amount of a couple of centuries, right? Don't you think that the Russian government would clamp down on certain Islamic practices? So, for example, if you're going to talk about the Antichrist, right, which, by the way, is very prevalent in our book, it's very prevalent in the reality of our religion, it would be forbidden in these types of states. And reason being why they would be forbidden is because they are dangerous to state power, right? So what is the story of the Antichrist? The story of the Antichrist is fighting an oppressive power, okay, that is either coming in the future or right now setting its seed into what it's going to become, okay, and you have to fight that power. So do you think that, people like the Russian state or other Arab governments would want to hear any of that? No, of course not. So what I'm saying is, as a result, maybe their education on Islam is fairly limited in certain aspects, right? And I'm saying that with absolute respect to these brothers, but also the respect to the reality that they live under in terms of suppressing certain religious beliefs or suppressing certain religious practices. Victory says, yeah, Muhammad definitely didn't know about all the benefits of video games. Yeah, it's not something, like, look, here's the thing, right? In this game, you know what I do? I play missions. I don't harm innocent civilians. Anybody that tries to harm me in the game, I go after. I don't go after, well, I think I go after all players. I think I just, I'm on EBK mode with every player because it's fair game. But I don't kill the NPCs. I don't do none of that. I don't shoot at the cops if I don't need to. Yeah. I pretty much try to emulate as much of reality as I would in, just like if I'm playing a UFC game, if I like to kick in real life, I'm going to like to kick as well in a UFC game. So he says, are you able to completely avoid... There's an aspect of lowering, one's gaze, of course. Yes, there's always that component. Yes, in terms of self-control. Yes. Speaking of which, look at this. I open up in the story mode in Franklin. Guess what? He comes out of this thing right here. That's why we got to get out of Franklin and go on to online mode, just so I can introduce you guys to what I got going on here. So here we go. We're going to see the mansion mode in, okay, let's go back to the press conference here.
Moments where you saw just a little bit. So I'm looking forward to what the future looks like and, still continuing to fight these 12 minute rounds.
And again, the knockdown came in the third minute, right? That's a critical component of that analysis. Just follow up on Jake. He said he broke his jaw in the aftermath. Has he gone to hospital? What's the health update from Jake? Yeah, we think he broke his jaw. He's fine. We met with Netflix afterwards. He took a shower, drove himself to the hospital. A broken jaw is very common in sports, particularly in boxing or MMA. I think the recovery time from the doctors and surgeons.
It is official. Jake Paul did break his jaw, yes.
What he talked to is 4 to 6 weeks.
I want a Kodiak combo with extra cane sauce, no salon, 2 extra toast, F11.
Now that's an order.
Reaping Kid KG. Nikki said, Jake, when you look at his performance and you think about what Francis Ngannou was able to accomplish or how long he was able to last against Anthony Joshua, what does it say about Jake Paul?
I think a great game plan and preparation, unbelievable heart. And the reality is, Jake lost because of the size difference, not because of the skill difference. AJ was hanging on that neck, pushing him down. And when you have someone that heavy constantly doing that, it does suck the energy out of you. AJ talked about sucking out or taking out the man's soul. He didn't take out his soul. He did take out his energy, and that's when he was able to get the finish.
And just a quick follow-up. Obviously, we don't want to look too far into the Jake wants to break. He's one through.
He says, even when I was really young, I didn't like those establishments. Yes.
So, it's coming off a tough fight. But, I mean, like, it seems right on the wall that would be an obvious fight to, look forward to in the future. Did you see Jake versus Francis Ngannou?
The whole situation with Francis was very confusing to me. And he's done a couple of interviews, back and forth in terms of how he thought about our conversation. I think Francis is a revolutionary when it comes to fight sports. He stood up against the UFC, showed what kind of man he is, and this process was just getting a little bit confusing for me, given who I know he is as a human being.
Well done for another spectacular performance. 12 3-minute rounds. First of all, how do you feel? And is that now the standard for you fighting you? That's it. If you want to fight me, it's 12 3-minute rounds. Or are you willing to go back to 2 minute rounds?
For one, I feel amazing after that performance. And yes, there is a standard. And there's high expectations that I have for myself. The expectations of MVP.
Question for you.
All right, it doesn't look like they're going to have Anthony Joshua up there anytime soon. So, yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to have Anthony Joshua there. All right. Or maybe they will. Okay, no, they're not. They haven't had Anthony Joshua on there yet. So, all right, let's go to my Yeah, this is the mansion I was talking to you guys about right here. Okay, here's Anderson Silva, guys.
News. Congratulations, champ, on a tremendous victory. You look absolutely sensational. I want to ask you, how are you able to do this at your age, 50 years old?
They're asking Anderson Silva how he's able to do this at his age.
I don't think about my age.
He says he doesn't think about his age.
Young guys every day, and
he says he's with the young guys every day and he keeps up with them.
Different trainings, and I think the age is only the number.
And can you tell us as well, once you dropped Willie, he got up, you guys actually touched his glove. Can you explain what exactly happened at that one moment? After you dropped Woodley, you guys touched gloves right before the ref jumped in and stopped the fight. Can you just explain what happened that briefly?
Well, I'm happy, because when you're there, you see your opponent going down and the judge coming in the front, you're happy, because your job work, and I think this is very interesting sport because in MMA you can hold your opponent, you can put it in the ground. In boxing,
yeah, Anderson said in MMA you can hold your opponent.
For me, boxing is very hard.
But in boxing, he says you can't. It's very hard.
Especially because I train with young kids. Ebert is an Olympic guy and gold medal. Junior is amazing boxer. My son, and it's very difficult for me to try to follow the same.
He says, how about Roy Jones Jr. versus Silva? Yeah. You know what? Man,
crazy. I just
both of them at 50 years old right now. You know what, man? That would be a good fight for Anderson, man. Roy Jones is just way out of it right now.
For myself, I can do everything.
Love to hear that. Last question right before I wrap up. You know, you had a impressive victory today to close out the year. You called out Chris Weidman. What can we expect for you for a big 2026?
Well, first of all, I need you back to work because my team just called me in the entire camp training and
It's a bodyguard.
pushed me hard to say, boss, you need you back to work. I say, okay, but give me the little space for continue my training. And I'm back to work. I'm back to
Just like video games, just like real life, huh?
to the police academy.
Oh yeah, Anderson Silva's going to the police academy, guys. What do you think about that? Anderson Silva going to the police academy.
Talking to you and congratulations on the win. So for your
Yeah, I don't know if he has the legs to do it, Roy Jones. Yeah, Roy Jones is way out of it, bro.
You look still so great, even at 50 years old.
Man, the secret is
What is the secret, Anderson?
passion and love. Everything you do in your life.
He said passion and love. There it is. He says do everything with passion and love.
You don't love, you don't go make successful. You don't come happy. And everything I do in my life, I do it because I have a passion to do. And the combat sport in my life is very special, you know, and it's something I pray every day because God gives me that opportunity, you know.
There we go. He says he prays every day because God gives him that opportunity.
You know, and prove for the new generation, everybody can do everything, but you need to question yourself every time when you go to the bed at night. Is your love, is your passion, is something you love to do it because you make successful.
And one last question from me. So you have inspired generations after generations, including me, since your days fighting in Pride. For the next generation that is coming up and watching Jake Paul and watching these fight cards and everything, what piece of advice would you give them and how would you inspire them to pursue their passions and pursue and follow in your footsteps?
Well, I think the new generation need to understand the more important, respect the legends, you know, respect the legends and respect the word, you know. I think the word that needs more passion and respect for the human beings respect, you know. A lot of bad things happen and I don't know, I try to pass my bad things for everybody, you know, every day and that's my work, that's my mission in here in this work.
Did you see Strickland talking to Rampage about Raja? Yeah. He, in particular, he said how he could relate to Raja, right? How Strickland said that he could relate to Raja, man. I tell you what, if there's one thing that stopped Sean Strickland from being racist is that he realized that a lot of these troubled young black men are really no different than him. You know what I mean? They're really no different. And this is, listen, as the race whisperer, I can absolutely vouch for that. Yeah, we are really no different in terms of if you come from the hood or if you come from a privileged background, everybody is all the same in those extremities that we are talking about. So, there's the other bodyguard. Okay, back to Anderson Silva.
Just doing the strategy and training with my team, just move and take my perfect time to doing my best shot in a fight, you know, and everything's work. I'm so happy because everything I learned in my camp training work in the fight.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, I thought that for your age, you're still very mentally sharp in there as well, because it did seem to me like...
I'm a Spider-Man, bro.
Yeah, there you ageless.
Oh, I'm sorry, I told my secrets. Oh my God.
Michelle Joy Phelps with Fox Nation. I would like to ask your opinion on this because it's like a really big debate. Is which would you say is the hardest to do, MMA or boxing?
Well, they're asking him which is the hardest to do, MMA or boxing.
I think boxing for me is hard because
he says boxing is hard for him. He says the footwork and the hand. He says don't forget to watch the podcast cringe video on Shop. Gotcha. Yes, I will. Thank you for that recommendation, by the way.
And I saw my hands little down, and I talked to my coach. So, I need to back and training this, because I put my hands down, and that's not good. But is it two different sports? I think the MMA is, you have a different disciplines to learn. In boxing, you have to work in the footwork, your hands up, and a lot of different techniques.
So he's saying there's a lot of techniques to work on in boxing. He's right, though, right? Boxing is very meticulous when it comes to, like, details of skills.
Well,
my family has a major debate over this, and I just have to hear it from you.
Oh, it's Michelle Joy Phelps asking because, she said her family had a debate on which is harder. Says you'll understand why he has a Reddit with 120K making fun of him. Damn, bro. Sounds like, man, a lot of hate for Brendan Schaub. Look, Marty, could it also be possible that people hate Brendan Schaub because, let's be honest, right? He's, a well-put, together, white male, rich, has powerful friends, right? Like, don't you think that a guy like that would be easy to hate because of all of these factors? You know what I mean? Like, just, it's warranted, you say. Okay, I agree with that to a certain extent. I think there are some things that are warranted there that would be hard for me to deny, you on. So, yeah. I see what you're saying there. Yeah, it's hard to deny that. That's true. All right. Here's the other bedroom. There's a lot of bedrooms in this mansion. Oh, yeah, look at this. This one I won by just spinning the wheel in the casino. And then, yeah, so I just put it in here. It's like a Land Cruiser, but with like, what looks like to be like some designer, Gucci design of some sort. No, you got to watch some of these videos. It's because of the way that he acts. All right, I'm sure they'll put together, a case that, sort of indicates that. So, yeah. Okay. I will definitely check that out, though. It is worth the watch. For sure. There it is, movie theater in the mansion. No. Yeah, man, like Floyd Mayweather style lifestyle they got over here. Oh yeah, back to Anderson.
Here, Anderson, Danny Segura with MMA Junkie. Anderson, how many more fights do you want to do? You look great, but is there a number?
They asked him how many more fights you want to do. You look great, but is there a number?
I just wake up every day in the morning and say, God, thank you so much. I'm here again.
He says, God, thank you so much. He likes wake.
Put everything together, between my work, my company,
sharp. You gotta be a sharp. That's why.
Oh my God, I can't do this again. Wow, I'm so lucky. It's not very good to when I pass the news for my family. When I go fight again. Everybody, no ways, Dad, you crazy? And yeah, I'm a little crazy. And yeah, it's a passion, brother. It's a passion. It's something I'm lucky because I don't see nobody in my age, in my generation, doing the same, and that's I pray every day and say, God, thank you for everything you do in my life.
Are you surprised you're still fighting?
No, I'm not surprised. I just...
All right, man, it's late out of here. I'll catch you later. Yeah, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, brother. I'm probably just going to let this run for a bit, just kind of get some, you know, extra views going here, man. Thank you for tapping in. I'm gonna just stay and you know, until the last of the press conference, and then we'll call it a day from there, man. Hey, shout out to you. Thank you for your service out here, my man. And yeah, shout outs to everybody.
You know, because I like to see my grandson grow up and train with me too.
Lastly, did you watch Jake's fight against Anthony, and what you think about?
They're asking Anderson if they saw Jake's fight.
Doing a good job.
He said that Jake was doing a good job.
Anderson, I just want to follow up on that. You know, any message for Jake, especially considering that not only are you a former opponent of his, but you work with his company, you see how far he's come. What did you think about his performance?
Wow, I think that Jake doing an amazing job, you know, and the big responsibility is for Joshua, not for Jake, you know. But the people need to respect Jake, you know, and imagining Jake little big and having more time to training for this fight. You know, I think Jake improved a lot. The people need to respect him. I don't say that only because I'm fighting here in a company, but it's because Jake, the people need to respect Jake, you know. I mean, every single fight go inside the ring, everybody need respect.
Congratulations. Spectacular knockout tonight.
I didn't miss you, buddy. I'm sorry.
I said congratulations on your spectacular knockout tonight.
Oh, thank you.
I know you and Willie go back to UFC days, and I was wondering if you got a chance to speak to him after the fight. And if not, did you have any words for him?
Wow. I don't. You can give back the question because I can. Like, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, about Tyrone? I think Tyrone don't have a long time to come for this fight, and is a great fighter. You know, a lot of people don't give the credit to him because I think the people don't see how much us work in this sport. You know, the combat sport is very brutal, and Tyrone is an amazing fighter. He's a legend, and people need to respect him.
Were you able to speak to him after the fight?
Yeah, I just say thank you, man. Thank you for accept the fight, and that's it. You know, because when you go inside the ring, you go to win. You know, but I have a family. Tyrone have a family, and I think, of course, I'm happy. But and the other thing, I'm a human being, and I feel a little sad because, you know, it is it's a fight, but it's very tough.
Thank you, champ.
You're welcome. You're welcome, guys. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
All right, well, that's the end for Anderson Silva. Let's hear who's up next on the next one right here. Okay, we're waiting on the next one.
The college football playoff is everything. Toughness, goals, sacrifices. Laser focus. This is where I think everything you got. All that. The attention to detail is like, big physical, big run. Tulane takes on Ole Miss.
All right, they're talking about college football there. All right, so yeah, we're just still waiting on the next person on the on what do you call it, on the press conference right now. By the way, in real life, I ate in this restaurant right here. That's a real seafood place right there. All right, we got Eddie Hearn and I think Anthony Joshua walking in right now. I believe they're going to be the last one of the night. Jake Paul will not be speaking because he obviously has his jaw broken. So, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the wait. Great night. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to MVP, Netflix, The Zone. Respect to Jake Paul as well. And questions available to Anthony Joshua for you guys.
Hey, Jake. Right here. Andreas Hale, ESPN, to your left. What's up, man? Good to see you, too. Back in the U.S., you got the fitness that you desired, but can you kind of talk about the frustration in dealing with Jake's movement? Is that what you expected out of him in this fight? And were the things that you think about that was like, I could have done something a little bit better than this night earlier?
Jake would have either come full steam ahead 100 miles an hour.
All right, let's hear what Anthony Joshua has to say here.
There's two things I would have done. Tried to shut Jake down at 100 miles an hour, or I would have gone on the back foot. So Jake decided to move around the ring, and I decided to put the pressure on. What I could have done better is a lot of things. 100%. In the fight game, you've seen the amazing fighters that have graced us over the last 100 years, and the expectations that we put on ourselves are immense, but I tried my best. Jake done well while it lasted, but if you remember what I said in the interview with Cameron is, fighting's not just physical, it's psychological. And when you understand the psychological warfare, I did say to you that, Jake, what's going to happen? I'm going to see a time when I'm going to take your soul and you're either going to give up or you're going to get knocked out. And unless you have that instinct, you just will never be a good fighter. So I wish that I could have knocked him out at the start. But as we saw,
he was trying to knock him out early.
Tonight, Jake has spirit. He has some heart. he tried his best, and I take my hat off to him because, number one, a lot of fighters haven't got in the ring with me, and Jake did. And secondly, even when he got knocked down, he kept on trying to get up, and I take my hat off to him. So America, I think you have someone who could potentially, if he still has the heart for it, come back again, dust this, dust the dirt off his shoulder, and come again and maybe sell out.
So he's saying that Jake Paul has a good chance of coming back and redeeming himself, as a result of this fight. Okay, so that is what Anthony Joshua is talking about right here. So, hey, let's go back to what he was saying.
This center sometime in 2026, maybe against Javonte Davis, Ryan Garcia, who knows?
Eddie, I want to follow with you because when this fight was first announced, you had said something to the effect of this would end Jake Paul's career. After what you saw tonight, do you think that Jake should continue to box, or what do you think the future holds for him?
Yeah, no, I really take my hat off to. I mean, we have to see if it is a broken jaw. Those injuries are very difficult to come back from. But as AJ
Yeah,
said,
that's going to be a tough
last
one
shot
to
would have
come
knocked
back
out a
from
lot
for
of
sure.
heavyweights. And I know he went down heavy, but he was conscious on the floor. And I thought his game plan, although obviously very negative early on, which it had to be, was smart at times. And there were times where he held his feet and let his hands go. It was a very one-sided fight. It was always going to be a one-sided fight. But you can't give him anything but credit and respect. There's a lot of negative people out there. There's a lot of people who want to criticise people. They're not doing what Jake Paul's done. He just went in with Anthony Joshua and gave it his best shot. Took a lot of punishment and ended the fight eventually on his feet after the stoppage. So, I think you'll have to see physically how that jaw, I don't know the severity of it. It's a very difficult injury to come back from. But he showed he's got ability, and that's what we said. He's dedicated to the game.
Last one, AJ. Before this fight, we talked, and you said, I'm not thinking about 2026 until after this fight. Now, what is the plan? Because there was talk about Turkey Al-Sheikh saying that you would take an interim fight before you would fight Tyson Fury. Can you guys kind of illuminate what the plan is entering next year?
So, the best promoter in the world has been speaking with Turkey, His Excellency, Riyadh season, and now he's going to relay those messages and speak to my training team, the Right to Fight team. They're going to have conversations, they're going to speak to my manager, and everyone's going to kind of see where I'm at. My training team know my body really well. They know what I've been through over the X amount of weeks I've been with them. So it's up to them to make a decision. They're going to speak with Eddie, and then hopefully in a week or so, I'll have some news. I'm a strong guy. I want to push on. But the coaches, it's really up to them. They're the ones that guide me. Fighters will always fight. Coaches are there to guide us.
AJ's Kevin Garcia, a.k.a. the Puerto Rican Kid KG, and I just wanted to get your assessment. You've now been in the ring with Jake Paul and Francis Ngannou. What do you think about them comparatively when you assess what they were like up against you?
Both good. Both have heart. It takes a lot. That ring walk. Obviously, 1,000 fighters have done it before me, but it's a. Imagine sleeping the night before a big fight, and then you wake up in the morning, and you're waiting for that moment when it's time to leave. You get to the change room, you make that walk. I take my hat off to Francis Ngannou because he's ultimately an MMA fighter, and he crossed over into boxing twice. He beat up Tyson Fury, and then had a short fight with me, but he walked in that ring twice. Credit to him. And then Jake Paul, who has been boxing now for 5 or so years.
I was playing GTA, I was playing The Crew, and now I'm playing an old school version of FIFA. But a lot more updated than you think with this old school version.
In our modern day era, there's maybe 4, 5, 6, 7 Andy Joshuas that can punch, that can avoid punches, that know what they're doing in the ring. So Jake will struggle at top level, but he has a place in boxing if he wants to stay, in my opinion. So credit.
Wow, so Anthony Joshua said that Paul has a place to stay in boxing if he wishes.
What was going through your mind when some of the clinching was happening? You
gonna play with Abramovich. I'm actually gonna play with Erling Haaland as Man City.
Two things are happening in my mind in the clinches. In the clinch, he done really well. When you're in survival mode, you will always find a way. So I was trying to look for certain shots. I actually wanted to let my hands go in the clinch, but he done well to tie my hands up. And as you can see, when they were free, I tried to land a few body shots. And yeah, I tried when I could. It was a bit messy, but from a systematical breakdown, the right hand landed, it found its home, and the referee waved it off after. Did he get counted out, or did the ref wave it off? So the right hand found its home.
Look at the date. Very updated is this date.
It weren't for tonight, maybe in the future, but we got the job done in the end.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you, mate.
Judgement from the Sun. A question for you, Eddie. There's actually been some rumours around the circuit this week that there's a fight for AJ in February next year against the kickboxing champion Rico Van Hoven. Is there any legs to that?
Oh, wow. They're talking about Rico Verhoeven. He says, I was going to ask you what your thoughts are on the other sects of Islam, such as Shia and Ismaili. You know what? I don't know. I mean, Shia is one thing, but Ismaili, it's hard to recognize that. You know, especially if you come from a Sunni background.
And talk about when he will be ready to return. So, in an ideal world, that would be the time. But we're going to see when he's ready. Rico, whoever it is.
Rico Verhoeven. They're talking about Rico Verhoeven versus Anthony Joshua.
On over the next 4, 5, 6 days, because we're not going to rush him back if he's not quite ready. But it won't be long. And the plan is to fight in the spring, and then obviously fight Tyson Fury.
Okay, so they're going to have Anthony Joshua fight Rico in the spring, and then Tyson Fury. Wow.
We can do that, by the way, straight away. No interim fights. If Tyson's ready and AJ's ready, we don't have to
He
fight.
says they could do that straight away, he said.
He's saying he needs
Give
to
the
fight.
tosser 8 weeks, 24 hours to sign a contract.
Oh, man, he's over here mocking, what's his name? Tyson Fury.
Greedy belly.
Oh, man, he's doing Usyk now. Oh, man, Joshua over here doing impressions, bro.
He's looking saying, let me do the fucking, let me, go, wait. We have Tyson Fury's cousin here.
Oh, they said they have Tyson Fury's cousin there. I put Ashraf Hakimi in Manchester City, by the way.
Maybe going straight into the fight with no warm-up.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll do it right now, 100%. Go back into that Casilla Centre, put that ring together, and put me in with him. 100%.
And what's John Fury saying?
I tell you what, you know it, we all know it, everyone here in America knows it. It's the biggest fight in boxing. Let's do it, 100%.
And part of the new team, obviously, Alexander Usyk. How would you see winning the fight?
For me, you know I have to go with the team, man. I have to go, man. It's a very big fight. And we look forward to it.
So, obviously, AJ is a fan of you, Mike Tyson. What do you think about the fight with him and Tyson Fury?
Looking forward to this. I'm hoping it's a nice, quick start. We're standing here between two good teams.
Oh, he's doing Mike Tyson impressions now.
It would be great if we could have it in America. It's a big thing. It's just very big.
How's Trump? What do you think Trump would say about bringing that fight to the USA?
We could bring it to the USA. We've got the World Cup here. That's going to be so big. The biggest World Cup you've ever seen in your entire life. So let's have it here. We've got big stadiums.
And Mike, I saw earlier when you just spoke, you also turned into Robert De Niro halfway through.
I did. I enjoyed that.
It's that impression guy that does all the impressions.
I gotta tell you, I mean, with Jake Paul, you said, say hello to my little friend. That's how you did it. It is Christmas season, by the way. Joe Pesci was so
I wanted to ask you as well, you guys seen this, about what you thought, how I carried myself with the Warriors code.
thought you carried yourself very well. I really did. I did. It was amazing to see. You know, but I believe your promoter does a far better Chris Eubank Sr. And he doesn't do it in the interviews with me, so I think he should do it right now.
Anthony Joshua, how do you think you done tonight?
Listen, man, I'm working on you. I'm working on you. That's it. It's a work in progress.
It works. It's really tough to handle.
Rafael Prado with FightNews.com.
Off the ball.
AJ, I want to ask you, you mentioned the psychological aspect of the game. It seemed like
Really
all
get
your
at the opposition
answers,
here.
the look in your eyes, everything you could see was very in tune, very aligned, very lead up to this fight. Was that just your reassessment of the game
Corner now for Manchester
that amount of
City.
time, or the new camp with Usyk and his team, or is it just
And do they do the Zanjir Matam? I have some Shia friends. Yeah, I don't. What is the Zanjir Matam? Explain what that is.
Again, I took a year out.
Catch the opposition out in the corner to the edge of the box.
You know, sometimes you going 100 miles an hour. Just need to slow it down a bit and actually have a look at what's going on around me. I think that's been important. And now I can just
Nice.
that's what I want to be. I just want to be an athlete now. When I'm still competing and just give it 100%. I don't want to be anything else. I just want to be an athlete.
Well, this is the difference between nearly good players and the best.
And I don't want to be a businessman. I just want to be an athlete. And I think that's my business.
And the Prophet's family got it.
On that, I think I can reign again. I've still got a lot of passion for the game.
Oh, look at the manager. He
That's
works
what's happened
hard
over
for
the
his
last
team
year.
on the training
Focusing
ground
more,
and seeing some reward
taking
for
away a
it
lot of
now.
distractions, and the team I'm with are pushing me. And I think, like, even though it's hard, I know that's what's needed. And I'm welcoming more. I'm welcoming more challenges in the gym.
At Shane Company, we're all about you. Your style, your budget, and the dream engagement ring you can't stop looking at. We're ready to help you find the...
Sorry?
You can see it shining through the show.
You can see it. Okay. That's positive. Don't make it continue.
There it is.
Good to see you. Thank you. Well, I wanted to fight. So the question is, I was asking myself, do I actually want to fight? The only way I'm going to find out is if I get in the ring and have a feel for it. So getting in the ring today, I definitely want to fight, but I definitely want to get better as well. So I'm hungry for
He said, "Don't forget to drink water." Got it, Evil Knievel.
continue everything that I kind of left behind in 2025. I had a tough defeat in my last fight. And I just want to, 2024, I had a tough defeat in 2024, and I just want to pick up and move forward again. So yeah, I'm glad I got back in the ring and I figured out.
Just a mistake, really. It was too much of the opponent
to figure out if I still want to continue or not. This was a good eye for her to say, this is going to play between these two.
Here's Hakimi.
Thank you.
Looking for goal now. Well, that should be the game. You can call it another insurance goal.
You said to Jake about his record, he fought better fighters than this person, right?
Terrence Crawford in the pros. I went the distance with him, lost the decision once. But I asked you if you went the distance with Jake Paul with that win loss.
Okay.
And you said yes, I had to knock him out.
Yeah.
So tonight, did it go how you thought it would go? And is it a success for you? I know you won. We all seen that, right? Is it a success for you?
Well, it's not easy to find the spirit here that they're going to need in these circumstances. They kick off again.
I needed to keep that. Yeah. No, it's a win.
Chance to
That's
have
not a
another goal
success.
and take the opposition
My
on.
coach expects
Real
more.
opening for it. They couldn't stop in the first
What
half.
can we do? We
They
can't
haven't
reverse the
stopped in
clock.
the second
I
half.
have to move
And
forward.
he's leading his team
I have to
in
put
the
that in the
best
past
possible
now.
way with 2 goals
After
today.
today, you may see a bit of social media trying to lap up all
Well,
the
he's doubled up here. His
algorithm
second goal.
attention.
And he took it
For me,
in excellent style, just
it's
like
in
the
the
first
past.
one.
I
We can see a slightly different viewpoint on it.
So I saw you when you were walking out. I could see you reveling in your
Well, it's great for the club.
I was just
Together,
wondering,
and the manager
this fight
doubly
feel
delighted with the way his team are playing.
like a fight when you go into a heavyweight championship. Did it feel like that? Because to me, it just looked a little different. Because it was it hard.
We expected this. Such a one-sided affair.
That's not Dillian White, Joshua Parker.
They are top dog at the moment.
There's a lot riding on this,
In many ways,
a lot
it
of
can
pressure,
be a burden, but not for
a
these
lot of
players out there.
expectations. So
Milan are going big in the transfer market. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe the newspapers, social media, an official bid has been made.
You don't put a
So
picture
we'll
up
find
on
out
me.
more over the next week or
A
so.
lot of people don't respect me, so there's a lot of pressure.
We're going to start from the back. Back pass to the keeper.
Watch, I'm going to score with the goalie.
I took Jake as serious as I needed to, but most importantly, I take myself.
Yeah, Anthony Joshua said he took Jake as seriously as he needed to.
Skill with the
I
ball.
know what it takes to get in the ring. You have to be prepared
Oh, the keeper! What's he done?
Close down now.
in that ring.
There's the interception.
As I said, credit to Jay. I stand on that. I'm not gonna sit up here. If he would have beaten me, he would bash me. You know that, right? Imagine him up here now. They would have torn me and Eddie apart. I'm not gonna do that to Jay. I'm gonna give him the credit.
Be reals. Yeah, it is, man. I'm not very good at the game, bro, and I'm just trying to win.
I've been really impressed by the way they've gone about the business, taking the game to the opposition they dictate.
Two more guys. You have a shot.
Oh, wow, a flag.
Good organisation from the defence, and it was offside.
You're terrible. Put the level up.
Well, we can see it again, Alan.
Well, it's so difficult, these decisions by the assistants, but I think he's got that one right. Well played.
I understand why you would take a fight like this because I think for you, it was probably a bit fun, right? Despite the pressure. But was it true? Did you fall out of love with boxing? And if so, how did you find it?
I was trying to fall back in love with boxing.
Can't keep the
I
ball at the
realised,
moment.
like, if you're a family man, I realised that I was working away from home.
Well defended,
Spending
not
time
just
with my
putting it
friends.
across. He thought quickly as
You know,
well.
my wife wasn't happy, so I had to kind of look at the decisions I was making, and I had to come back home to boxing. And I had to sacrifice,
They
I
got the
had to
ball
take
back
a look
by
at
that
my life,
interception.
make necessary changes to put my love back to the sport. This sport is unforgiving.
Predictable
You
with the
don't give
passing and the
100%
opposition
attention.
able to deal with that.
Those belts will be torn away from you and be put on someone else's waist. You give them
Read
the love
that
and
well with
attention
the
that
interception.
boxing needs, and I wasn't given enough love and
Try and
attention.
just steer it through.
It wasn't that I stepped away
Good
because
piece
I
of work by the
didn't
goalkeeper.
fight. I
Turn
stepped
that
away
away from
because I
danger.
knew
Could be a cross here.
I'm
Could
gonna
be dangerous.
be in boxing. I need to be 100%. That's what it was. It took me. I gave myself a year. I said I'm gonna give myself a year. And on September 21st, 2025, the year was done. We normally do 12-week training.
Hey, the homie killing it, though.
21st, October 21st, December 21st, December 19th. 3 months training, we get straight back in the ring. So for me, it was a perfect plan. And I don't want to start like losing my focus now. Go and start like socializing and let's get lit. You're popping right now. You know what I'm saying? Your boy's got to try and stay focused. It's difficult. Staying focused takes effort. I think you need to though, because as I said, boxing, if you don't give it the love it needs, it'll get up and leave and go and
That's not so much
spend
an
the night.
interception as a
Your
poor
box will spend the
pass.
night with someone else. So I need to focus, man. And I took the time out because I just wanted to
And that
regain.
will peter out that attack. It's the goalkeeper's ball
Joining
quite easily.
Alexander Usyk, his team, came a bit of a shock to the boxing world. How did that come about, and how did you feel that you guys matched?
So I spoke to Sergey,
There's
who
space
works
to
with
go
Usyk,
forward into with the ball.
and he invited me down to their training camp. Ultimately, just to do some rounds. There was nothing more to it, but my schedule didn't align at the time. And I then spoke to Tom Hall, who's a good friend of mine, and he said, "Look, let's try and find some time in your schedule. Put boxing first and go out there. They're a very good team. You want to win, they're winners. If you want to win, surround yourself with winners. Spoke to Eddie, spoke to family, everyone said it's a good idea. I was initially going to go out there for 2 weeks. That turned into 3 months. That turned into a fight. And long may it continue. It's been a really good experience, really good fight. And I think I can definitely do more. I've done well. Becoming 2-time heavyweight champion of the world.
I am Ali Khan. Every Muslim man at a certain age should be married already, in my opinion.
Tonight wasn't perfect, but the result was a win. And that only happened because of the work we put in over the last 2-3 months. So thank you to the team for your efforts. I appreciate it. Thank you to MVP, thank you to Matcher. Thank you to everybody involved. I hope I see you guys soon. And for those that celebrate Christmas, enjoy your Christmas. And for those that don't, enjoy the festive period. Thank you for your love, appreciation for the sport, and we'll see you soon. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Apologies for focusing on this fella.
What I like about him, he's got a short back lift. He shoots quickly before the keeper can get set, and that's how he got his goal.
All right, so it looks like that's the end of the Anthony Joshua. Yeah, that's the end of Anthony Joshua right there. The post-fight replay. Oops. What is this? All this Christmas stuff. He says, okay, let's hear what Paulie had to say here.
What did I just watch? What did I just watch? This is Paulie Malignaggi for Paulie TV. What did I just watch? All right? Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua is over. Thank God. Thank God it's over. What a joke of a fight. I was hoping that I could at least give Jake credibility and say, you know what, he took this challenge. You know, even if it's for a lot of money, he still had the guts to walk to the ring and all this stuff. I was hoping, you know, you're going to get knocked out anyway, dude. Like, I was hoping I could say, you know what, because he earned the respect of boxing fans by going out on his...
Now, he said that he was going to get knocked out anyway. That's an interesting take from Paulie right there, right? Saying that he thought he was going to get knocked out anyway. Man, that's interesting. He was, right? He was going to get knocked out eventually. But yeah, I see what Paulie is talking about, though.
Shield. Guy just ran for his life. I just watched Jake Paul run for his life for like 5-6 rounds. Literally just run for. He was doing football jukes. You guys watched that fight? Ring was big. I made a freaking point about that ring being big, and he used it to his advantage in terms of survival in every way he could. I mean, this guy literally never tried to win a second of the fight. He was trying to throw a home run punch every once in a while. And notice every time he got in the clinch, he just went down. Like he just hugged Anthony Joshua and then like would go down, and the referee would call it a slip and give him a break, and like he would just kill time that way. Then he was completely angling off. He's completely blading his shoulder off completely to the point where he's so bladed off that he can't even punch. He was just trying to make himself as small of a target as possible. And Anthony Joshua, people are gonna say, oh, why didn't Anthony Joshua catch up to him? Because Anthony Joshua never had fast feet to begin with, and Anthony Joshua honestly should have probably cut off the ring a little bit better. That's my one critique of Joshua. He probably could have cut off the ring a little bit better. Joshua's always never really had the best feet, but in terms of cutting off the ring, could have at least done that. But honestly, what do you want the guy to do? I mean, this guy ran for his life in a 22 by 20 foot ring. That ring was huge. That ring was huge. I can't believe what I just watched, guys. I'm seriously, dude, that's it. That's it. This was AJ's chance. Could have went out on his shield and his chance to say, yeah, get the respect of the boxing community. This was the one that could have got him the respect of the boxing community. This was the one. He came out with all this rap crap and doing the Hulkamania crap and all that other stuff and all that stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, is he that calm, or is he literally just setting up his own demise? I don't know. AJ came out to the ring really serious, which would you expect?
Yeah, he looked really calm in that one for sure. Oh.
And then I mean, he never fought. He never fought. Jake never fought. Like, he never fought the whole fight. And then in the end, what happened? You get stopped anyway. You get stopped anyway. You took some shots anyway. His mouth was bleeding at the end of the fight. Like, so you took shots anyway. All it would have took 3 minutes of misery. Just go out, fight. Just go out.
Damn, that was
and
a
attack.
horrible
Just fight
kick.
like a kamikaze. Just attack. It'll be over in less than 3 minutes, and you would have got more respect from the boxing community than you will.
I mean, that's a ridiculous notion that Paulie is talking about. He would have gotten more respect, right? Look, if he was going to get knocked out, like you said, right, he was going to get knocked out anyway. Better that he try to survive it.
Now you're not going to get any respect. Now it's freaking crazy. I can't believe what I was watching. I almost was done before the fight ended. I was like, I'm dead. I'm done watching this. I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm done watching this. I can't believe I can't believe this. I really, guys, I mean, now you guys got to leave me some comments and let me know what your thoughts on this crap. I mean, am I over-exaggerating here? Did I just watch a guy get paid $90 million to just survive? He just survived. Like, he just ran around the ring.
Look, is that really what he was doing, or is that really what boxing is? Think about it. Is that really what boxing is, though? I mean, look, it is to hit and not get hit. And man, I think a lot of these boxing guys. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of these boxing guys, they are very fickle in the way that they are placing their opinions on this matter.
And he just fought to survive. He didn't fight. I use the word fight. It would be so loosely right now. He literally just ran around the ring. And that's it. Joshua tried, and I know people around me were starting to say, "Oh, this is a work." Again, I was starting to hear that crap, and I was getting aggravated because I could see it's not a work. AJ was throwing hard punches early on whenever he could get in minimal range because this guy was running for his life like a road runner. So when you could see when AJ would get into range, he would throw hard punches. He was missing early on. This guy was like a road runner all over the place. And once Jake finally started slowing down, because you can't run around like that. Like, he's just running around. He's running and running. He doesn't know how to calm down. And it's like, okay, finally started going down. He started getting knocked down. And then the fight, sure enough, eventually it ends. I don't even know what round it ended, 5 or 6. It was almost unwatchable. It was actually almost so unwatchable that I almost stopped watching.
I wouldn't say it was unwatchable. Let me tell you what that was, right? That right there was a very high intense fight in terms of the stakes that we were looking at, right? Like, meaning anybody could have won at any given time, or at least, you know, we thought that Anthony Joshua could have won, but yeah, it was a much more exciting fight than what Paulie Malignaggi is giving it credit for. Let me just say that.
Just left. I cannot believe that. That just happened. That just happened. I mean, for AJ, you know, you can't criticize AJ because he was trying to get him out of there. This is a stand-up fight. You know what I mean? You can't just grab the guy and hold him there. And like I said, Jake was being sly with the time killing.
I'm going to be honest with you about that. Yes, Jake was doing a lot of that, right? There was a lot of hugging and grabbing going on. I can't deny that about Jake. Yeah, that's true.
Every time he was in a clinch, he would just go down, and he would try to push Joshua down and trip him down, and he would just go down, and that kills time. And you notice the timekeeper also wasn't stopping the clock. It wasn't until the end of the timekeeper started stopping the clock for all those falls and trips. That was also killing time, and so on and so forth. So, I don't know, man. And it's really something mind-boggling that just happened. I mean, think about you know what you could do for boxing if Netflix spent, what they make, 90 million each, whatever. Let's say they make 50 million each. If you spent 100 million on boxing, you know what you can completely resurrect boxing.
Oh, that was horrible.
Kind of fights you can make with $100 million in boxing. You know the kind of traction boxing would have if you spent $100 million on boxing and made the best would fight the best easily. Instead, you just spent probably more than $100 million. But as Netflix, you spent $100 million on on this crap, dude. I can't believe what I just watched. And again, guys, I'm not mad at AJ. Like, some of you might gonna get mad at AJ for taking part in this. AJ looked to get him out of there right away. He tried to get him out of there as quick as he could. But AJ's never had fast speed. Even in his prime, AJ's never had fast speed. But of course, heavyweights don't run for their life like that. They'll fight you and they'll go out. You know what I mean? Like, so AJ's never had to chase a guy like this the whole time in his career. And you could already know AJ was a little bit cumbersome on his feet. He's a big, muscle-bound guy. So when this guy started running for his life, and I'm watching, I'm like, and he goes 1 round, 2 rounds, and AJ barely touched him in 1 and 2 rounds. I'm like, don't tell me this is what we're gonna watch tonight. Don't even tell me this is what we're gonna watch tonight. Is this guy ever gonna try to win the fight? Like, please don't tell me this is what we're gonna watch tonight. That's it.
What Paulie was worried about was that it was gonna end in some kind of I don't know. They talk the same. Who? He says, is Paul the OG Tate? They talk the same. How so? Explain how they talk the same, my man.
That's what we watched tonight. We watched that until Jake Paul got tired. I'm freaking mind blown. I don't even. You just gotta let me know in the comments, bro. Like, am I being too hard on everything? I know most of my fans are like hardcore fans on my page, so you're probably gonna be harder on them than me. But honestly, I'm not mad at AJ. Anybody's gonna do it for the money, and AJ was trying to get him out of there. But I did say before the fight, the longer this lasts, the more it'll debilitate into a farce. AJ's gotta try to get him out of there quick. But I thought it would be quicker, not because AJ did anything wrong, in my opinion. He did what he could do. AJ is what he is, you know. Especially he's past his prime too. But I expected a bit more engaging from Jake. I expected Jake to.
Yeah, the accent between Paulie Malignaggi and Andrew Tate are completely different. Like, he has an American transatlantic British accent, and Paulie has an East Coast Italian accent.
Try to get at least some respect, and he didn't. He didn't try to get any respect from the boxing fans at all. He literally tried to waste everybody's time. I can't freaking believe that he did. I thought, a piece of me was thinking, Jake's gonna try to get the respect of the boxing fans. He took this guy on, and it's an unwinnable fight. He's gonna go out in a blaze of glory. I'm telling you, it's easier to make that choice. It's over in less than 3 minutes. If you make that choice, and you'll get so much more respect. And it's over in less than 3 minutes.
Yo, Paulie is talking about telling Jake to like fight off his shield, man. I don't agree with that, bro. Like, you just want to see AJ knock him out. That's all you want to see, is just AJ knock him out rarely quickly, because you want the world to believe that, hey, you know what, as Paulie Malignaggi, I'm right about boxing, so, anything that boxing is correct about, man, come on, man, get out of here with that soft shit, Paulie. I'm not with it.
Instead, you drag this out for 6 unwatchable rounds, running for your life.
Why would you say that it's unwatchable? I think there was a lot of brilliance on both of their parts, man. I think this is just a little bit of too harsh of a criticism, in my opinion. Shout out to Sol Kadir. Shout out to you, my man.
What does that do? What does that do for any kind of credibility? What does that do for any kind of credibility? It's that now. I like Jake as a person. I've met him. If you would meet him, you would like him too. Like, I was hoping he would at least have, give himself a little bit of credibility to where I don't have to fight. Again, I got no criticism for AJ. Some of you might have criticism for AJ. I have no criticism for AJ, but any of you would do it for $90 million or $60 million or whatever he got paid. Any of you would do it, and he did it in a way where he's expecting a fight in return. He would have knocked Jake out on the round if Jake would have engaged. He just couldn't. You can't fault AJ for not being quick on his feet. He's never been quick. Fresh
Melon Juice says, yeah, stick and move. Jake was too small to trade shots. There you go. Yes, he did the best he could. Correct. That is the take that I am that I will agree with you on with. Right. I stand by that take as well, just as much as you do. So, yeah, credit to you on that.
On his feet. Heavyweight is a big, cumbersome heavyweight, but he's world class. But in order to show that in a split second, in a round or two, he's going to need you to engage. This guy never engaged. This guy just tried to survive. Oh my goodness. All right, that's it. I'm done complaining. What am I going to do? This was it.
Yeah, Paulie, shut up about your complaining. It was better than what people expected. All right, let's hear what David Allen has to say here. He says, Paul is a stick and move fighter, so it's funny that Paulie is saying this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Paulie is you know, stick and move fighter. I mean, it's look, bro, a lot of these boxing guys are hypocrites, bro, really.
No, watch it live.
It is now an extraordinary lead.
Yeah.
And you could say really
this sums up my viewing experience. Like this is it with her. I don't know really. I don't know what I've just watched. I'm not sure if it's 4 o'clock in the morning or I'm trying to comprehend it really. Like
That's right. They're watching us all the way in the UK at 4 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, man, Paulie Malignaggi is a hypocrite for that, bro. Straight up.
Who comes out of it credit? I'm not sure. I thought everything went wrong, to be honest. And in all fairness to Anthony Joshua, it's really hard to get rid of someone that is running circles around the ring, who had no intention of being hit. It's very difficult. So I do think the likes of Fabio Wardell, Dubois, Anthony Joshua 10 years ago wouldn't have got him out of there one round. Because they're just, like, there's nothing coming back. Like, there's nothing Jake Paul doesn't have anything to
Fresh Melon Juice says, watched a video of DC watching the fight. He was so happy Jake lost the fight. Yeah, bro, because him and Jake got into it one time, and you know, he kind of feels, you know, vindicated through Anthony Joshua in that way.
To someone at that level in size and power and strength. So I think Anthony Joshua could have finished it in 1 round. I really do. But it still allows me to critique the fight because Jake Paul is really fit. He's a big game. He's pretty clever, really. He's not a bad fighter at all, actually. When you win in the area title heavyweight, I'm not sure. Because I always think it's quite easy to be awkward.
He said, no Zayn, no Muslim fighters. I did try to hit him up to, you know, join us, but you know how it is. It's very hard for UK guys to, you know, do this live stream like that, you know, so.
And move well. That's easy. The throwing punch. I guess throwing punches, that's hard. I'm quite awkward now. I struggle with the punch thing. I don't think as much as Jake Paul does. But I can't work it out. And I'll probably have to watch it again. And I don't really want to. I'll probably have to watch it at a decent hour. But the fight was, it weren't the fight, was it? It was really, really one-sided. Jake Paul, yeah, I've got to give him credit, really, because he's super fit. He's pretty clever, really.
Notice the opposing opinions that people are giving out there, right? David Allen is over here saying, man, Jake Paul was really fit. He was really in here ready and game, ready to go. And whereas, I don't know, man, you know, everybody else just seems to have this insane level of complaint that, you know, that just, I don't know, man, just seems really too cynical for my taste. He says, do you think Trump's message about Rob Reiner's death was good? No, it's not, man. I just think Trump does a lot of what you call performative cruelty. You know, I think that's the best way to put it, right? There's a lot of performative cruelty that he does, and I don't know if it's really the most effective way to, you know, basically, you know, communicate. It's not, man. You know, it's not. Trump is not a good communicator in that aspect.
I can make a good journeyman. if he fancies making 1,600 quid for 4 rounds every week.
He said that Jake would make a good journeyman. That's kind of crazy to say. I think he's going crazy and is becoming a tyrant. I think so too. That's why a lot of people in the intelligence community don't like Donald Trump, right? I was rewatching a season of Homeland, right? Which, by the way, took place in 2017. So that would be, I believe, season 6. And it was talking about, well, a president-elect, right, who had issues with the intelligence community, right? By the way, it was a female president, but just like Trump, she had issues with the intelligence community, right? The intelligence community went after her, this and that, because, well, the intelligence community wanted to be the tyrant, and I guess she was sort of the protagonist in this story and what have you, but yeah. All right, back to David Allen.
I think he'd be alright against those pros. He's getting better all the time, isn't he? He's definitely getting better. And you can't knock him because he must train like a fool. Because he's that fit. But he shouldn't be boxing Anthony Joshua. Definitely not. Definitely not.
So you see, even he has some positive affirmations towards Jake Paul, right? He's saying that Jake Paul, is match fit in this fight. I mean, he was, looking really good here. It's just, man, people are just not going to be, very appreciative of it. But that's, the reality of things, All right, back to
Joshua, I think, was very nice with him. To be honest, I think Joshua hit him once properly. And it was the last punch of the fight.
I don't think that Anthony Joshua was purposely nice with him. I think Anthony Joshua really went in there with the intent to kill, and he wasn't able to do that as a result.
And that was the only punch he really hit him with. And I think he thought, fuck off, and he belted him. But prior to that, I think it would be nice if I think Joshua probably thought, I don't know, I think it would be nice. I think it would hit him, I think he would belt him in the body. And he didn't want to take the piss, it hit him in the head. That's what I thought. I thought it was pleasant with him, really. I thought he could have really gone to work on him after 3 or 4 rounds. He hadn't boxed 50 more, maybe he wanted more rounds. I don't think in any way it was like...
After David Allen, we're going to see what Vidal Riley says next.
He was told to hold back. I think naturally he just probably thought, you know what, this is...
I don't agree with that. I don't think Anthony Joshua was encouraged to hold back in any capacity whatsoever. I don't believe that at all.
Don't need to be hurting this man. That's my opinion anyway. I think he'd have to have ended it a bit earlier. I think he could have ended it a lot more nastily. But I thought he did. I thought he showed a bit of compassion, to be honest, and he's in one good shot. I don't think Jake Paul didn't want to get up at the end. I think when he got it the last time, I think he thought, that. I don't fancy that one again. So as far as the fight's concerned, they weren't very good, were they? Jake Paul, I think Jake Paul should carry on, but don't box heavyweight champions of the world.
Okay, now that's a very reasonable take right there, right? That's a very reasonable take from David Allen. He says that, hey, listen, I think you should be out there continuing to compete, but don't go out there and box with heavyweight champions of the world. I think that's a fairly fair assessment on the part of David Allen to say that. Let's run that back again, okay? Let's run that back again. What did he say here? Listen to the most reasonable take in combat sports regarding Jake Paul by David Allen, who, by the way, is also a boxing heavyweight and somebody that has trained with Anthony Joshua in the sparring room.
Jake Paul, I think Jake Paul should carry on, but don't box heavyweight champions of the world and don't box retired old men.
So there it is. That right there is the most reasonable take to have, right? Don't box heavyweight champions of the world and don't box old men. So what are some names that I had suggested somewhere down the line? Well, I had suggested Vidal Riley, right? Vidal Riley is a great example of somebody that Jake should fight because it's within the trajectory of a top 10 contender in the cruiserweight division, a division that Jake Paul should be a part of, right? I mean, he more than should be a part of. He showed that tonight with showing a little bit of competitive edge towards Anthony Joshua in the fight tonight.
He's not bad, really. He's not bad at all. He can fight. I don't know. I'd like to see him fight. I don't know, really.
Vidal Riley.
I think he's a cruiserweight anyway.
See, there you go. He even admits what I just said right now. He's a cruiserweight. I agree.
Go and fight an half-decent cruiserweight, I think. And see how you get on. Anthony Joshua, very difficult to... I couldn't watch that and go, well, you can't get Jake Paul out there in one, so he's not going to beat Fury, or he's not going to beat Wardley, or Dubois. All you can say is he looks super fit. That's about it, really. Do I think he beats Fury? Maybe. We haven't seen Fury in forever either, and he's not a young man. Do I think he beats Dubois or Wardley? Probably not. I think he's had too many hard fights now, and I don't think he's been an incredible fighter. I spied him like he was incredible, fit and powerful and fast. But he never had an inside game. Never could really close the distance and work up close. And I think when you have to stop his defeats, that can accentuate your lack of inside game because you don't want to get too close in punching distance. And with Jake Paul tonight, I know it's Jake Paul and it was what it was. I really thought he could just, like, when Jake Paul threw a punch, I don't think you need to step 2 or 3 times out of distance. I'm not as strong as I'm not as powerful as Anthony Joshua, or as fast. I just fucking belted him. When Jake Paul threw a punch, I was just trying to catch it. I just said, look, get your hands up and catch it and fight straight back. So the confidence, I don't think the confidence is there. I don't think the confidence that made him the fighter he was pre-Ruiz, I don't think that's coming back, to be honest. So I would rather see him go straight into a Fury fight because I want to see it.
I think that's the right move, right? They're talking about fighting Rico Verhoeven. I tell you what, man, Anthony Joshua has a great resume in terms of fighting the superstars, but also fighting the famous people, right? So he fights top contenders, superstars, legends, and also famous people, right, within that category, right? So, man, great resume for Anthony Joshua if he was to get it in with Rico Verhoeven, right? I mean, that's going to be a good one as well.
I'm just question marks over both of them. I don't want to see both Wardley or Dubois. I think it's too young now.
So, according to David Allen, Anthony Joshua should not box Fabio Wardley or Daniel Dubois. And I think what he's trying to say is that these are the new generation of guys that are coming up right now that I think would be too advanced for Anthony Joshua at this stage of his career. And I agree with David Allen on that.
Hungry and fresh. But my overriding experience of the evening is, 1, I'm glad I woke up. 2, no, I'm still glad I woke up. It weren't great, but I'm happy I woke up. I'm glad to be going back to sleep.
All right, so let's hear what Vidal Riley had to say about this. on the Stomping Grounds exclusive right here.
Oscar Bevis for the Stomping Ground, available on the zone. I don't know what the time is. Body clock all over the place. No
It's 9:30 right now, bro.
9:30.
9:30 a.m. in the UK. What is it? 5:30. Yeah,
I'm all over the place.
I ain't even slept, bro.
You just said to me before I press record on this that you're not too surprised.
Not at all, bro. Like, I even said on the video that I done with David A and Derek Chisora, I was like, guys, let's not say how many rounds, because rounds are not determined all the time by ability. Like, it depends on what your opponent's on. Like, we can see two elite boxers fight each other, Canelo and William Scott. Like, cool, Canelo could have cut the ring better, yes. Maybe he could have attacked the body better, yes. AJ is subject to the same criticism today, yes, cool. But if someone doesn't want to engage with you, it takes rounds. It's not an excuse to say, oh, he was running, that's why I didn't perform well. Like, you can't say that, because at the end of the day, moving around the perimeter of the ring is a tactic in boxing, and it's effective, right? So you can't say...
Do you see the contrasting difference of what Vidal Riley and David Allen is saying in comparison to Paulie Malignaggi? Look, Paulie Malignaggi is so hell-bent in protecting boxing, right? Sometimes to the detriment of his own truth that he should be spewing out there as a journalist, right? Fresh says, what do you think about the FBI director going on a podcast with his girlfriend? Yeah, I think it's very unprofessional of him to do that. I don't know too many people that are in that position that do that. I think there's a lot of safety issues that come with that. But if that's something that Kash Patel wishes to invite in his life, you know, I don't know what to tell the dude. You know what I mean? That's the reality of it.
Say, oh, because he's moving too much, I didn't look good today. Because you're supposed to know how to counteract it. But
that's true. Vidal Riley, yeah, you're right. It's not even his wife, but you know, I mean, to what standards are you going to judge that off of? The Judeo-Christian values? He's neither of those. He's definitely not a Muslim. So I don't know what moral standard you can sort of hold Kash Patel to, but...
It never kills the fact that it takes more time than if someone meets you in the middle of the ring ready to scrap. We had an interview on my media day. I said, Oscar, you could survive with me if you decided to get in
the grown human values. Elaborate on that for me a little bit if you can, please.
Run.
And I said I couldn't.
And you said you couldn't.
Yeah.
It was a 22-foot ring, which is one size down from the biggest ring you can get in boxing. An Olympic size ring is 24 foot, 24 by 24. This was 22 by 22, meaning that if you operate on the perimeter, I now have a job of finding the mouse before I get them in the trap. That takes rounds. Cool. AJ maybe could have done it 2 rounds earlier. Based on Jake Paul's tactic, if AJ was jabbing more to the body, attacking the biggest target, which is not the head, cutting the ring a bit better positioning, he probably would have got him out there round 3 or...
Kash is a Muslim, as we all know. Yeah, he's far from a Muslim, brother. I don't know what you're on or what information you found that he's far from a Muslim.
Cool. He ain't fought in 15 months. He fights someone who's not trying to engage with him, who's proud to say, haha, you missed, haha, you missed. It took some rounds, cool. When he landed, he broke his jaw, and the fight was done. What are we going to get onto AJ about now? Everyone's gonna start, oh, AJ took him 6 rounds. Bro, it's a fight. Someone's trying to survive. Oh, he got hit too much. It's a fight. Like, you're allowed to hit me. It's just about if I hit you worse. That's what fighting's about. It's not about not getting hit at all. It's about taking less and giving more.
So did I not say that earlier? And you're hearing this right now from an Olympian, right? An Olympian, somebody that is Team GB, somebody that has had, you know, extensive, you know, background in amateur and now into the pros, top 10 in the world, Vidal Riley, and former training partner and coach of KSI. You know what I mean? I mean, it doesn't get any more credible than that.
AJ done that today, and I think that he hasn't embarrassed us in any way at all. Like, anyone that says AJ embarrassed us because of the distance that it went, I mean, you're just looking for something. Like, you're just looking to be negative.
There it is. That's the main key point right there. You are just looking to be negative. Look, why is Paulie coming out negatively about this, right? Look at the contrasting difference right now in Paulie's reaction versus David Allen's reaction versus Vidal Riley's reaction. Now, I know what you guys are saying. Vidal Riley, British, he's going to have Anthony Joshua's back. David Allen, British, he's going to have Anthony Joshua's back. And he trains with him, so he's going to have his back even more. I could understand what in a world where that is a reality, but here's the reality of this, right? The reality of this is that they are talking boxing, and they are talking the fundamentals of boxing. He says Bruce Lee or Jake Paul. Are you talking about in a fight? I'd probably go with Jake Paul in boxing, right? In MMA, I don't know. Maybe Bruce was as well-rounded as he says he was, although I have my skepticism on that.
Yeah, that's how I see it. But I could be. That's my opinion. It is what it is. Was there anything that impressed you about Jake? No. Because on face value, say you hadn't seen the fight, going 6 rounds with Anthony Joshua is impressive. All right, fine, you're not on the front foot, you're not standing in the pocket and trading, but on face value, just as a statistic in front of someone.
A street brawl, I'd go with, I mean, you know, it's hypothetical. You know, the man's passed away, but, you know, yeah, someone like Bruce Lee, yeah, could probably do a number on Jake Paul for sure.
Eyes on a sheet of paper, that is impressive. Was there anything that you looked at and went, no, not today? Like, genuinely, he's been sparring Lawrence Cooley, he's been sparring Jared Anderson, he's been sparring top fighters, right? Yeah.
So here we go. Here's Vidal Riley talking about all the top fighters that Jake Paul has sparred with.
So it's not like he's never stepped in the ring with someone of caliber, someone of status, and someone with skill. He's been doing it in camp. So when he got in there today and said, you know what, I'm going to do this and I'm going to swing an overhand. I said this. Someone has to pull up the footage. I said this. I said, Jake's going to run the perimeter and throw a blind overhand. Did he land one of them? Yes. Did we see the spray come off AJ's head? Yes. Did we see AJ get affected like the boy hit him? No. The moment Jay hit him with that and spray came out and AJ was like, continue to hunt. I was like, yeah, it's a matter of time. Because that was Jake's only hope. He was never going to tactically box a fight that could defeat AJ. It was a matter of being passive, being elusive, and hoping that one of the swings that I throw lands.
I.e., what Vidal Riley is talking about is that weight classes exist for a reason. Meaning that the only thing Jake Paul could have done was exactly what he did. Run around the ring. And while he was running around the ring, he basically needed to get away from danger as much as possible. And that was that.
Makes AJ look vulnerable like we've seen him previously, and then I'm going to shock the world. That was his whole game plan. I don't know why everyone's mad confused, bro. Like, what was the on the floor bit about? Grappling at the legs. Was there something he was trying to do that I perhaps couldn't see? Because a couple of times there were shots that landed and he kind of fell forward.
He said, bro, Tyson Fury would destroy Jake Paul. Well, you know what, man? Anthony Joshua destroyed him also. But you know what? Let's say if that was Tyson Fury fighting there tonight, he would have needed to take a little more time to do so as well. That's what I think. That is my humble opinion on that.
Also, shots had landed. He obviously felt them. But there was a couple of times where he just kind of went to his knees and started grabbing at AJ's leg. And that's fair. That's fair. Was that a man committing and then running out of ideas, or committing then no. You're running out of ideas, and also that referee is the same referee that he had when he fought Gibb. It's the same referee that he had when he fought Tyron Woodley. So I thought he, in his mind, living as the A side all the time, you think that the ref might allow you. I think that he didn't think the ref would sanction him or chastise him for his actions because he knows the ref.
You know what? The ref, yeah, he was really looking to sanction Jake there a few times, but then, you know, there were a few times where he sort of gave Jake a little bit of a leeway. A little bit of a too much leeway, in my opinion.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, I thought in his mind, I think he felt the clinch and he thought, rather than fighting against you, let me chill out. There's no point in me resisting you. You're clearly stronger than me. Let me break down. But didn't think that it would result in pressure from the referee, warnings, etc. There was a look on Jake's face when that referee started saying to him, yo, stop this. Now even the ref's not on my side. The fight's not on my side. The ref's not on my side. Yo, I'm running out of gas. This is a bit mad. Let me just drop down.
That's a very good description of Vidal right there, right? He said that he was losing ground. The ref was not giving him any leeway. None of the circles and none of the running away that Jake was doing was giving any leeway. I mean, he literally had to stay there and fight. He says, when will we see the Kyrie and Guru collaboration, the glazing Jake Paul episode? I mean, come on, man. I think you're taking this Jake Paul glazing thing a little bit too far, right? We saw a possibility that he could win, but by the end of it, my decision was final. And what was my decision or my prediction going into it? It was Anthony Joshua, 8-round decision. That was my... Yeah, and then what happened? It ended in the 6th round, and Jake could have stayed on for another 2 rounds. So, I don't know, man. You know, I wouldn't call it glazing. I mean, I think we're... look, I know MMA Guru can be biased on certain things, too. But, honestly, MMA Guru was very much on point with this one. Very much on point with his objectivity, right? He knew that this is what Joshua was capable of, but we also understand and knew what Jake Paul was capable of. And just like what David Allen said, he just needs to stay away from world champion fighters and old men and fight someone in between, maybe somebody like Vidal Riley, which is the person that we're listening to right now.
See, and I think that's what Jake went through today. Obviously, go in the comments, man, say your thing, like, that's what this whole world is about. Everyone has an opinion, but I genuinely believe that the falling on the floor came from a shock of strength, and it also came from a place of getting knackered because he was moving at a high miles per hour. Yeah, due to trying to evade attacks and evade threat. Like,
so a lot of you guys that were on the comment section earlier while the live fight was going on saying that it was Jake Paul who was getting gassed out. I think I see what you're saying now, because obviously Vidal Riley is sort of saying the same thing right now.
But it's not a problem. Like, big up Jake, bro. Like, respect Jake. Like, watching that fight was like your mate being a real life boxer, champion, and your cousin just is talking.
Ariel is married but loves male fighters as well. I mean, look, that's... I got a lot of criticisms of Ariel Helwani, but to, you know, call the man gay like that and you got no proof of it, especially when he would probably be very adamant in being against it, I don't know if I could, you know, ride with that fresh.
Smoky, and then you're like to your cousin, come we spar, and he literally just does that because he's like, alright cuz, you got me, alright, you're a boxer, what to do? Like, that's literally what that fight was. It was like just testing yourself against something you know you can't do, but just seeing if you confirm it. That's all it was. And big him up because he found it in front of millions, got paid millions, and he's got his faculties, bro. Like, big up Jake.
Yeah, I know what Vidal is talking about with that one, right? He's right. I've been in positions like that before, right? Look, I've had guys, okay, that have never done martial arts, have never fought in their lives, right? They would say to me, hey, listen, you know what? I want to come test myself, right? I would meet a lot of these guys all the time, never had martial arts or anything, but for whatever reason, they believe that, you know, they are God's gift on earth, right? Until we pad up, we throw some gloves on, and the next thing you know, they find out real quick that they're really not all about that, right? That's what Vidal Riley is talking about. He says he described Joshua putting his hands on his shoulders and looking in his eyes while talking post-fight as Joshua staring into his soul. Okay, very interesting.
Jake, man, mate, do you know what? Like, I would sit around with the boys and we'd always say things like, what would your ring walk song be if you was a fighter? It's different for you because you are a fighter. Yeah. But Jake's kind of got to have those conversations as a kid. What would you wear? Come out wearing the whole... And he's actually got to live it, which is mad.
He created that.
Yeah.
So anyone that's disrespecting Jake, I'm not going to listen to it. Anyone that's disrespecting AJ, based on how the fight went, not listening to it. Like, we actually got what we needed to get from that event. Anyone leave on a stretcher? No. Did AJ embarrass us? Some would say yes because of the distance, but I genuinely think no. He got hit, yeah, it's boxing. He broke Jake's jaw, cool. Like, what really, how could that have gone any better as an event for everybody that's involved? Because Jake winning benefits Jake, doesn't benefit us as the traditional boxing community. Jake getting stretchered out doesn't benefit us. What happened was entirely beneficial to make sure that the event and the fight made sense. And if anyone doesn't see that, then whatever, man, is what is, bro.
All right, so Vidal Riley made a lot of good points there, right? In contrast to Paulie Malignaggi, who had a completely world view of this. He thought this was an absolute disgrace, both on the part of Jake Paul and even the part of Anthony Joshua. For what? For what exactly did he not do that you needed to see? He broke the jaw of Jake Paul. Not only did he break his jaw, he gave him a good fight, right? He rocked Jake Paul. We got to see Jake Paul get rocked a few times, and not only that, get back up and really see his durability until he wasn't able to hold anymore, right? He lasted 6 rounds. His brother consulted him after the fight and told him, hey, you know what? You did a whole lot better than what people would have expected, and as a result of that, you came out the winner here. You won in life. That is the positive affirmation that his brother Logan is giving him, but not necessarily maybe the truth all the time, right? Because sometimes people will tell you things, soothsay things to you in order to appease you, right? Because that is what they inherently will do as a biased entity of your life. David Allen, though, made a very good point, right? In comparison to, once again, the outrageous takes of Paulie Malignaggi. What did David Allen say? He said, Jake Paul did great. He looked fit. He looked like he was ready to be in there. He looked like he could take on a lot of people around the world, right? But he said that Jake Paul needs to stay away from old people and he needs to stay away from heavyweight world champions. I think that's a very reasonable thing to say. You want to know why? Stay away from old people, meaning they're not in your competition. Stay away from world champions who are heavyweights. They're not on your level. So none of these people are on their level. Who is on his level? Well, I don't know, maybe someone like Vidal Riley. I've mentioned to you guys that if Jake wants to continue this path and actually have a potential of gaining some kind of championship later down the road, especially in a cruiserweight division, fight Vidal Riley. Take a look at the names that are above Riley, right? That's a good stepping stone. And Riley has a social media following due to his affiliations with KSI. So it couldn't get any better than that. But that's really the reality of this fight. And I think that there's a lot of negative outlooks that a lot of people are looking into this fight. But that's really the way it is by the end of the day. And that's just what it comes down to. So, okay, guys, listen, that is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next one, inshallah. know if let me know if you can hear me on this one right here. Just adjusting the volume on this one. Yes, I can hear you. Okay, perfect. All right. All right, Charles. So a little bit of an unorthodox, what do you call it? A bit of an unorthodox preview day, right? I am at Monarchy, just trying to get some, what do you call it? Car service. I did. Jake Paul looks significant, extensively, by the way. Jake Paul looks significantly smaller than Anthony Joshua, right? And he mentioned something about Anthony Joshua having chicken legs or something to that degree, but I don't know if that really holds any weight, to be quite honest with you, right? Because, look, I think a lot of fighters really need to stop with the body shaming. Now, obviously, Joshua is not the guy that you necessarily want to body shame to any degree, right? Way smaller, almost chubby at 216. You know what? He didn't look chubby. I wouldn't say he's chubby at 216, right? I would say that what you see out of Jake Paul is a very puffed up version of somebody that is 6'1", right? Now, Jake Paul and I are, very similar in body stature, right? He is a little bit taller than me. 216. That's probably if I really went all out at a buffet and not really cared about weight or this and that. Yeah, that's where I would get up to, right around 216 or so, right? I think he's a little too bulky for that size, right? I would feel more comfortable at most, right, either around 200 or at least 190 or a little under 200. That's where I would feel my most comfortable at, right? I would feel my most comfortable in that, right? As a 6 feet tall man, right? Jake Paul being 6'1", right? That is where I think the best comfortability is at that weight. And you know what? Here's the thing about Jake Paul, right? He's not, in his whole entire fight career, he never really cut a lot of weight, right? Not for the Nate Robinson fight. I don't know how much he weighed in for that one. That probably didn't have a weight limit. The Anderson Silva fight, there was a weight limit that was around the weight that he was at. What else? The Mike Perry fight, there was a weight limit clause, but Mike Perry literally had to bulk himself up just to be on Jake's level. So, yeah, I don't think that's the most effective size for Jake Paul. And here's another thing, right? I honestly think that the 245 weight for Anthony Joshua came in a little under 243. That's good for him. That is the homeostasis of the weight, the weight that he needs to be at, right? The same thing that I just mentioned to you. I feel my lightest and my best when I'm walking around 190, just right around 200 or a little under 200. That's where I feel my best at, is when I'm at least that light. Now, with Anthony Joshua, there's really not a lot of evidence to show that he does great in that weight class, although you can say that he was at that weight during the Usyk fight. Now, look, here's the interesting thing about Anthony Joshua, right? The interesting thing about Anthony Joshua, the best fight that he ever fought was a fight that he lost. I need you guys to understand what I mean by that, right? The best fight that he ever fought was the one that he lost. Do you know what fight that is? The best fight that he fought but lost. You know which fight that is? He says he was 183 against Fury. So there you go, right? That was probably one of Jake's best performances also. And that's the theme that I'm trying to get at with you guys here is, look at the losses that they had, even though they lost in that fight. You can look at and say, you know what, they did really good there. They did good here, but if he was with someone else, oh boy, this would look really bad. This would look really bad if they were going up against someone else, right? That's sort of what is going on here. In the Alexander Usyk fight, the fight that I told you, where Anthony Joshua fought his best, but still lost, right? That is what I'm talking about right there. He says, Zubair says, Usyk, yes, that was the best fight that Anthony Joshua had ever fought was against Alexander Usyk. And let me tell you why. The reason why that was his best fight ever was because he was technically on point. He was very fundamental with his boxing skills, right? What else? He had great defense behind him. He says, number two, the number 2 fight, yes, the rematch. That was the best fight that he did. And you know what? That is the reason why Anthony Joshua was so angry right after that fight happened. He was so angry. The reason why he was angry was because he really put his whole entire effort into that fight. And unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. So yeah, it is the second fight that I'm talking about right there. Is Anthony Joshua's best performance of all time. Best performance of all time. Okay? But he lost. And he lost to somebody that was literally an all-time great. So there you have it. That's the reality of that situation. Right? He lost to somebody that was an all-time great. And now you can't really fault him for that in terms of him fighting other people. Now, what about Daniel Dubois? Well, here's Daniel Dubois, right? He knocks out Anthony Joshua. Yes, he lays him out cold, okay? And that's probably because of some technical mishaps that Anthony Joshua did. For example, he had the little shoulder roll that Mayweather does, right? A lot of dudes think they can do the shoulder roll. There's more to it than the shoulder roll. Okay, there's more to it than just putting your chin in your shoulder like this, expecting somebody not to hit you. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with that. That's what a lot of people don't understand. He says, I feel like Joshua will kill Jake Paul, BU, or a lot of people are saying it's rigged. It's not rigged at all. It's not rigged to any capacity. Look, here's the reason why a lot of people say that it's rigged, right? Anthony Joshua said it best at the podcast that he did. Anthony Joshua did a podcast with the Ring magazine. I forgot the dude's name. Some Italian-looking dude that's like dressed in all this Italian Versace designers, right? I forgot his name. He's got glasses on. He looks like a mafia guy, and he was the host of the podcast with him and Eddie Hearn. It was hosted by The Ring. Anthony Joshua said in that podcast, what did he say in that podcast? He said that a lot of people think Jake Paul's fights are rigged because they can't believe that he beat the Anderson Silvas of the world. They can't believe that he beat the Tyron Woodleys of the world. And they can't believe that he beat all of these people that they feel Jake Paul should not have been beaten. Now, look, there's a reason why a lot of people don't like Jake Paul. Ernie, shout out to you, my man. He says, people don't understand the difference between exhibition and sanctioned fights. You know what? I really want to emphasize that, right? Because that is so true. People don't understand the difference between a sanctioned fight and an exhibition fight. Okay, so here's something I got to tell you about that, right? Here's the reality of this situation, right? Let me step in to something a little quieter because it's getting a little loud here. Okay, he says, right, which ones were exhibitions? Yeah, look, out of all those, oh, hold on, look at this for a second.
hard that is to do? Okay, so, all right. Okay, so going back to what Ernie said here, right? He says people don't understand the difference between exhibition and a sanctioned fight. So the Mike Tyson fight that Jake had, right? That was an exhibition. It was a clear exhibition. And if you want to know what's indicative of that is if you go on the betting lines, right? If you try to bet for that fight at the time, you weren't able to do it. So that's an indication. That is a clear indication that there is no foolery going on with that, right? With this fight, you can bet. Right now, you can go to William Hill. You could go to, I don't know what other gambling sites there are out there other than William Hill. Let's see, there's William Hill, there's PowerPoint. I don't even know if that's what it's called. PowerPoint or something, Power something, right? Power, we're going to screw you out of your money type of deal. But yes, you can bet on these fights. So that's how you know it's real. Look, man, the FBI, okay, under the Kash Patel regime, went after the NBA, they went after the UFC. So that should tell you there is no rigging going on with this. And you know what, man, let me tell you, the FBI would love nothing better to do than to, snatch up Jake Paul. A lot of you don't know this dude was under federal investigation for running guns out of his mansion in LA. Right? If you look at the news clip of him doing that, this is a reality. So, if he has that type of rap sheet, wouldn't you think that the feds would somehow go after the fact that, it's rigged or this and that? Bro, listen, most people that say this fight is rigged, usually they don't really know or understand fighting. They don't really understand fighting. Most of you that are saying that don't understand fighting. And to be quite frank with you, a lot of you that are saying these fights are rigged also don't understand what it takes to get in there. You see, what Jake Paul is doing is really no different than what I've seen fighters do across the United States and across the world when it comes to perfecting their craft, right? Getting better every day. There's no magic trick to any of this, right? There's no, you can say steroids or whatever, but, steroids is one thing, but even that doesn't, it doesn't really propel you to, have the fundamental skills that you need to, fight at a certain level. Let's see, what did he say here? He says, hardly any of them. Ernie says, Anthony Joshua's active legacy isn't for sale. Respect for Jake for having an end game of a respectable fight. What do you mean by that, Ernie? He says, Anthony Joshua's active legacy isn't for sale. Oh, okay, so you're saying that you also doubt the notion that, that he's part of the ring too. Yeah, bro, listen, do you honestly think Anthony Joshua is the type of guy to just purposely lay down for someone like that, right? I don't think that's the case, man. You have to really look at the characteristics of these people, right? And I appreciate that you say that, right? Zubaira says 50 million he would. 50, but even that, but that's man, listen, that's illegal, bro. You know what I mean? Even if he had that, thought in his mind, it's illegal to rig fights. See, this is what I mean, guys. Like a lot of people don't understand don't understand what an exhibition or a sanctioned fight is, right? An exhibition is like, okay, what Floyd and Logan did, that's an exhibition. That's a clear exhibition. Because here's what's indicative of that. You could not have bet on that fight. Now look, I'm not a gambling man, right? That's not my thing. This is not the channel for gambling MMA or gambling boxing or anything like that. I just break down the fights and talk to you guys about it. But when it comes to odds and it comes to like, oh, you got to get the parlays or this and that, I don't do none of that, right? You probably have to go to Zane or something like that. But he says, not life-changing wealth for him. That's what I'm saying, right? So even if they were to pay him $50 million, they already paid him $50 million to win against Vladimir Klitschko, to fight Alexander Usyk, even though he's lost both of them twice. What else other big fights that Anthony Joshua's had? How about was when he was fighting for a British title. Andy Ruiz. There's who else was it? Carlos Takam was a good fight. Both the Andy Ruiz fights were good, even the ones that he had lost. So, what did he say here? He says, "Nah, boxing blew up when the Saudis came." Yeah, they definitely did, man. Look. Here's the thing, right? What made the Saudis basically the king of boxing right now was that they were willing to basically pork up any money that they needed, no pun intended, obviously, but they were willing to pork up any money they needed in order to get these fights going. And then we found out who the cowards were, right? Or the people that were just protecting their record. Because in 2010s, right, even back in the 90s, in the 2000s, in the 2010s and whatnot, what was the most prevalent problem in boxing in terms of getting these fights done? Oh, well, this guy's not paying this much, this and that. What stopped Manny Pacquiao and Floyd from fighting in 2012 as opposed to waiting years later in 2015? And then even way before that, they were trying to get that fight cracking 2009, right? And they weren't able to. So what was it? It was the money. So then these guys came in and they're like, all right, you know what? Listen, they had all the money in the world. They recognized the talent that these people have. Because here's the thing about Turki El-Sheikh, right? The guy knows and understands his boxing. You know what I mean? Now, what's indicative of that? When they asked him, hey, what were some of your favorite fights, or what was some of your favorite boxing matches growing up, or your favorite fighters that you looked up to, right? He said something to the extent of Ken Norton. Now, look, you ask a casual, right, who's your favorite boxer, right? They'll say the most common names, like Floyd. That's a common name. Muhammad Ali, the most common name of them all, right? This is what. But if you ask a person that really knows boxing, they'll tell you names like, well, I kind of like Dylan White, I kind of like Callum Smith, and then he mentioned Ken Norton, right, which is very niche, right? So you're talking about a dude who's a multi-billionaire that understands the sport, understands the worth of these people. So yeah, man, they definitely changed the game in that, right? But at the same time, though, no, I'd rather not speak on that, because I was going to say other things. Because look, put it like this, right? This is the best way to put it. Every country in the world uses sport in order to promote their promote tourism, right? This is what you see with the UFC and Abu Dhabi. Every time they have a UFC event in Abu Dhabi, what comes up on the screen? They're like, hey, come visit Abu Dhabi. It's beautiful, it's safe, it's clean. You're not, and for the most part, they're right about that, right? It's one of the safest countries in the world, right? Far more safer than the average American city. What did my man here say? AJ Judoka. Okay, AJ Judoka says, Ryan Garcia boxing mostly and Floyd Mayweather fights most growth in USA. Okay, you're going to have to expand your grammar on that one. Let me try and understand what you're saying here. Ryan Garcia boxing mostly, and Floyd Mayweather fights most growth in USA. Okay, from what I'm trying to decipher out of that, are you trying to say that people like Ryan Garcia or Mayweather made their money in the United States as opposed to these new boxers that are getting their money with the Saudis? Let me know if that's what you mean, or if that's the message you're trying to convey. Khan says, why did Tyson come back to fight Paul for money? Why did Tyson come? Oh, you're talking about Mike Tyson, not Tyson Fury. Okay. Why did Tyson come back to fight Jake Paul for money? Joshua's no different. If he loses or draws some shit, I won't be surprised. Yeah, look, you guys are talking about this like Anthony Joshua is just going to come in here and lay down for Jake Paul. listen, man, Anthony Joshua doesn't lay down for anybody. He's not the kind of guy. All right, put it like this. Let's talk about a former opponent of Jake, right? Nate Diaz, right? Stockton's own Nate Diaz. Do you honestly think Nate Diaz would literally cuck himself to just, get beat up by Jake Paul, right? I mean, you look at the fight, and he lost by points, but he didn't get knocked out. He gave Jake a pretty good fight. He actually rocked Jake a few times in that fight. He was trying to win that fight. But the fact remains is that Jake is just a much more technical boxer between them, and that's indicative of the years that Nate Diaz has put into jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts, whereas with Jake Paul, he spent literally almost a half decade at this point right now perfecting himself in boxing. And then prior to that, he had an athletic ability. So what does that tell you? That tells you that if you have any swarm of athletic ability and you jump into combat sports, it can, you can absolutely make yourself into an elite fighter if you have the time, the resources, and the right trainers to go along with everything. So, Zubaira here says, Ernie says here, Joshua's still in the title picture. Yeah, so you know what? You are right? He is still in the title picture. So what does that mean if Jake knocks him out today, right? That means Jake will not only be in the title picture for both the cruiserweight division, but also the heavyweight division, right? Because Jake, for a long time, has talked about how he wanted to fight. I believe he's trying to fight Usyk in MMA, which makes sense, right? It makes sense because Usyk has already accomplished everything that he wanted to do in boxing, right? He's Ukrainian, so that means he's got, a wrestling background like they all do, which means that he can easily transition to MMA if he wanted, right? But that's really all dependent upon just how good, let's say, his wrestling skills are. Okay, he doesn't want to fight Jake in boxing, right? But he said that he's willing to fight him in MMA. Well, why is that? I think because Usyk is what you would call a purist or a pugilist in boxing, right? He doesn't want to have the sport disrespected in any kind of way, but at the same time, he wants to put his paws on Jake Paul, so he'd rather do it with both of them debuting in MMA, right? So I think that's the logic behind why he would do it. But now, if he was to knock out Anthony Joshua today, man, they could go in there in the ring, in the boxing rule setting, and go for a title fight. Zubaira says, Zuhaib says, Nate's was legit. Yeah, the Nate fight was legit. So, Judo says if Mike Tyson beats up Floyd in the upcoming event, the 2026, definitely Jake Paul match is fake. Yeah, the Floyd and the Mike Tyson fight, which I believe is set to take place in March, that is an exhibition. That is a definition of an exhibition. Look, I urge you to look at all the gambling websites, right? William Hill or whatever, type of, gambling, entities are out there, right? And look up Floyd versus Mike Tyson. You're not going to see it because you can't bet on it because it's an exhibition because there's going to be no winners. And then, that's really what it is. So look, before you guys talk about fixing fights or fake fights or this and that, this is what you people need to learn the federal law. You need to learn federal law. You know what I mean? That is so highly illegal. You know what I mean? And I doubt Jake or Anthony Joshua would go out of their way to, commit a crime like that when they could just easily go in there and just do what they naturally do best, which is, go in there and try to take someone's head off, right? That's highly illegal to do that. You got to understand federal law. You got to look at all these things that Kash Patel and the FBI are doing right now. That is not by coincidence. So don't you think that they would do the same thing to them? That they would roll up in Miami right now with their whole entire SWAT team and say, all right, listen, we got to cancel this whole entire fight because it's rigged. But none of that is going on. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Cash Patel pulls up there, right, in his government tax-paying jet, and roll down to Miami and sit front row for the fight. Just to kind of monitor and make sure, let's make sure there's no foolery going on here. Ernie says that is brave at the age to be. Will, man, you guys got to work on your grammar, man. You know what I mean? Like it's very difficult reading this with your grammar. Okay, so that is brave at the age to be will to defend a young man's wrestling. Okay. Ernie says, I think Harlem Globetrotters, you can't bet on those games either. Okay, there you go. I'm going to highlight that comment right there. Okay, because that's the whole point that I'm trying to make. Okay, what did my man here say? He says, think Harlem Globetrotters, you can't bet on your games either. Yeah, because you don't even know who they're playing. They're playing like, the Mississippi Pimps or, some random, name or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to make. You can't bet on these games. You can't bet on professional wrestling. Although I think you can, right? I don't think you can because, even if you can bet on professional wrestling and say, hey, listen, John Cena is going to show up and become a bad guy or this and that, what are the odds of that? They probably would not have a bet on that either, right? Because there's people behind the scenes, there's writers in the WWE that know what is going on, so that would not be feasible to do that. He says, if Jake wins, it will ruin Christmas. Are you joking me, bro? Are you joking me? Ruin Christmas for who? For I mean for the people that bet against him, sure, yeah, that's gonna ruin because listen, bro. Listen, remember the first Andy Ruiz fight in New York, right? Do you remember how that went? Look, I don't think you guys understand, man. Anthony Joshua doesn't do very good when he fights in the United States. I don't know what it is. He says for Americans, wait, victory. Let me get this straight, right? So if Jake wins, you said that it will ruin, Christmas for Americans, but yet this American is fighting a British guy, right? So how would I see what you're saying, though, because probably a lot of people bet on Anthony Joshua, just like the first Andy Ruiz fight. Okay, it was his American debut. Never fought in the United States prior to that, right? And then all of a sudden, that fight originally was supposed to be with Jarrell Miller, right? And then Jarrell Miller pulled out because they found steroids on him, and so yeah, they couldn't put him in there. Okay, now it's Andy Ruiz that's in there, right? They just thought, all right, you know what? Joshua's going to walk through this, chubby Mexican dude, and the next thing you know, the chubby Mexican dude is the heavyweight champion of the world, right? And then they rematched a couple of months later in Saudi Arabia, by the way, a place that is a lot more favorable towards Joshua, right? And lo and behold, they ended up on points. Zubaira says for British and Scottish gas. Explain what you mean by that. Are you saying that the prices of gas will go up in the UK if Anthony Joshua loses? Oh, man. Ernie says, you can't bet professional wrestling, but the bets are very limited. It's more of a marketing ploy. Okay, I see that. Zubaira says, Jake Paul is America's greatest fighter. Okay, now that's pushing it there. Maybe the most paid fighter. I don't necessarily think. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. He says, get the garbage out of the sport. Well, all right. Here's the thing, right? What makes see, this is why I kind of have a different opinion on that, right? Like a lot of people say that he's bad for the sport and this and that, but to me, here's what I see out of this kid, right? He doesn't really do anything different than what most fighters around the world do. Okay, what is it that most fighters around the world do? They wake up in the morning, they train, and then they recover, and then they train, and then train again, and then recover, and then do it again the next day. What is he doing any different? The only thing that he's doing different is that he had all this YouTube money, to buy nutritionists. By the way, the best nutritionist in the world, because his nutritionist happens to be a friend of mine, Eric Trilogy, right? That guy is the best nutritionist in the world. Okay, and he's got the best trainers in the world. He's training with Jay Leon Love, a former PBC boxer, training with his gym. These are serious boxing people, right? He says, read my last comment before I said get the garbage out. Okay. Okay. Did you hear all the gay jokes he's been making? And he posted a picture of him kissing Joshua at the face-off. Yeah, bro. I mean, listen, Marty, you and I have had this conversation, right? Jake making gay jokes. I mean, look, there's only one group of people in the world, okay, straight males that make gay jokes or make jokes about being gay while straight. There's only one group of guys in the world that that do that, and I can't say that out loud because obviously this is YouTube and you can't just say what you want. But yeah, he says an AI picture of him. Yeah, man, what is up with all these AI pictures of people? Doing, like kissing and this and that. When Dylan Dennis got jumped at New York, he was showing a picture of Ali Abdelaziz and Islam kissing each other, right? Which, obviously is a big haram. And, it's no wonder why, the Dagestanis jumped him. And then here comes, Mayor Eric Adams. As soon as he's about to exit out of office, right, he's saying, yeah, we're going to investigate these fighters, and we're going to make sure that the law comes after them. I'm like, man, shut your ass up. Eric Adams talking about he's going to investigate the people that were go fight real crimes in New York, man. You know what I mean? Instead of getting at MMA fighters that are brawling at an event, which is completely irrelevant to the safety of New York City. But yeah, that was a weird one, man. That was a weird one. But look, man, what a lot of people need to understand is that what he does, what Jake does, is absolutely no different than what anybody else does it. The only reason why it annoys a lot of people is because, let's be honest with this, right? He doesn't exactly market himself the way that George St. Pierre does, right? He doesn't market himself the same way that, Anthony Joshua, right? This is a clear example of this, right? Anthony Joshua reminds me of a polished, media-trained American athlete, and then also, one of these Premier League soccer guys, right? If you ever see them on a media scrum or a press conference, they always know the right things to say. They don't really say anything, out of the, just out of character, right? It's just, everything about them is just politically correct. But there was a side of Anthony Joshua that I saw that I think you people are starting to see now. You know what he said? At the weigh-ins, right? He said, listen, if he dies, he dies. On some Ivan Drago shit, right? That's literally what he said. He said he doesn't care if he dies in this fight. And you know what? A lot of people were shocked by that. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe Anthony Joshua said that. I can. You want to know about Anthony Joshua? You know where he grew up at? He grew up in Watford, right? It's like, I'm not going to say it's like Compton or Stockton or anything like that, but it is right up there, right? Just the British version of it, right? He grew up around all of that. He grew up around drillers. He grew up around dudes that were slingers. He grew up around dudes that were gangbanging. No different than anybody that grew up here in California, experienced that stuff, right? That's the type of world he grew up in. And I saw this when he was walking at this college in London, right? He was walking around a college campus in London, and these stupid kids, came up to him and they said something, yelled at him at a balcony. Guess what Anthony Joshua did when he got yelled at from the balcony? He walked up to the apartment, knocked at their door, and said, "Hey, I'm the landlord." That little landlord bid that Anthony Joshua does all the time, right? He walks up there, talks to them, and he says, listen, bro, okay, I'm going to try to pull out my, my hood British accent on this one. Listen, bro, you know me. I'm not like what you think or what you see in the media, yeah? I really legitimately fuck you up, yeah? I really fuck yeah? Don't be thinking I'm one of these, media hype trains or whatever. I know exactly what he means by that when he was using those vernaculars. And it goes something like this. He's saying, listen, just because I market myself as a nice guy, as a marketable guy, as a guy that's friendly to kids, as a friendly to elderly, is friendly to everyone, and this, that, and the other, take pictures with everyone, it doesn't mean that I won't F people up. Like, that's literally the message. That's literally the message that he was trying to say. Zoom Khan says, Moises Otama thoughts. I think he'll be the future of the heavyweight division, right? He's, I think, right now 20, right? So he's very close to fulfilling that championship, that world championship at a very young age. So he says, I like Joshua. He's a good dude. Yeah, he's you know what? Here's one thing I don't like. The only thing that I will say I don't like about Anthony Joshua, and at the same time, I kind of get it, right? A lot of people don't know Anthony Joshua is Muslim, right? They don't know that he's Muslim, and there's a good reason why. Because he doesn't want to, put his faith out there, right? He's one of those type of guys, and I think it's also part of his marketing strategy. But also, let's be honest, right? Let's just be real about it. The British, the non-Muslim British are not exactly fond of Muslims, period, right? I mean, generally speaking, not if you're, an individual that may feel a different sentiment, but that's the reality of it. So he wants to play that whole thing where, I'm a media marketing, I'm a media guy that's marketable, inclusive type of, way that he wants to. He says, need to get him on the beer game, Kyrie. Oh, you mean Anthony Joshua? Yeah. You know what? This is what I think that by the time he retires, that's what he'll probably do, right? I think he'll probably be a lot more overt about it when he retires, or maybe not. Maybe he'll just continue on with his media-friendly approach and this and that. But I tell you what, him saying, that I'm down to unalive someone, that should tell you, the type of mindset that Anthony Joshua has and what he's planning to do in this fight. Okay, look, I'll give you an official prediction for this fight right now, right? Obviously, I said that it was going to be Anthony Joshua, right? But the result is going to shock you. I'm going to go with a decision by Anthony Joshua. This is why, right? I think Jake is going to be very well prepared for this fight, but I also think he's going to run around in the ring. And now, when I mean by run around, I literally mean that. A lot of people say run around, but they don't necessarily mean actually running around, right? When people say running around and fighting, what they mean is when they're circling, right? When they're doing a circle, when they're moving their feet in a circle. I don't think he's going to do that. I think he's literally going to run. And an example of this, you guys remember the Stipe Miocic versus Overeem fight. And if you remember, Overeem literally ran around the cage, like sprinted, ran. Okay, like running, like running as if bullets are coming after you type of thing. Okay, like running. The victory says, how is Jake going to stop him from walking him down with a high guard and going 1 to 2? Yeah, he's going to run around. That's what he's going to do. You know what? McGregor has done this also in the Nate Diaz fight, the second Nate Diaz fight, if you remember. He took a little bit of because look, here's the thing, man. Nate is a cardio machine, right? So he took liberties to, sort of to a break in that fight, which honestly, to be quite honest with you, it seems like probably a smart strategy if you think about it, right? You're in there with a triathlete in Nate Diaz, a guy who does like triathlons, right? Which means he's got serious stamina, right? And if you're not going to knock him out, you're going to be in for a long fight. And yeah, that's exactly what McGregor did. He ran around. So expect to see that. Expect to see Jake to do that at some point in the fight or a good vast majority of the fight. So in other words, he's going to run two ways. He's going to run literally, but then he's also going to run in a way where he's circling, around, moving his feet in a circle. Victory says he better have great cardio if he's going to stay on the bike the whole time. It's exhausting to constantly fight going backwards. Yeah, I agree. It is exhausting to constantly fight going backwards, right? But I think he has no choice but to, fight exactly like that. Look, when I look at their height discrepancy, right? I've told you guys this. I've sparred guys that are around Anthony Joshua's size, right? But here's the difference, right? That's MMA sparring, and then that's just sparring, period. But also, they're not Anthony Joshua. They're not the physical specimen that Anthony Joshua is. So, although it's not impossible, okay, for a guy Jake's size to take on somebody who's 6'5", 6'6", it's still a harder task, especially if you're dealing with someone like Anthony Joshua. Ali Khan says, "Good to see you again. Good to see you again, my man. Thank you for tapping into the chat." So, Victory says he really is going to have to run because the reach difference is so drastic. Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about, right? Because look, does Jake strike you as a Dominic Cruz or a TJ Dillashaw or a Prince Nassim type of fighter? Does he strike you as that? Like, does he strike you as somebody that will move around the ring like that? No. It was never part of his repertoire. Now, I can understand if that was part of his repertoire, but it's not, right? So, yeah, he definitely has to, cut him off in that kind of way. But look, if you have that kind of footwork, you can actually mitigate the reach discrepancy that they have going on. Anthony Joshua is also very slow. He's not like Tyson Fury, right? Now, listen, if this was Tyson Fury instead of Anthony Joshua, it would be a completely different ballgame, right? Because Tyson Fury can, stick and move and move around you and run circles around you. Joshua can't do that. Sometimes Joshua is very flat-footed. Victory says, no, he doesn't, and he's definitely not shredded for this fight. He's been trying to gain weight, so I wonder just how good his cardio will be. Well, the weight gain is indicative of him trying to increase his knockout power and trying to translate it into that division. Look, Anthony Rumble Johnson, right before he died, he fought at 170 and then fought all the way as high up to heavyweight, right? Rumble Johnson had serious knockout power at 170. He had serious knockout power at 170, and then he was able to translate that moving up to heavyweight, moving up to light heavyweight. He went through all the divisions from 170, right? He went from 170, and then he went to 185 pounds, and then he went to 205, and then he became a full-blown heavyweight at the end of his career and at the end of his life, right? So, yeah, that's all that I think that's all that it's for, is that he's just trying to translate that power that he has into the heavyweight division. And you know what? Some guys don't slow down when they gain weight, right? But we'll see if he's one of those guys or not. And obviously, power is sort of what he's going for in this one. He says, yeah, valid point. I noticed in Joshua's highlights that he's often flat-footed standing in front of guys. So here's the thing about Anthony Joshua too, right? Anthony Joshua has OCD, has serious OCD, right? Like everything has to be tight, everything has to be perfect. You know who's an example of this, right? Dr. Dre, the producer, Eminem's producer, 50 Cent's producer, that Dr. Dre, because I know there's another Dr. Dre in the East Coast, just so you guys are not mistaken, but I think the world knows of one Dr. Dre. Okay, you want to know why this guy produces albums all year round, right, for different people, does songs for Kendrick Lamar, The Game, 50 Cent, so on and so forth, and maybe other new artists. But he doesn't come out with an album for about, every 10 years. He comes out with an album every 10 years. Why? Because Dr. Dre he has OCD. This is the reason why.
He has OCD. He wants everything to be perfect. He wants everything to be meticulous. It has to be, it has to be this or none at all type of guys, right? Well, Anthony Joshua is the same way, and it kind of translates in how he fights, right? Like, he looks very unsure of himself sometimes, looks very uncertain. That's why a lot of people say that he's robotic. Meanwhile, here's Tyson Fury, right? The guy who gives absolutely no F's about anything. You know what I mean? He's loose. He's like just, all over the place, right? And you can see that translate in his movement, right? Where he just moves from one side of the ring over the other, does a lot of unorthodox stuff. So that's Anthony Joshua in a nutshell. He is, he is a perfectionist, and, being that he's a perfectionist, it's hard for him to commit into, any shots. Look, I'll tell you what, man, when I first started doing Muay Thai, I kind of had this problem as well, right? So my trainers would say, like, during sparring, they would say, well, look, you got to commit to these shots, right? And look, here's the thing, right? He found out during the fight why I didn't want to commit. Because look, here's the thing, I don't want to go out and hurt my sparring partners or anything like that, right? It wasn't necessarily because, I was hesitant or this and that, but man, you put me in there in a sanctioned environment where, all right, now I can go in there and let loose and just, be as violent as I can be and be as, as animalistic as I can be. I'm going to go all out, F this dude, he's not a sparring partner, training partner of mine. I'm not going to have to see this guy the next day. I don't have to see this guy at all. I have no feelings or emotions towards this guy. I'm going to go in and 187 this dude. I was going to say the M word, but, we're on YouTube. But, yeah, that's what it is. But I think maybe that's probably the same reason why Anthony Joshua feels the need to, say all these things that he's saying. Oh, I'm going to go end this guy's life or this and that, because he knows that if he hesitates, even for a split second in his fight, there could be an upset, right? And he knows that. And this is like the worst type of upset there is. This isn't like losing to Andy Ruiz or losing to Tyson Fury. Ali Khan says, I have to go to Juma prayer. Shout out to you, my man. It is, what do you call it? It is, what time is it? Right here. It is 9:37 where I am at right now, so it's going to be 10 later on. It's going to be 10 in the next hour, and then, and then a couple hours for me till Juma. So, shout out to you, man. What part of the world are you from, by the way? I'm assuming you're probably from the East Coast. I'm assuming, but yeah. Victory says, I don't wish for Jake to get severely injured, but there would be nothing better than to see him do the snaky leg and crumble Houston. Okay, so shout outs to, everybody in Texas and the Midwest. Yeah, man, everybody on the chat, let me know what part of the world you guys are from. I agree with you. Look, I don't wish to see him get hurt either. I don't wish to see him lose in this fight either. But look, either way, this is a very highly anticipated fight. Let's go into reasons why this is a very highly anticipated fight. Number one, Jake Paul is hated by everybody, right? And a lot of people think that he's a fraud. A lot of people think that he shouldn't be boxing. So seeing him get knocked out, that would be, the pleasure to everyone's eyes, right? Especially against Anthony Joshua. Obviously, Anthony Joshua is coming off of that loss against Dubois. And you know what? What they were planning on doing after that loss, so they were going to have Anthony Joshua fight this American heavyweight, right? By the way, an unknown guy, right? I believe his name is Cassius something, right? Definitely not Cassius Clay, the former name of Muhammad Ali. But Cassius was going to fight Anthony Joshua, an unknown heavyweight, right? They were going to go 8 rounds, and Eddie Hearn's whole entire prerogative on that was, all right, we're going to get Anthony Joshua's hands wrapped just to make that walk and basically a tune-up fight, right? The definition of a tune-up fight in boxing. Lo and behold, this same guy is basically sparring with Jake Paul. Okay, Cassius, he's sparring with Jake Paul. And then they decided, hey, you know what? When Gervonta Tank Davis had to pull out of that fight, they called Anthony Joshua and said, hey, come in here, let's go do this. So Eddie Hearn says, you know what? This is actually quite a brilliant idea. Okay, this is quite a brilliant idea because not only, are we going to get an easy fight, but we're going to get a fight of a massive magnitude of media attention around the world, right? So that was what he was going for right here. So, yeah, listen, put that fool on timeout. I don't know who the fuck you talking to, bro. Like, put that fool on timeout. Who is this fool, man? Get this fool up out of here. Stay off the grid. Yeah, you better stay off the grid if I, man, listen, I'll have people, come in here with, finding what server you're at. Next thing you know, I'll show up at your house knocking at your door like, hey, what's up, fool? Talking about, man, get out of here. He says, yeah, Marty says he's an Ohio boy, should be rooting for him. I just can't get on that train. He says, yeah, staying off the grid doesn't know you will beat his ass. Yeah, he has no. I mean, listen, that's perfectly fine. Most people, most people that I walk across would not know that I could do that. That's listen. Look. Here's the thing, right? Most dudes that like violence, you should like that. You should like that people don't know that you can fuck shit up, right? You should like that. It's the bodybuilding dudes that don't train combat sports, right? They just build themselves up to look big. You ever notice the biggest guy or the most muscular guy in the room never gets into a fight? They just assume, oh, wow, look at that dude. He's big. I wouldn't want to mess with him. That's what the world sees. To me, when I see a dude that's big and that, has no martial arts experience whatsoever, I say to myself, this dude is a victim. This dude is a victim for me, straight up. You know what I mean? This dude is a victim because I know that he's going to be stiff. I know that he's going to be slow. I know that when we lock up for grappling exchanges, he's not going to be able to have the lactic acid tolerance to even deal with the pressure of my wrestling or grappling, let alone the frantic strikes that I'm going to throw at him. He says muscle guys gas in 30 seconds. Right. And the reason why they do is because they often expect a fight to look like, all right, you know what? This is what's going to happen. I'm this big, so I can knock you out. And as a result of me doing that, it's just going to take one punch. That's what they slowly rely on. They slowly rely on that. They slowly rely on reputation. That's what it is, right? So the dudes that look like they're Mr. Universe, or dudes that look like they would often bodybuild at like Muscle Beach down in Venice or this and that. That's what they often kind of go for, right? They walk in a club, they got the tight shirts on and this and that. They got their veins popping and this and that, and everybody's looking at this dude like, oh wow, I wouldn't mess with that guy. Meanwhile, if you're a trained killer, you're looking at this dude like, man, I would maim this dude. This dude don't got no speed. This dude don't have the lactic acid tolerance to even deal with grappling exchanges, let alone, have the mechanics to even strike with you, right? That's what you're thinking in your head. But see, the average person are like, oh, I'm not going to mess with that guy. And here's the thing, right? It kind of reminds me of a lot of gangster dudes on the streets that were never really tested. Oftentimes, a lot of the most gangster dudes that you see, that you hear about in the streets, they're not getting tested as often as you think they would, right? Like, for example, okay, they build up a reputation, because they did stuff, this and that, they're known for this, they're known for that, whoop-de-woo or whatever, but then years go by, they're not really the same person. They don't really have that type of physicality. Maybe sometimes they don't even, have that same violent streak anymore, right? So then you just start thinking like, oh man, I'm not going to mess with this guy. But for the person that, commits acts of violence on a daily basis, i.e., they're ops or, people that are the opposition of them, You know, they're looking at this guy like, man, you know what? I can hit this dude up. You know, and so that's kind of the same similarities that you see with, you know, these types of dudes. You know what I mean? The type of dudes that, you know, that nobody would mess with because, you know, they look like Debo, but, you know, in reality, you know, they're just, Victory here says, we got one in the gym every month or so. They come in a few times, then you never see them again. Oh, yeah. That I know exactly what you mean by that. I had this one dude, right? I had this one dude who was, I believe he was a friend of my girlfriend's friend, right? Or wife, whatever. But okay, so I remember one time, you know, he's one of these, you know, muscle knuckleheads or whatever, right? He says, yeah, hey man, you know, I want to come spar with you. Never had, you know, martial arts training in his life or this and that, right? So, you know, I got you know, mats and what do you call it, gloves in my house, right? So I was like, all right, you know, let's glove up then, you know, let's glove up. So we glove up. Guess what happens? And not only do we glove up, okay, we got the shin pads on. Okay, I even had him put on like the you know, like the you know, those things that Taekwondo people have, right? You know, the body thing. You know, I kind of use it for my son if he you know, wants to hit or whatever. You know, I kind of wear it for him to hit on it, right? So I made him wear that, right? I was literally, all I had was just the boxing gloves and then the shin pads, right? But he was fully padded up and everything, and with good reason, because, you know, I was really going to, you know, put a number on him. I said, listen, if you want to do this, I want you to wear everything, right? Because, you know, he wanted to know what it felt like. So let me tell you, man, he never wanted to train after that, right? I don't want to get into details of what happened. Okay, well, all right, let's get into details, right? First thing, right, round one, ding, ding. I go for a leg kick. Freaking, you know, I'm like really went for it. Like, I'm talking, you know, prime Jose Aldo type of twerk behind it, right? So I put a lot of effort into it. Boom. Next thing you know, he like buckles. Now he's down on the floor. You know, guess what? You know, I throw a little uppercut right there. You know, by the way, not on the side of the head, the side of the helmet that has no covering whatsoever, right? So the big boom, and then, you know, all right, you want to continue? He's like, yeah. So all right, so we continued on, and then I played with him for a little bit, took him down, you know, just tried to, you know, basically, try to, you know, try out different, you know, MMA skills, right? So took him down, you know, got on a stat guard position. Punched him a few times, you know, just love taps. But a few of them, you know, were like serious, like letting him know, like, listen, you know, you can't compete in my world, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like, listen, you're just all for looks and I'm for performance. There's a difference between you and me. So that was that. And the next thing you know, his girlfriend comes into the garage and he's like, honey, what are you guys doing? I was like, oh, you this and that. Oh my God, you're bleeding or this, that, and the other. And so that's that, man. You know, yeah, I don't think he's ever really, you know, trained martial arts since then. I have talked to him a few times and, you know, that's what he told me, you know, he never did. And that's just what it is. Like, these dudes, look, this is what I'm telling you, man. These dudes, I would rather be the dude that doesn't look the part, you know, than actually, because, dude, if you really are all about violence, bro, you don't want people to know that you can do that, or if you just like to scare people, you know, thinking that you're tough and you're hard, then yeah, by all means, you know, do that. You know, look like you know, go look like Hulk Hogan or whatever, right? While nobody ever tests you, but you know, for me, it's you know, it's not a matter of hate. It's not a matter of this and that. Like, you know, like, I welcome it. Like, if a dude, you know, in, you know, any random, you know, place in the world is like, hey, listen, I think I could take you on a street fight right now. I was like, all right, cool, let's run it. You know, so that's what it is. You know what I mean? Like, but that, again, a lot of these guys have never been tested because they just look like the big man in the room that nobody wants to mess with. And that's that. Everybody looks like a Debo until Debo gets knocked out by Craig in Friday, right? As an example of that. But yeah, man, that's really it. Listen, that's all that I have for this hour right now, guys. Listen, don't forget to like and subscribe. I might go live later once I get home for the fights. I might go live for that one as well. So stay tuned. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one, inshallah.
All right. All right, so let's go for a little bit of a bonus stream right now while I'm here with you guys. So obviously been a long stream, just getting things cracking with the Anthony Joshua fight. A couple of things that I need you guys to understand about this fight, okay? Anthony Joshua came into this fight nervous, rightfully so. There was a lot of reasons why he should have been coming in this fight nervous because, look, the win was not what was important here, and that's when fighting becomes very dangerous. What do I mean by that? Many of you had these expectations for Anthony Joshua to knock out Jake Paul literally within the first round, and sometimes it's not realistic, especially when you have a formidable opponent. What makes a formidable opponent? Somebody that knows how to move, somebody that has good defense, and somebody that has the understanding of the ring around them, okay? That is Jake Paul. That is literally what he demonstrated all night long. And as a result of that demonstration, Anthony Joshua could not do what he wanted to do. Lo and behold, Anthony Joshua could not do what he wanted to do because that is what happens in a fight. The other thing I want to talk about with this fight is the constant disrespect that people have for Anthony Joshua in the likes of Paulie Malignaggi. Okay, the most disrespectful take that I've seen all night was from Paulie Malignaggi. He said this was horrible. You should have went out on your shield. This is a guy who literally ran his whole entire career because he had a broken hand, very similar to Floyd Mayweather, mind you. And he's going around saying, yeah, this right here should be a fight where you go out of your shield. And I don't agree with that. That is a very ridiculous notion for Paulie Malignaggi to say. But what motivated him to say that? Well, there's only one thing that motivated Paulie Malignaggi to say that. Because there's an inherent bias that he has for Jake Paul. There's an inherent bias that he has for the fact that Jake Paul is an iconoclastic figure in the world of MMA. Or, yeah, in the world of MMA, but more so in the world of boxing, where he performs at 90% of his time. Right? And 90% meaning that that's what he spends his time on. Obviously, he doesn't spend 90% of his life in a boxing ring, in a sanctioned boxing ring, because you can only do that for a limited amount of time during the year. I don't like his take. It's very hypocritical. Now, you have someone like David Allen. You know what David Allen said that I thought was very profound? He said, you don't need to be fighting old men, but you also don't need to be fighting heavyweight champions of the world. And I thought to myself, that is a very reasonable take on the part of David Allen to say that. And that is a reasonable path for Jake Paul to take in his career. Because quite frankly, what Jake Paul has demonstrated is that he should be fighting the likes of Vidal Riley. Yes, that's right. I think he should fight Vidal Riley. Because Vidal Riley is a top 10 cruiserweight at this point. And not only that, Vidal Riley has social media following due to his connections with KSI. He was the former KSI trainer and head coach. So that gave him a little bit of a notoriety when he came into the game. Now, KSI recruited him knowing that he was a former Team GB Olympian and knew that he had the pedigree. But he also knew he had the skills. But on top of that, Vidal Riley also has formidable skills, right? But not enough marketing. What did my man here say? Mr. Toxic Revo says, was there a deeper meaning to the fight I just got in here? Oh yeah, I'm getting cooking on the deeper meaning to the fight right now. We are literally doing a bonus stream on everything that we had just witnessed right now. So we're kind of doing a little bit of a recap on that. So thank you for joining us here, Mr. Toxic Revo. Let me know what part of the world you are from. I hope you are liked and subscribed to my channel. And I hope that you recommend other people to come to my channel as well. Right? Because I do give some very deep, meaningful takes, and I hope that you guys can appreciate them as fellow combat sports enthusiasts. So, what I got out of this fight was that a lot of people are very negative, meaning that Jake Paul is right about the fact that many people want to put him in a box. Right? They don't think that he had the opportunity or the chance to even beat Anthony Joshua. But he did get an opportunity and a chance, but he failed. He says, just subscribe and like, brother. Thank you so much, Mr. Toxico. I really appreciate that, my man. I hope you do go and spread my channel out to everyone out there. Let me know what part of the world you are from. Doing overtime right here, man. There's not a lot of MMA streamers that are out right now doing overtime on this subject. Not even boxing streamers. In fact, I don't think there's a lot of boxing streamers that are up right now. But since we're here, let's get it live and cooking on this one. And yeah, hopefully we can express a deeper meaning to this fight. So yeah, that's a very reasonable take for David Allen to make. Also, Vidal Riley said something to the effect of, you know what? Jake Paul did everything right. It's just that he fought a heavyweight. You know something? Somebody like Vidal Riley would never fight somebody like Vidal Riley would never fight somebody like Anthony Joshua. That's never going to happen. They are too meticulous in the way that they choose their fights, in the way that they choose their opponents. That is unlikely to happen, in my humble opinion. Very unlikely to happen. But that's just the way that it is. People don't take risk. And we often chastise people that take the biggest risk. Jake Paul is a guy that took the biggest risk. He took the biggest risk for this whole entire event to unfold, right? We had an event that was supposed to happen during the fight week of Islam Makhachev and JDM. He was supposed to fight on that Friday. I thought this is a brilliant strategy, to be honest with you. I think it is a brilliant strategy when you are a boxing card on a Friday and align yourself with a UFC card on that following Saturday. Because guess what? There's a good chance that people are going to watch your fights because people are anticipating the UFC on Saturday, and now you get to fight on Friday and become the appetizer for everyone's main course and dessert on Saturday. Well, now they moved that date from November the 12th, was it? Or November 14th, was it? Whatever that was during UFC 323 with Islam Makhachev. I'm sorry, no, not Islam Makhachev. That's not Islam Makhachev. Hold on. What was the November card? You know what I'm talking about. UFC, UFC 322, I believe. When was UFC 322? Hold on. November 15th. So that was supposed to take place on the 14th. So instead of aligning with the UFC's 322 card with Islam Makhachev, they decided they were going to align their card with the Misfits boxing card with Andrew Tate and Chase DeMoore. I got to tell you, that fight with Andrew Tate, right? I don't feel that there is this big commotion behind it. In fact, I'm starting to wonder if Andrew Tate really is a bigger star than what he claims to be, because I watched those weigh-ins at Abu Dhabi. And granted, this is Dubai, right? Imagine if Andrew Tate had a fight in Los Angeles, maybe even London. I think everybody would turn up, but this is Dubai. But then again, Andrew Tate is a Muslim. So you would think that Abu Dhabi or Dubai, obviously, you know, same place, same area, you would think that he would be popular or have a bigger reception. I didn't get that. I didn't get superstar vibes from any of that. Mr. Toxico Revo says, I'm from Tartazian, brother. Salam. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah barakatuh to you, brother. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Also, don't forget to hit the join members only section of my YouTube page, because I got some real interesting content there that I would never put out to the world, right? So very interesting content that I need you to go check out. Go join my members only if you can, please. Okay? I will really appreciate it if you do, right? And also send some super chats along the way. Send some money along the way on the super chats down below, man. Been working here for a couple of hours now on this event. You know, a few dollars would definitely help go a long way. Okay, so I didn't get those superstar vibes out of Andrew Tate, but nonetheless, they aligned themselves with a card of the weekend, and that is Andrew Tate and Chase DeMoore, right? For whatever that fight is worth. Maybe Andrew Tate will build a bigger buzz. Maybe he just needs to build up a little bit. Maybe he hyped up his net worth. Maybe he hyped up his social media following. Maybe he bought bots, right? Usually, look, here's the thing about buying bots. I know a lot of people out there that fake their viewership. Okay, they fake their viewership, meaning that they buy bots, they buy subscribers, which is insane. They buy subscribers, and they wonder why they don't make any money off of YouTube. You know? I mean, I'm thinking Andrew Tate is doing this same thing. Buying bots won't get you paid, but it will get you gigs. Because the perception is so powerful, but unfortunately, that's kind of the reason why Kickstream is dying right now, because of this reason alone. So now, where does Jake Paul go from here? I told you one of the things that I would like to see out of Jake Paul, I want to see him fight Vidal Riley. I want to see him fight other people that are not old men or are not former heavyweight champions, as Dave Allen mentioned. Now, that is a very reasonable request. Stay in your own lane. That is a very reasonable request, don't you think? Stay in your own lane. Stop fighting old men like Mike Tyson. Stop fighting men like Anthony Joshua, who can easily be the heavyweight champion of the world tomorrow. I mean, realistically, any of these guys can, but Usyk is the main man right now. And I should have known. I should have known that Anthony Joshua was going to be on his A game on this one, because look how much better Anthony Joshua is now that he is working with Alexander Usyk. Now that he's working with Alexander Usyk, the guy who beat him twice, and on top of that, the guy who probably gave Alexander Usyk the hardest fight of his life, now they're training together, making each other better, which will only make Alexander Usyk even more impossible to deal with, and it'll make Anthony Joshua an even more evolved version of himself. So what we're looking at is Usyk and Anthony Joshua being the number 1 and number 2 of the entire heavyweight division, and that is the possibility, right? So he's got a lot of options, Anthony Joshua. The only options he has right now is Tyson Fury. Everybody says that he might fight Rico Verhoeven. I heard that that's what they said in the press conference, that he's going to fight Rico Verhoeven. I think that's great. Look at all the resumes that Anthony Joshua has built over the years, right? He's fought the who's who of the hardcores that he needed to fight. Maybe some of them he missed out on. He missed out on Fury. He missed out on Wilder, right? But he fought literally everybody else other than them. He just needs to fight Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. Those fights are there for him, and those fights are still million-dollar fights regardless of the fact that he's not world champion, right? It's a very privileged position to be a part of. Another thing, what about Jake Paul? Where does he go from here? Obviously, I said, stop with the foolery. You want to be a world champion. You have the capabilities of being a world champion. So act like it by fighting the right people right around you. And again, I'm going to emphasize this over and over again. Vidal Riley, Chris Billum-Smith, and then eventually Jai Apataya. I'm sure Jai Apataya would love that smoke with Jake Paul. I'm sure he would love that smoke with Jake Paul. But that's what Jake Paul needs to do. He needs to stay in his own lane. As for Anthony Joshua, he is literally staying in his own lane. Okay? He's taking the who's who, and then he's also taking the famous people on. Francis Ngannou, Jake Paul, and then now Rico Verhoeven, who's famous in his own right in the kickboxing world, especially in Holland, where it's big. Mike Long says, man, I barely woke up. I knocked out for a good minute. Is it really 1 a.m.? It is, my man. I'm sorry. Did you miss the fight? Is this what is going on here? Are you here to proclaim that you missed the fight and as a result, you ended up sleeping? But on any regard, a lot of people are sleeping across the United States right now, and probably even England. People were staying up late to watch this. Oh, my goodness. But we had a great time in the West Coast watching it because it was in prime time. So Says, no, I was tired from work. Okay. So, you missed the fight, I'm assuming. Okay, and then you were weight training and lifting. Got it. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Well, yeah, man, I just wanted to do a little bit of that dialogue. In the meantime, you know, I'm going to keep this stream running for a bit, play a bit of some games, and, you know, get the viewership up a little bit. He says, yeah, I saw the recap. Okay, yeah. All right, well, let's play a little bit of some video games and then do our own little recap, shall we? He says, what did you think about it? Well, I mean, I just literally spent an entire, like, what is it now, 6-7 hours talking about it. But, okay, for you, for conversational sake, this is what I think about it, right? I think that many people out there are lost. Many people out there are bitter about their lives. And then when they see somebody like Jake Paul who's trying to elevate themselves, they can't help but fall into the shortcomings of being skeptical, of being cynical. And not only that, showing a mirror to themselves as a way of saying, I could never do that. So therefore, because this man is willing to go out there and try that, I'm going to hate him for it. And you know what? There was a certain point where Anthony Joshua was like that. But what I thought about it was that I think Anthony Joshua proves that he can continue to stay at the lane that he's at, which is what? Celebrity fights that he has with the likes of Ngannou, that he has with the likes of Rico Verhoeven, which is coming up next. Great resume to have, right? You got a linear UFC champion, and then you got a linear kickboxing champion, and then you beat them, and you've been the boxing champion, and then you beat the most famous YouTuber in the world, and then you fought Alexander Usyk twice, even though you lost to him, you lost gracefully. I mean, man, Anthony Joshua has a great career, but he's staying in his own lane. As for Jake Paul, we learned what lane he belonged. The lane that he belongs is stop fighting old men, but also stop fighting world champions that are heavyweights. It's really as simple as that. But that is my recap on that fight. And now we're going to finish off the live stream playing video games. How about that?
or a massive,
October, and he invited 12-week training camp. September 21st, October 21st, November 21st, December 19th. 3 months of training, and we get straight back in the ring. So for me, it was a perfect plan, and I don't want to start like losing my focus now and go and start like socializing and let's get lit.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life.
Hey guys, it's your favorite El-Kheer. Go ahead and click that subscribe button below so you don't miss a single.
Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua just took place, and this is my reaction to Jake Paul being TKO'd by AJ in round 6 with this nasty right hand down the pipe. I'm going to show you it straight away in slow-mo here. Bang! Straight across the face. Down goes Jake Paul. One more time for good measure. Bang! Smacks him straight across the jaw. AJ has broken the jaw of Jake Paul. His teeth are currently caved in. Really nasty loss for him. He didn't get flatline KO'd, which I think is crazy. And I'm going to get a ton of backlash in this video because I'm not just going to laugh at Jake Paul for losing, even though he was...
Free roaming, what is my favorite thing to do in free roaming? Low riding, I would say.
Fighting very cowardly, and he was making a point just to survive as long as he possibly could in this fight. You know how crazy it is not to get flatline KO'd by this punch? I know I'm going to be glazing here, but I was genuinely shocked. I was genuinely shocked he didn't get flatline KO'd by that. He went down, he got TKO'd, he stood up, he got back to his feet with a broken jaw. Tried to get up for the 10 count, he didn't make it. He made it up at about 11 or 12. The fight got called off. In round 6, and AJ gets it done. This is the jaw of Jake Paul. Very nasty.
Do you hate the boats? No, I love the boats. Yeah, I love the boats, man. Oh, wow. Look at this. Look at this. Look at Jake Paul's thing right here, bro. Look at this.
With a nasty punch, and he was cowering away before this as well. This is after a few knockdowns, and AJ lands a finishing blow on him, and he gets TKO'd. It was a nasty finish. Okay, this is what a lot of people were looking for. I think a lot of people wanted him to be flatline KO'd. That's what I thought was going to happen. I genuinely thought that was going to happen. I thought Jake Paul is going to survive 1 or 2 rounds. We're going to go through a bunch more about this fight as well because there's a ton of posts to go through. I thought Jake Paul was going to get flatline KO'd and slimed out, as the youth say, in the first 2 rounds of this fight. But you know what? He made it to round 6, and it was an ugly way to make it to round 6. But man, it was nasty. Some people are saying this as well. Why does Jake Paul have a solid chin? That would have flatlined most other boxers. It really would have done. This shot really would have flatlined a bunch of boxers. Bang! Straight across the jaw, full power. And he didn't get flatlined. I have like a weird respect for him, and I think this is a bad look for AJ. That's my takeaway from this. I think this is a humiliation of Anthony Joshua and elite level boxing. That Jake managed to like fumble his way into round 6.
That's like what happened to Robert Whittaker. Yeah. It is Xbox.
To tee off on him. Jake Paul would just clinch with him immediately or like shoot a double leg. He shot like 2, 3 double legs in this fight. A couple single legs as well.
Hey, shout out to you, Sean Boy. Haven't seen you in a while, man. You know, I'm glad, man. I'm glad that I'm in here really doing this late, right? I see a lot of people pop up that I haven't seen pop up in a while, so that's always good. You know, let's get a mission going here, right? You know, for the one time. Do you like hitting the heavy bag? Oh, yeah, of course, man. What's my favorite combo? Jab, 1-2, hook uppercut in boxing. In Muay Thai, my favorite combination is jab, calf kick, jab, calf kick, teep kick to follow up. Says, oh man, shout outs to Guillermo, man. Shout out to Argentino, my man. He says, yo, remember when boxing was declared obsolete? That's what I'm saying, man. You know, like 3 hours ago, LOL, sup, bro? Sup, man? How you been, bro? Man, shout outs to you, bro. Does this scene look familiar to you? You know what I mean? This is your city right here, but in the video game right here, man, you know? Man, how are you, man? Thank you for tapping in, man. Always good vibes when you're tapping in, man. We got the OGs, you know, up in here tapping in, man. 9 months of membership. Thank you so much, Argentino, for that one, my man. All right, so let's rock on with a mission, right? A little delivery mission they got going on here. Yeah, see, look, these are my bodyguards right here. This is, yeah, there we are. Yeah, man, what did you think of the fight, Argentino? Let me know on the comment section below what you thought of the fight, my man. You know, that fight was awesome, bro. I think we got everything that we wanted, right? We got a knockout. We got, I mean, we didn't see Jake Paul get put to sleep, though. That's the only thing. But, yeah. So you like Red Dead Redemption? I don't mind it, to be honest. Yeah, I don't all right, man. So we got ourselves a timer on this one. So we got to go all the way down there. Okay. A good little 20-minute mission. Yeah, what is this? This is like Brentwood or something like that. Yeah, the Brentwood part of LA in real life, huh? Man, Argentino, man, if you're still here, bro, I miss Santa Monica, bro. That's like one of my favorite spots in LA. He says, my favorite game is Donkey Kong Nintendo 64. Okay. I haven't really played that much, but okay. That's a racing game, right? The Donkey Kong 64, I believe, right? He says, I know you're hyped for GTA 6, though. I am, but at the same time, you know what? Like, if they push it for another year or this or that or so, I would not mind, right? Because the new DLCs that are coming out on GTA 5, are pretty good. You know, the new downloads that are coming out, I'm with it, so I ain't mad at it. All right, you see that? That is the vehicle of death right there. Look at that, like all strapped up and everything. All right. All right, let's hear what MMA Guru had to say here.
Mark was going crazy at home, okay, watching this fight. Mark Blanchfield was losing his mind, going crazy for Jake Paul, watching him mix in the takedowns in a boxing match to try and survive. But I thought Jake took a round off AJ. I'm just saying, I think boxing's fucking embarrassed right now by that. That should have been a lot quicker and a lot easier. And I know a lot of people are saying this is rigged, AJ was paid to take him later. Do I think AJ went in there with the intention of flatline KOing him in the first round? I think AJ could have risked it all and flatline KO'd him in the first 2 rounds. But I think Jake, being as small as he was, and I said this in the build-up, I thought this would maybe take Jake to round 3. That was my prediction, late round 2, maybe round 3. I said he would last longer than Ngannou. And Jake did last longer than Ngannou, by the way. But my whole take was, he's going to be so small, and he's going to do his best to survive, and that's going to be his main goal, or to fluke it with a big overhand, which he did land on AJ, by the way, at one point. That it's going to be awkward for AJ to finish him without leaving himself exposed. And that's what this was. Jake stalled out a fight for as long as he could, mixed in the clinch and the wrestling, darted around on the outside, fought like a bitch. Don't get me wrong, fought like a bitch. But still, man, he made it to round 6 against Anthony Joshua. And he didn't get flatline KO'd with that punch. And he landed some decent shots himself as well, which we'll go through in a second. I think they're right here. Where's the shots of him? Oh, this is it right here. This is Jake Paul landing this overhand on Anthony Joshua. And you know what? I fucking respect him for this massively, yeah. He'd been dropped a few times, hurt to the body, getting stalked down by AJ, and he landed...
He says, what little detail do you think they can add to make it more realistic? I think they already have it as realistic as possible, to be quite honest with you. You know, it seems as realistic as it can be, but I'm sure with 6, they're going to come out with even more graphics to go over the top with it. He says, maybe be able to work jobs and attend live events. Okay. They sort of are doing that in GTA. You can take like odd jobs. They now have like firefighter jobs here. You can do pizza delivery, taxi driver services. I believe they have ambulance mode as well. So, yeah, you know, they have a little bit of everything there.
if I can get an exact location on this end.
Okay, Apple Maps, yeah, that would be good, yeah. Where is this thing, man? I hate these types of missions. I hate these types of missions, bro. Where the fuck are you supposed to find this? Man, they just wanted me to drive around and...
Hello, you're through to Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help? Thank you, sir. Your spectacular aircraft is now ready for you at our nearest airfield. Our most sincere apologies, sir. Hello, this is Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help? Great. The aircraft is waiting for you at our nearest airfield. We trust you'll be happy, sir.
Why the heck does it keep doing it?
Just to let you know, you have a happy customer. I'm gonna wire you that money minus the laundering fee. Taxman's gonna get something.
All right. Do you ever order pizza when playing GTA? Order pizza in the game or in real life? I didn't know you could order pizza in the game.
Your beautiful new aircraft is waiting at our nearest airfield. We hope you're very happy, sir.
All right. Jennifer says hi. Hello. How are you? Let me know what part of the world you are from.
Oh, there's from what they called a minor crash. Okay, so a few months ago, I got rear-ended. My car was totaled. I'm missed work and had doctor visits after doctor visits, and my bills were piling up. And guess what the insurance company offered me? $5,000 for the car and another.
That's a solid shot. That is a solid overhand. I know I'm glazing. I'm going to get so much backlash. I really don't care. This is such a bad look for boxing. He's completely undersized. And it's been a bad look for boxing what Jake Paul's been doing to other guys in boxing anyway. When he's way bigger, this would be the same thing about him versus Gervonta Davis. He's completely outsized in Gervonta Davis. This is a silly thing, but Gervonta's got all the skill, world champion, and Jake Paul's just some guy who can't box. But he fucking clocked AJ straight on the fucking chin. I respect it, man. I fucking respect it. He's getting walked down, he's hurt to the body, he's been dropped twice. Cleans AJ's chin with that punch with a solid overhand, but AJ eats it and throws it back. Jake Paul's not a heavyweight. I don't even think he's a cruiserweight. I think he's an overblown, much smaller fighter. Like, I think Jake Paul would make one, if he was really in the shape that he should be in for a boxer, he would be a 170-pounder in the UFC. Like, he would cut to make 170. He's not anywhere. He should not be fighting above 200 pounds. The guy's 5'11", at best 6 foot tall. But he tried, man. He tried. I know I should just be laughing, and we're going to go through some tweets of people that were just mocking Jake Paul. You can see the exact moment Jake Paul suddenly regretted the life choices that had led. There's a lot of tweets that are coming out about this fight, because don't get me wrong, he did fight like a pussy. But man, I think this is such a bad look for AJ taking this 6 rounds. Such a bad look for AJ.
Why is everybody saying it's such a bad look for AJ?
You should have pasted him out in 2 minutes. I don't think he was paid to let this go into the later rounds. He started to look genuinely frustrated. And let me tell you this, there's nothing rigged about this punch. You don't risk this in a scripted fight in the middle of the first 4 rounds, where you're like, okay, then Jake's gonna hit me with this. Right across the jaw, and then I'm going to come back, and then I'll finish him. That's not what was going on here. I think AJ was out there thinking, let me not rush. I think if he wanted to really focus on KOing Jake Paul in the first 2 rounds, he could have done. But Jake was just hell-bent on survival. His big win here was a decision, where he doesn't get TKO'd, maybe gets dropped but gets back up, maybe takes a round, which he did. He took round 4. I think he should have had a point deduction. What the fuck have you got to do in boxing that isn't boxing to get a point deduction, by the way?
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI can spot roadblocks and assign work in a snap, so everything and everyone stays on track. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
I don't fucking understand that at all. He's shooting double legs to avoid being finished. He's constantly avoiding boxing with AJ in his own sneaky way so he can make it to the end of some of these rounds. What the fuck does he actually have to do to get a point deduction? That was insane to me. And in any of those moments, when they're on the ground and Jake Paul's on the ground, he shot a takedown and rammed his groin into the knee of AJ and burnt 30 seconds off the clock in a 3-minute round. What you got to do to get a point deduction in boxing? You should have had a point deduction in round 4, which would have meant he didn't win round 4. But he landed some decent shots. Some jabs.
He did land some decent shots, though.
He landed a clean uppercut on AJ at one point. I wish I could find all of these moments and play them back, but people will play back these moments and share clips of them in the future. Obviously, AJ pieced him up, put him away, and eventually tracked him down enough, and Jake just couldn't keep AJ off of him for long enough. Eventually, the clinching wasn't working. He had used up all of his energy shooting fucking double legs and going for fucking Osotogari trips on Anthony Joshua to try and get him to the ground and survive. That he just had no energy, and eventually AJ just walked him down and pieced him up. But I respect Jake, man. I respect that. He did better than I thought. I think he fought cowardly, yes, but he landed some decent shots. He arguably took round 1 he did better than Ngannou. People clinch a lot in boxing. Fury did the same thing to Wilder, just constantly clinching up on him and constantly going for him and putting him in that front headlock position. I know it was different because Jake was genuinely shooting double legs, but my perception of this changes because this is a fucking YouTuber who's not a real boxer, remember, who's completely outsized versus someone who's one of the best heavyweights of this era. AJ's top 4 best heavyweights of this era. Usyk 1, Fury 2, Wilder and AJ are 3 and 4, in my opinion. Dubois there as well, but up until like the last fight of AJ's career, those were the big 4 of the division with Usyk and Fury on top. And that was a couple of years ago. Am I gonna get backlash for this? And that weren't the only one. He landed a couple more. Not as clean as that, but he landed a good uppercut. And AJ, you could see him go, fuck this guy. This guy's actually making a bit of a fool out of me right now. Let me track him down and put him away. And he just started jabbing to the chest and the body of Jake Paul. But Jake was on his bike, man. Scarpering around. Broken jaw, of course. We've seen this already. Ryan Garcia said Jake gets credit for fighting his heart out. Much respect. And people with like fucking fake OnlyFans women in profile, and people on Twitter are always going to be like, what? He doesn't. But a lot of fighters are paying him respect here, you know. Even Chris Eubank Jr. said it as well. Regardless of the outcome, Jake Paul got into the ring with an Olympic gold medalist and former heavyweight world champion and tried his best. Until the very end, you have to give that man his respect. He did try it.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people are giving him the respect because, let's be honest, man. Do you think Chris Eubank would get in there and fight Anthony Joshua? No. Do you think Conor McGregor would get in there and fight Anthony Joshua? No. It is Jake Paul that stands above all of them that would be willing to take that fight, and he did. And so we got to give him his respect, whether you like him or not, and that's just really what it comes down to, man. You know, Jake Paul is somebody to be respected. So, yeah. All right, let's hear more from MMA Guru.
He genuinely tried to get a win. He tried to survive, but in moments, he thought, let me try and fucking land a heater on this guy's chin as he comes in. That is insane to do.
I did not expect this at all. I was ecstatic watching the fight. I'm still fucking ecstatic about it now. Watching Jake, like, gimmick his way through the fight, like in a game of cat and mouse where he would try like once a minute to one punch fluke KO AJ or some shit, was like a really weirdly exhilarating experience. I know he got a lot of shit for it. A lot of fighters are weighing it, even Brendan Loughnane totally disagree. He was trying to finish him bell to bell. I think AJ wasn't like immediately trying to finish him, but he was definitely trying to take his head off a couple of times. There was a bunch of overhands and hooks and uppercuts from AJ that barely whiffed Jake. That if Jake was like trying to land back and actually be in a boxing match, probably would have clipped him and KO'd him. But because Jake was like scarpering on the back foot, constantly circling away non-stop, being way smaller and lighter and faster to move around, you could see it kind of frustrated AJ a bit, man. You could see it kind of frustrated AJ a bit. But there you go. Jake Paul tastes defeat to Anthony Joshua. These are some of the tweets about it here. You can see the moment Jake Paul suddenly regretted the life choices that had led to this point. This is a moment.
He said Jake Paul regretted the life choices.
Jake Paul, when he fights someone that isn't retired and crippled, it's Anthony fucking Joshua. But true. But still, I feel like Jake could hang with like some guys in his weight class. Not in the top of the rankings. Not in the top of the rankings. Nowhere near. But do you reckon Jake Paul, like, for his weight class in boxing, is maybe like top 30, top 50? Is that crazy to say? Would he do all right against some names that are off and terrible and they're way down the rankings? Is boxing's golfing talent that crazy? I feel like boxing is one of those sports where it's the elite of the elite and then everyone else is kind of shit. You know? Where is Jake Paul?
MMA Guru hit that right on the head, right? That is what boxing literally is, right? There are people that are elite, and then there are some that are just complete, you know, ish. And that's just, yeah, that's the reality of boxing.
He's not a heavyweight. He's not. Drake lost 200K. Anthony Joshua pumps a jab. Jake Paul, dude, he was going to his knees so much in front of him. So much in front of him. Such a bad look. And there's going to be a clip of him definitely just with his face in the
Jake
crotch.
Paul says his next fight will be at the track and field versus Joe Biden. That's hilarious.
Knockdowns, clobbering shots behind the ear, and big punches that sat him down. Big punches that he ate. He ate a flush uppercut off AJ at one point as well. Was it this part here? I think it was here, where AJ cracked him there with the uppercut and then clapped him with that uppercut there, straight on the tip of his jaw. Smacked his head back, and then Jake Paul's like rolling off the ropes and sticking his tongue out at him. This is just before the finish, so this look is a look that aged very, very badly. But you know what?
To be real, I have a bad feeling GTA 6 will be mid as fuck. I could see that.
I would.
I could see that where they like hyped it up so bad that, you know, it just, you know, it doesn't necessarily bounce the way that you know, would have wanted it to. So why don't I play strategy games? I don't know, because I don't find them entertaining. Some of them I do, but yeah. This involves a certain level of strategy, though. Oh! All right, y'all. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one, inshallah.